All right, let's do this. Hello, hello. He probably can't hear me because his ears are blown out by the honking. The honking was probably too intense for him. He probably can't hear me. Hold on, I'll try. Maybe this will like fix it. Hello?
Can't seem to hear you.
It worked. It worked. Great.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay, you want to cam up?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
You sound kind of nervous.
Nervous? Why would I be nervous?
I don't know. I just hear it in your voice.
No, I'm not nervous.
Okay, so I want to know why this movement of the Freedom Convoy and these truckers that are in Ottawa honking and stuff, why is this not a working class uprising?
Okay, so it is an uprising of people with bourgeois characteristics. It's an uprising of trucker owners. Are there working class people inside of the protest? Yeah. Anytime that you have a protest of almost any characteristic, you're going to have working class people in it. But is it primarily composed of working class people? No, it's not.
Okay.
So the organizer of the protest, Tamara Lich, an ex-cop, Benjamin Deshay, who was a candidate for the People's Party of Canada, Pat King, a scammer associated with the Yellow Vest, and I forget the name of the last dude. He actually was a wrecker of protests in Alberta. I mean, they generally are not for the working class. They've never been. They're not associated with trucking in anything but a tangential aspect, except for the last dude that I just mentioned, who is an owner. But are they themselves working class people? No. Now, are people that are of the working class that have gotten swept up into this? Yeah, absolutely. But some of them are owner-operators, especially the ones that have been able to park their trucks in and around like Ottawa side avenues and honk their horns all night. That wouldn't be possible for most company drivers because they would be cutting their employers' throats, keeping the trucks idle rather than delivering goods.
There's 2 things you said. The first thing you said was that you said these were the organizers and leaders. How are you qualifying that? What do you mean organizers and leaders? Because upon looking into it,
it looks like people who organized the GoFundMe for
it. So that's exactly it. So the people who got in on the GoFundMe seem to be associated. But
they were also the ones that, when I say organized the convoy, I'm talking about they were the ones that called the convoy to order, got other owners and owner-operators to support them, both with funds and with logistics. Talked about where they were.
What is the evidence for this? That it was these 5?
What's the evidence? They've been on TV. They've been on TV for the last several weeks.
I know they've been on TV. They've been on TV because the media has been isolating them and claiming they're the face of the whole thing.
Okay, but did you know anything about them before I mentioned them?
I don't care.
You have to care if you know.
No, because I looked into this, and there are no clear leaders. Hold on, there are no clear leaders of the convoy.
For a second, please, dude.
Yeah.
If you're going to tell me about things that are happening in my country, the very least you could do is investigate it for yourself before trying to talk over me.
I did.
Okay.
I did, and what I found was that there are no clear leaders.
Who was organizing it then?
There aren't any clear organizers. The whole point is the element of spontaneity was decisive.
No, there was no element of spontaneity.
Yes, it was.
It became... These people... Okay. Until the people that mentioned organized the protest, it wasn't happening.
All right, well, what are the origins?
They didn't just all decide
what are the origins of the Freedom Convoy? What are the origins?
What are the origins?
Yeah, you should know this because it's your country, right? Did the research.
In what sense? Like I just told you what the origins.
How did the whole thing start?
It started with started with people that were kicking against the vaccine mandate. So in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Quebec, there were several owners and owner-operators that were upset with the vaccine mandates and the vaccine
all Nazis,
passports.
Right?
Pardon me?
They were all Nazis, right?
I never said that.
You're saying the essence of this movement.
I'm saying
is all these
what came out of my mouth was what I said. Whatever. I know we're on your show, and you gotta play it up for the audience and all that. I get that, but talk to me.
But you don't play it up for your fucking Twitter followers.
I mean,
you sound a little different on my fucking show than you do on Twitter.
Of that, you wanted to talk to me about like Lenin and petty,
which you don't know shit about. Okay, hold on. You want to talk about Lenin? I pulled up for my chat.
Lenin wasn't even talking about in the first place.
You denied.
Wasn't even germane to the conversation because these people aren't peasants. So again, I know you
hold on. Yeah, but I just spent 2 hours. Yeah, I just spent 2 hours
and not
proving
what you just imagined.
Yeah.
You didn't prove anything.
Yeah, I did. I
please
spent the
continue.
last 2 hours proving the connection between the peasantry and the so-called
There is no
owner-operators.
peasantry in terms of the truckers and the owner-operators.
Yeah, sure. You can continue to express your ignorance of what's actually being said here.
They can either drive
The fact is, Q.
hire people. Are you going to let me answer the question?
No, because you're going all over the place, and let's rein it back in. Q. The relevant point.
And then when I answered them,
you're not. Hold on.
You just talk right over me.
I don't care about your ignorance, but these are not peasants because you're not familiar with what I said in the first place. Right. So you're in no position to address the argument I had as to whether they qualify as a modern equivalent of peasants or a fusion of the proletariat and the peasantry. Right. You're just not educated on this topic. The second thing, though, I wanted to get to was
the
that
Director of Education for the Communist Party of Canada, East Toronto Club.
The Communist Party of Canada can kiss my ass. The second thing,
they would have to swoop down very low to get there. 5'7".
Oh, how tall are you?
6'4".
You're 6'4" and I'm 5'8", right?
Okay. And
I have hair and you don't. So you want to talk about my height? Oh, they'd have to get really down to get there, and you gotta wait to grow. Hey, you Communist Party of Canada. You're gonna have to wait till your hair grows back before you motherfuckers have any relevance in your country. How about that?
Okay, so
you're gonna have to be waiting till your hair grows back. Objectively, you made the claim, and you cited a picture that had nothing to do with it, that there was no middle peasantry before the revolution.
You talked about small middle peasantry. I'm like, what are you referring to? Are you referring to...
Did you not read The Development of Capitalism in Russia, written in 1899? Hold on, so you didn't read Lenin then? You didn't read Lenin. Lenin talks about the middle peasantry. He distinguishes them from the peasants.
The book is like right where...
Okay, so you should know...
It's right here.
Okay, so you should know then, and this is what I just showed my fucking chat... You should know that in Chapter 2, the differentiation of the peasantry, the final section of that chapter, Lenin, and this is just an arbitrary part that I picked out on Marxist.org, Lenin refers to the middle peasantry multiple times, distinguishes them from the peasant bourgeoisie that hires labor, and also distinguishes them from the peasant proletariat who sells their labor. The middle peasant owns land, doesn't hire labor, and is mostly in debt, actually, right? So there's a middle peasant. You denied the middle peasant existed.
I said that.
No, you didn't. You claimed the middle peasant was the petite bourgeoisie that joined. You claimed the middle peasant was the same one that joined with the wealthy peasants. I will literally pull up exactly what you said right here.
So I said, in which Lenin very carefully pointed out that the post-1861, the wealthy peasantry took up the place among the petite bourgeois.
Who's the petite bourgeois?
What do you mean?
Who were you worrying for? Wait, yeah, so you were referring to the middle peasants. So you were referring to the middle peasants. But that's not what Lenin said in the passage you showed.
That's not who the middle peasants are.
So what's the... Okay, carefully explain to me the difference.
The middle peasants were the landowners that were not able to hire additional labor and work their own plots of land. But that isn't... It's not relevant or germane to...
So, okay. So what's the difference between the petite bourgeoisie and the middle peasants, according to what you claim?
Because the petite bourgeoisie were the previously existing aristocratic class, and the small middle peasants were the people that had recently been emancipated after 1861, after that 8 years in which they were not allowed to own land, were able to purchase plots of land and then hire other people to work those plots.
But Lenin said, you haven't read Lenin. Lenin is the one who said that both the peasant bourgeoisie... Hold on. Both the peasant bourgeoisie, including the peasant petite bourgeoisie, which is, by the way, you failed to define what petite bourgeoisie is. Petite bourgeoisie doesn't mean you hire other labor. You're clearly referring to the peasant bourgeoisie that Lenin was talking about.
I said the small middle peasants, much like the petite bourgeoisie, were able to hire labor and work alongside themselves because the bourgeoisie do not own the means of production. They work alongside the people they hire.
Okay, listen, it's very simple. Okay, for Lenin, both the peasant proletariat and the peasant bourgeoisie, or the peasant petite bourgeoisie, which you're backtracking in your definition now, both of those arose... I'll explain why you're backtracking. Both of those arose from the middle peasant. Not from the former aristocracy, but from the middle peasant. Lenin's whole point was that these class differentiations were internal to the middle peasantry itself. Okay? Finally, you're backtracking because what I initially did was compare The way in which the truckers owned their own trucks to the way in which the middle peasants own their own land. And you responded to that. You responded to that first by denying the middle peasants existed before 1917, and then by claiming, that Lenin accused the middle peasants of being with the wealthy peasantry, which wasn't fucking true. Q. Here's exactly what fucking happened. You know this is exactly what happened. Airtight. What I said is I compared the way in which the truckers owned their trucks to the way in which the middle peasants owned their land. Yes. Then what you did, hold on, shut up. Before we get into that, we're going to get a recap of what happened. Then what you did,
what percentage of people in the industry own their own trucks?
Hold on, before we get into that.
What percentage of people in the Canadian truck
obviously a minority. Then what we said.
What minority? How many?
It does. What is this, a stupid math? 25%, 10%? Is this a gotcha? You don't know the exact percentage? It's a minority.
I'm just asking you.
Okay. Okay. What percentage of hair follicles are still on your head? All I had done was say that. Then you responded by denying the middle peasantry existed before the revolution.
What percentage of my hair are you to me?
Then you responded by denying the middle peasantry existed in the first place. And when I corrected you by talking about what Lenin said about what he called the democratic petty bourgeoisie, which was a reference to the middle peasants, you claim that the middle peasantry Lenin was talking about were aligned with the wealthy peasants. You were fucking wrong. You didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. You didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
I literally said the wealthy peasantry, bro.
Yeah, who you said were aligned with the so-called petite bourgeoisie. You just changed how you define the petite bourgeoisie. You just changed how you define the petite bourgeoisie. I define the middle peasants as those who own their own land. You clearly made an equivocation between middle peasant and petite bourgeoisie.
I said the wealthy peasantry. So what are you talking about?
Because you associated the wealthy peasantry alongside the petite bourgeoisie, and by the petite bourgeoisie, don't be a fucking liar.
The wealthy peasantry took up their place alongside the petite bourgeoisie.
Yes.
And the small middle peasantry that you were referring to barely even could be said to exist until after.
They were the majority. Was the middle peasant. The whole point was the middle peasant was turning into the proletariat and bourgeoisie. The class differentiation was going on there. The middle peasant was the default. The majority were always middle peasants. They were never one or the other. They oscillated in between. That was what the middle peasant fucking referred to. They all had in common that their anchoring point was owning land.
They were exceedingly poor.
That's not the fucking point. By the middle peasant, Lenin is referring to the peasant middle class, the default.
Dude, like
the very, very poor was not the middle peasant. There was a word for the poor peasant. Listen, you're not aware of history. You don't know anything about history.
Your chat gets it, and they already agree with you.
This isn't just for my chat. It's for all your fucking Twitter followers. The rich peasant was backed.
My Twitter followers are even watching this.
The rich peasant, they will watch it. They will. I'll make sure they watch it. The rich peasant was backed by Bukharin. The poor peasant was backed by Trotsky. The middle peasant was Stalin and Lenin. Everyone knows that from history. The middle peasant was the subject of Lenin's revolution. The middle peasant. It's not because they were poor, the most poor. The most poor were not the majority. The majority were the middle peasant. So you need to be honest and take the fucking L on the way you try to equate the petite bourgeoisie.
Would you like to go over what he said? Okay, would you like to go over what he said about the middle peasant?
Yeah.
Okay, so when he talks about the environment in which they find themselves, commodity production, potential agricultural, blah, 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 concentration of production to the hands of minority, driving the majority into the ranks of the proletariat, exploitation
a tendency.
By minority by means of commercial capital hire of agricultural laborers.
A tendency. Okay. He wasn't saying the majority. Yeah. He wasn't saying right now the majority are proletarians.
I know the majority were not wealthy, dude. What I'm trying to say is...
it's not about wealthy. He wasn't saying the majority were proletarians. He wasn't saying that the tendency he was seeing was already fully realized. He was saying this was the tendency. There's a tendency for wealth to be concentrated into the hands of a few and for the majority to be immiserated. But that was not...
Okay, so we agree on that.
Didn't already, yeah. Okay. But that was just a tendency. It wasn't fully realized. The majority were still middle peasants.
What Okay, here's what I was trying to explain to you, is that the owner-operators would fall more along the line of the wealthy peasantry that you're
Why?
referring to, and that the small middle peasantry that you were also referring to were not largely prevalent until after the revolution.
But
Why?
that's not
Because
true.
the abolishment of private property allowed them to be able to work their own plots of land without indenturing themselves. That's why I
Yeah,
said that.
yeah, but
Is
they
that
were
not true?
hold on,
Yes,
hold on.
is
They
is
weren't
that true? Yes
they
or
but hold
no?
on, but they still own
Is
land
it
even
true?
when they were indentured. They still own
Oh my
land.
god. Is it? I know they own land, dude. That's the whole. The fact that they were peasant landowners is what puts them into that class in the first place. I'm talking about were they able to work the plots of land without indenturing themselves?
No,
And could they
obviously not. What does that have to do with it?
Okay, so the truckers that you're talking about, the owner operators,
Yeah.
are comparable to the wealthy peasantry
Wait,
because
really?
they own
Really?
more than one vehicle and hire people
No, they
alongside
don't.
themselves.
A tiny
Jesus
minority
Christ.
do. A
Yes,
tiny minority of them
Do
do.
you have
Most
any-
owner operators only own their own truck. That's what you've been
No,
missing this whole time.
they
They're like
don't.
Uber drivers, freelance laborers.
Oh my God. No, trucker.
What evidence do you have the majority of owner operators own multiple trucks? What evidence do you have the majority hire other labor? What evidence?
Would you like to find out?
Yes.
Would you? Okay. Okay. Let's go to StatCan. Let's go to StatCan. Okay. All right.
The majority of owner operators
Oh.
hire other labor. That's what you're saying.
Hey. I get these notices in my inbox on a daily basis. All right. So all I got to do is just go and pull them up from where they showed up in my Gmail.
Sure.
All right.
And make
So
sure to
I'm gonna
link
put
them so
that
I can
in
put it
front
up
Yeah.
for my chat to see.
All right.
And you're listening to the CTA,
Sure.
the Association of Employers, the bosses, as your source.
Yeah. These stats come from StatCan and from the Canadian Alliance of Truckers. Dude.
Sure.
What bosses are you talking about?
Sure. CTA. Let's go.
No, Canadian Alliance of Truckers.
Canadian Trucker Association.
All right. No.
Which is what the article you linked to me
Canadian Trucking Alliance,
was
yeah,
referencing for its statistics.
Yeah. So, what are you looking at? Do you want me to pull up the StatCan, or do you want it from the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
What percentage of owner operators hire other labor?
Of the owner operators that have multiple vehicles, like
No.
multiple-
You already failed.
If they're driving,
They have multiple trucks?
Do you think that somebody who owns 3 trucks is leaving 2 idle? Does that make any sense? Do you know what capital depreciation
I am
is?
saying the
You know what it
majority of
costs
owner.
money to let
Hey,
your
hey,
truck
hey, hey!
sit on a lot
The
and not-
majority of owner operators own one truck.
majority of
That's the fucking
operators
point.
own more than
They
one
own one
truck,
truck.
bro.
They own one truck.
Okay, according to what? According to what?
Do you have evidence to the contrary?
Yes.
Okay, what is the percentage of owner operators who own multiple trucks?
All right. So 43.6%
Is that a majority to you?
that have more than one truck.
Yeah.
Think about this. So between the owner operators, right, and the owners, the majority of trucks on the road are run by either people who have a fleet of vehicles or people that have more than one vehicle.
What are you saying of owner operators?
I'm saying the vast majority of trucks that are on Canadian roads and crossing the border, the vast majority of them are either owned by a fleet or owned by owner operators that are wealthy, right?
Okay,
that have more
but
than one.
Your statistics doesn't back
So you're
that up.
talking about
Only 43%.
Hold up.
Only 43% of owner operators own multiple.
20% of the trucks that are on the road are owned by owner operators, and of them, 43.6% of them own more than one vehicle.
Yes!
And it would make sense.
Hold on,
for
that's
them to have
wait,
vehicles on the road at the same time.
You just botched the statistics. It's even less now. Okay, so let me get this straight. Clear,
All
just
right.
to be clear.
Sure.
Overall, 43% of truckers are owner operators. That's what you're saying, right?
No, 20% of truckers are
Okay,
owner operators.
20% of truckers are
Altogether,
owner
yeah.
operators overall, right?
Right.
Okay,
And
and
that
of those
20%,
truckers,
43.6
hold on.
Of the 20%, 43.6 of them have more than one vehicle on the road.
So a minority of owner operators have more than one vehicle.
Okay, sure.
Which is what I said.
Okay.
That's literally what I just said.
And I guess I'm struggling to understand what your point is here.
My point is the majority of these owner operators.
If the owner operators, first of all, if 43.6% of them have more than one vehicle on the road, that means that they're working alongside their employees. There's no,
or it's a family business. It could be a lot of things, but sure.
Two. Does the fact that they have one vehicle mean that they're actually driving the vehicle? No.
Yeah, it probably does. I'm going to go ahead and say yes, it does.
Okay. Well, no, it doesn't, because I literally fucking know owner-operators that don't drive their own vehicles.
So what percent don't drive their own trucks?
That we don't know. That we don't know.
So I'm supposed to take your word that you know
because hiring a driver to drive in your stead isn't necessarily tracked. It's just a matter of how many vehicles do they have on the road. That's the only.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that the majority. The evidence we have.
Stick with me for a second. The only way that we know whether or not
goalposts
they actually hire people, the only way that you're able to assume that is that they have more than one vehicle on the road. And I'm telling you, I literally know personally owner-operators that don't drive their own vehicles.
Listen to the brain-dead insanity. You sound stupid. You sound stupid. The people at the protests are driving their own fucking trucks.
Okay.
So what are you talking about? Are they hiring people to drive it for them there? So clearly they know how to drive the trucks. Are they just kicking their employees out to drive it themselves? How does that support the thesis that the majority of the people at the protests hire other people's labor? And furthermore, so are the people at these protests hiring laborers to drive trucks to the protest? Are they bringing their fleets to the protest?
You can't stick to a point.
Are they bringing their fleets to the protest? It defeats your point. Are they bringing their fleets to the protest?
Huz. Again, you're showing off for the.
Are they employed? Are they hiring labor to go to the protest? Hey, I'm gonna pay you to go to this protest. Yeah. Are they hiring people to go to the protest?
That's not what I said.
Okay, what you showed me. Okay, Q. You told me a minority of owner operators have more than one vehicle.
Where we started.
A minority of owner operators have more than one vehicle. A minority.
Dude, where we started was whether or not the truckers that are at the protest are Nazis, and I said no, I don't think that. That's
you're shifting the goalposts. It's about whether they're working class. It's about whether they're working class. It's about whether they're majority working class.
Second, where we got into was...
No, the first was about whether they're working class. Remember what you came on here before. No, I mocked you. I mocked you about the Nazi thing.
You asked me if they're working
because you accused everyone of being Nazis, so I mocked you about that.
You said the people at the protest, are they working class? And I said, no, by and large, no, they're not. I said, are there working class people at the protest?
So by and large, they're not.
I said, hold up. Yes, well, you don't know the answer to that question, dude, because if you go and have you gone and...
You don't know it either. Do you know it?
By dint of the fact that the owners are represented in the protest and the fact that owner-operators are also represented in the protest, almost half of owner-operators are able to hire other people to drive trucks.
43%.
And we do know that owner-operators hire people to drive trucks in their stead. It can be said that this is a
hold on. So the owner operators who are hiring others to drive their one truck in their stead, are they driving the truck to the protest?
I don't know.
So why are they relevant? They're not. Listen, Q. I'm going to explain to you statistics. I'll explain to you the statistics.
What I'm talking about,
I will explain to you the statistics.
Operators are working class people, and I'm saying for the most part, no, they're actually.
They are, because for the most part, they only have one truck. And Q. You just proved
that either of us and are able to hire people.
Q. Listen. Q. Listen. All you could do is try to keep talking over me. But when I nail you down, you have no defense. Q. I'm not asking you a fucking question. I'm not asking you a question. I'm stating statements about statistics.
I asked you for anything.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Literally shut the fuck up. 43%
in this conversation.
Q, here's what just fucking happened. Hey, Q, shut the fuck up. Here's what just happened. Literally shut the fuck up. Q, guess what?
What's up?
43% of owner-operators have other trucks. Now you introduce the curveball. Well, how many of them hire people in their stead? Even if, let's say, it's 10%. Hold on. Let's say 10% of owner-operators own one truck but hire people to do it for them, right? Those people are a non-relevant factor because they couldn't possibly show up to the fucking protest.
What are you talking about?
Because they don't drive their own trucks. So are they hiring people to drive the trucks to the protest for them?
I'm talking about... Okay. You asked me...
So they're not a non-relevant factor.
You asked me the question.
Whatever proportion of single truck owners that hire other labor to do it for them, they're not at the protest. So they're a non-factor. I've literally been trying to say this for like 10 minutes, but you don't let me speak. And you got blown the fuck out when you let me speak. You should probably keep interrupting me, dude. It's not good for you when I get to talk.
You ask me questions, and then when I answer your questions, you talk.
Finally, regarding the organizers, there is no evidence that this thing was started by them. Even if they're raising the funds for it and keeping it going.
There is. Did the protest occur before these organizers started the GoFundMe? Yes or no?
Yes.
The people were in Ottawa before the GoFundMe was started?
Not in Ottawa, but the truckers were fucking rebelling against the mandates.
Did the convoy to Ottawa even begin before the GoFundMe was started?
I have no idea.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
The convoy didn't begin until after the GoFundMe started.
So how did you think the convoy started in Ottawa?
No,
it's a convoy. It's a fucking convoy. It's not an Ottawa sit-in. It's a fucking convoy.
They say Ottawa because they're in Ottawa right now. They drove to Ottawa.
Okay, so you're saying the whole convoy was started by the 5 organizers.
I'm saying the organizers of the GoFundMe began the protest.
So you're saying the GoFundMe began the entire protest?
Yeah.
What evidence do you have for that?
The organizers of the convoy did not begin until the GoFundMe was in place.
What evidence do you have for that?
Would you like to know when the GoFundMe started?
Yes.
Versus when the convoy started?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so the GoFundMe started about 3 weeks ago, but let me go back and get the exact date. Hang on a second. Trucker convoy. There we go.
So the GoFundMe's funding started January 14th.
Well, what
in October 2021, I mean, this resistance had been going on.
No. When did the convoy begin?
What convoy? The Freedom Convoy.
The convoy to Ottawa. Like, when did they actually get on the road?
The convoy raised over $5 million by January 25th. The first movements of the convoy. The first convoy departed on January 22nd. Before that money was raised.
No.
Oh, really? So explain what happened.
All right, fundraising started on January 14th.
Okay, was that fundraising used to start the convoy?
I mean, the trucks didn't get on the road until after the fundraiser started.
Really? As the convoy reached Ontario, the protest didn't start until after the GoFundMe. Who knew about that fucking GoFundMe? Can you give a timeline of how much donations that GoFundMe was getting?
The convoy departed Prince Rupert on January the 22nd.
22nd.
Yeah, the
And it did that with the money it raised. Hold on. How much money was raised in the GoFundMe by then?
It doesn't matter how much money was
raised. Yes, it does. Yes, it actually does.
You said, did the trucking protest precede the GoFundMe? I said no. The fundraising was begun on January the 14th. The first truck didn't even leave till several days later, bro.
Yeah, but was the GoFundMe the reason for why the truck left? I never said I knew about when the GoFundMe started, but let's get to the point here.
So the organizers of the GoFundMe were the ones that spurred the convoy. So
where's the evidence for this?
What do you want me to say, dude? The organizations that started the convoy in the first place, all right, the people that were associated with the GoFundMe were Tamara Lech and Ben Dishay.
Yeah, right? I know. That's who started the GoFundMe. Yeah. So they're the reason for the convoy?
A couple of other people, Pat King, who was associated previously with the Yellow Vest movement, supported the GoFundMe and got on his Instagram Live and started telling people to go to the GoFundMe and rally people to start their engines up and make a convoy to Ottawa. That hit, forget the name of these people that were all the way over in the West Coast. That were in Alberta. That got their owner-operators revved up.
Hold on, this is weird. This is weird.
Hold on.
Hold on. The GoFundMe started the 14th, right?
There we go.
GoFundMe started the 14th, right?
Yeah.
Why was it that it was only on the 15th when the COVID-19 vaccine requirements were introduced by the government?
Sorry, hold on.
That was a day later.
The name of the organization, it was Canada Unity, right? James Botter and Canada Unity were the ones that got the owner-operators and some of the trucking companies from Alberta and Saskatchewan involved. And then it was on the 22nd that the first set of trucks began the convoy to Ottawa. Right?
So wait, on what?
Okay, the reason I'm saying that they're all in alignment and they know each other is because they were all part of the Yellow Vests movement from years before. The Canadian Yellow Vest movement, which is as old as about 2000, I forget if it's late 2017 or early 2018 that it began. But they were all organizing with the PPC and the Yellow Vest movement. These people all know each other.
Okay.
Right. So
the convoy earned how much money before it started getting mainstream coverage? and went viral.
What does it matter how much coverage and mainstream virality?
Because these people, because guess what? Hold on. Because these organizers
found out about it from television. They found out about it from the Facebook group.
Because these organizers,
it got started. These
organizers
on a Facebook group that got taken down, not from mainstream television.
Hold on, whatever. Social media, it went viral. These.
No, it didn't go viral. It didn't go viral. It was actually a closed group of people. Like it wasn't.
So you're saying the GoFundMe started to get a lot of donations. So from the closed group, how much donations did it get from the closed group?
Limited to a Facebook group and a group of Instagram accounts, as well as the.
How much money did it get from that? How much money did it get from that?
By that point, before they arrived in Ottawa, they had raised somewhere in the neighborhood of about $6.5 million.
Yeah, I know, but that's well after the convoy became viral. The convoy was fucking viral before Ottawa. Okay. Now, finally, as I said, these organizers.
You remember where we started this conversation? Hey, you asked me. Okay, you said
these
what did
organizers.
The GoFundMe, you asked me
because I didn't know when the GoFundMe started. I didn't know when that started. But the whole point is,
so we know that the GoFundMe preceded the convoy. Yes.
Yeah, but
so
what we don't know. Hold on. What we don't know is if the GoFundMe was the reason for the convoy happening.
I'm telling you, the same people that organized the convoy also organized the same Facebook group.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is that those organizers always try a bunch of shit. Right?
Do you know how many people were in that Facebook group? Dude?
How many?
And how many posts were there? I think there was about 174,000 posts in that group before it got taken down. It was already, as you say, viral. Like it was already.
Well, you just contradicted yourself then.
What do you mean?
You said it wasn't viral because it was a closed group.
Not viral, widespread on social media. What I mean is everybody knew about it.
So you just contradicted yourself.
It doesn't, dude. What the fuck? It doesn't matter. There was 174,000 posts in that Facebook group. People knew what it was.
So you're saying everyone? Okay, so you're saying the idea to have a convoy was started by these people.
I'm saying the fact that people got on the road and decided to have actually got on the road, filled up their trucks and went to Ottawa. Did the idea of having some sort of a convoy begin with them? No, people were talking about some sort of a mass movement all the way since 2020.
Oh, really? So the fact that these organizers are the ones who actually got to do something about it, that proves that the widespread sentiment behind wanting a convoy and wanting a mass movement is necessarily far right.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I never said that.
So you're saying these were the leaders and these were the organizers, and yet these people... Hold on. But these people have no control over the convoy. These people don't define what the convoy is. And their funds from the GoFundMe, from the GoFundMe were never even distributed. So what did they do? What did they do? What did they do to organize everything?
That's not true. $1 million of it was actually distributed. That isn't true.
Okay, which isn't enough to sustain what it had become. So what did these organizers do to make the Freedom Convoy? I'm pretty sure the Freedom Convoy was made by truckers.
They gave it the name, the Freedom Convoy. They called it that.
But round of applause. They gave it the name, guys. They gave it the name. So is there like a secret Nazi?
So they organized it. They gave it the name.
So on, it's a secret. Is there like a secret Nazi code of freedom?
So what we've established here is
we're talking about Kabbalah, right? There's a Kabbalistic, symbolic, numerological, alphanumeric, magical, occult. The Freedom Convoy spelling is evoking Nazism, right?
Started up until 8 days after the GoFundMe had begun. But they've got nothing to do with it.
And yet the GoFundMe was never, not a dollar of that fucking GoFundMe went to the truckers by that point. So the GoFundMe was immaterial.
Why would it be immaterial?
Because the GoFundMe had nothing to do with why truckers left the 22nd.
If you know that there is a GoFundMe in your name supporting you, that by the time you've revved up your engine and left, had already hit somewhere in the, let's say, low millions, and by the time
we don't know how much it hit. That's the thing. We don't even know how much it hit. I asked you how much it hit. I don't think it hit that.
Timeline for this GoFundMe, I can go ahead and do that. It'll take.
Hold on. You said $1 million was distributed. Less than 10% of those funds were distributed. So it's not $1 million.
No. By the time, by the time the $1 million was distributed, they'd raised only $6.5 million.
So 10% of $6.5 million.
By the time it was frozen, it was at over $10 million.
It was frozen on the 2nd of February.
But $1 million was distributed out of a $6.5 million that was raised at that point.
The convoy would have left regardless of that GoFundMe. Sure. Unless you can tell me how much the GoFundMe raised by the 22nd.
So knowing that there was energy for agitation and a possible, I don't know, like a convoy or protest of some kind that had been brewing since 2020, like late 2020.
Yeah.
Why did it take until the GoFundMe to start before anybody
because the
revved up their
fifth
engines?
I'll tell you exactly why. Because on January
and the mandates, mind you,
because on January 15th, don't interrupt me, because on January 15th, which was a day after this GoFundMe, the Canada implemented the requirement for truckers to re-enter the country by land with a vaccine requirement. So that was the 15th of January, a day after the GoFundMe. That was what kicked it off.
Do you think that was like everybody discovered on that day that Canada was going to implement vaccine?
Yes, they of course, yes, yes, they did.
Year. They announced it last year.
They literally, it's the 15th. It was all over the fucking news, and as truckers, of course, they knew it.
The federal government doesn't implement mandates the day of and then tell nobody about it until the day it happens. They announced that, I think, in November of last year.
And when it actually starts, because when it starts to happen, that's what kicks it off.
November of last year, they knew that there was going to be a mandate in January.
And then they decided to protest when it was actually implemented.
Vaccination before coming back
so when it was actually implemented, that's, you know, what, listen, what you're saying is fucking stupid. If they pass a law that says on the 15th of January, everybody's gonna have tomatoes thrown at them, and people start protesting only after the tomatoes start hitting them, that's, who cares? Of course.
But it wasn't until a week late. It wasn't until a week after that.
Yeah, but on the 15th,
do you think it would make sense that if a law was going to pass that you did not want to have passed, it would make sense to protest it before it passes?
You think the laws of individual reason govern why these protests happen?
I'll give you an example.
Protests are spontaneous, animalistic things. They're not based on reason.
I will give you.
They're not based on reason. That's fucking stupid.
I'll give you an example. So we knew that there was going to be a raid on homeless encampments by the Toronto police at Trinity Bellwoods Park.
You're a liberal activist.
Over a week before it happened.
Yeah,
Do you think that people waited until the day of before they showed up to protest?
Because they're not people acting on the basis of their spontaneous material interests, but they're liberal, rational activists who plan shit.
It was spontaneous that people showed up to City Hall and to Mayor John Tory's house, like to his condo building?
No, that was planned by liberal activists listen, it wasn't based on spontaneous material interest, it was based on morality, not spontaneous material interest.
What do you mean?
So it's going to be more mediated, more rational, and it's not going to just happen spontaneously.
People were getting thrown out of a park that were homeless.
Yeah, and the reason there were protests about that was because of morality.
No, they were.
So were the homeless themselves the ones?
No, it has nothing.
Was it all the homeless? So the truckers are being affected. So the truckers go and protest out of their material interests.
Do you think that
the homeless are being
Do you think that people in homeless encampments weren't standing up for themselves and also protesting?
I doubt the majority of protesters were homeless.
Jesus Christ, all of them were.
They were all homeless.
The people in the Trinity Bellwoods Park that were about to be out.
The protesters.
The encampments.
The protesters.
In protest.
The protesters.
What do you mean morality? Do you think it was a matter of morality, or hey,
the protesters?
I don't have anywhere to live. I'm living in a fucking tent in a park. I don't want to be
the protesters.
I'm gonna go and protest.
The protesters.
It had to do with their material reality, bro.
The protesters were majority homeless.
What? At the Trinity Bellwoods Park encampment?
No, not in Trinity Bellwoods Park, but the ones who stormed City Hall or whatever the fuck you were talking about.
I didn't say storm City Hall. I went to protest at Mayor John Tory's house, and
they were all homeless.
I mean, I would say a lot of them were. If
not
a
majority, or how many?
I mean, out of the a couple of hundred that were there, I would say most of them were people that were also encamped at Trinity Bellwoods.
I doubt that. I just doubt it.
I was there.
Well, what is your word worth? You're proven to be a liar.
Do you want me to wear a fucking GoPro the next time I go to a protest?
Yeah, you're a proven liar. So, because what I know, because for example,
I can.
It's very rare. As far as I know, it's very rare. The activists at Trinity Bellwoods were Zoomers and landlords.
You didn't even know what Trinity Bellwoods was.
But most people in my chat are telling me the different thing than you are, right?
Okay. All right.
So I don't know how I can trust your word.
What your chat says. Were they there?
I think he might have been there. He actually might have been there. This guy lives in Canada, so he might have been there.
I mean, sure. If whoever it is saying that, ask them if they were there.
Yeah. He may as well have been there. But anyway, did you know that of the 50,000 trucks, let's say they raised $5 million, that would be $100 per truck. So you're saying by the 22nd, even if they raised $5 million by the 22nd, I doubt they even raised $1 million by then. But let's say they raised $5 million. You think the truckers left on the 22nd because they were getting $100? What are they gonna buy? The new Call of Duty?
I don't think the truckers were financially incentivized by the GoFundMe to go there.
So the GoFundMe didn't mean shit. The GoFundMe didn't mean shit.
The truckers were organized by the GoFundMe organizers because they had a long history of organizing far-right movements in Canada.
So what do you mean by organized?
Okay. Are you aware of the Yellow Vest Canada movement, who they are?
And let's forget about the Yellow Vest. How do they organize the truckers?
You can't forget about the Yellow Vest because they're the ones who are organizing this protest.
Okay.
It's the same people.
But that's what we have to set about to prove. How did they organize it?
They started the GoFundMe. They started the Facebook group.
And the GoFundMe didn't mean shit. The GoFundMe didn't mean shit.
They were organizing within the Facebook group. They were telling people to use Zello to communicate with one another. And they said, this is when we're going to roll out. This is the day that we're going to converge on Ottawa. This is what we're going to ask for.
Okay, what day were they planning on rolling out?
Like, when did they all leave?
No, what day did they plan to leave?
They all left on the 22nd.
That's when they planned?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I mean,
can you prove to me, and I don't know, I genuinely don't know, can you prove to me the organizers are the reason they left on the 22nd?
Would you like me to, try and find something from that deleted Facebook group? I'm pretty sure I could find somebody who has.
I mean, I just want to know, why are these organizers...
Everybody knew that they were leaving on the 22nd because they said they were planning to leave on the 22nd. That's when news cameras started covering them.
So, did the protest... Hold on, okay. How many left on the 22nd? Here's what I think. Okay.
In this country knew they were leaving on the 22nd.
Okay, so here's a possibility I'll entertain. Only a few trucks left on the 22nd. As soon as the news media started covering it, it had a rollover effect, snowball effect.
We knew that they were leaving on the 22nd because they said so.
Okay, so the whole convoy, all 50,000 left on the 22nd.
I mean, I don't know how many people left on the 22nd.
Sorry, the 3,000 to 18,000 left on the 22nd.
I don't know if it was 50,000 or 18,000. I know that they started hitting the road on the 22nd.
Let's get to the meat and potatoes.
Every single news station in this country was covering. They were asking what their demands were. They were asking when they were planning on leaving, when they're going to be converging on Ottawa and so on. And they already had this information because it was in those Facebook
Hold on. Let's get to the meat and potatoes here. The whole point of this is the Freedom Convoy phenomena is in no way reducible to whatever intended aims of the organizers as per their far-right agenda. It's that simple.
Did I say that they were? Did I say it was all reducible? Did I say it was all reducible?
So what is the significance of these 5 organizers? Because by the time the Freedom Convoy assumed the scale that it did...
You know what? Okay, rather than talking about the points of difference, because I feel like I'm getting nowhere here, let's talk about the points of similarity. So
No,
Q,
you don't get to shit on me on your fucking Twitter and then... Hey, Q, you don't get to shit on me on your Twitter and then come suck my cock when you're swarmed with... Hey, you're not on Twitter anymore, little boy. You're not on Twitter anymore. You're in enemy territory now. On Twitter, you get to ratio me and shit. Here, I say one's in the chat if this guy's a dumbass, and they say one's in the chat.
You're attacking people here that were actually doing work who do.
What work have you done? 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 All right, chat, clear it out. Stop.
In regards to what? In regards to giving information about these far-right organizations, in regards to writing about them, in regards to showing up at protests,
okay,
in regards to being
but you haven't proven any point.
To getting people fed and helping them find housing and delivering food directly to people's homes.
So you do charity. You do charity. You do charity. You do charity, and you're a shill of the liberals. You're a shill of Trudeau. You're a shill of the liberal globalists. You're a shill of the establishment. Shill of the imperialists. Shill of the ruling class. And I don't give a fuck about any charity you've done in your life.
All right. You asked me what I did, so I answered your question. What do you want?
And it sounds like a whole lot of nothing, politically speaking.
I mean, what have you been doing?
I have almost single-handedly, with one other person, now 2 other people, kickstarted an entirely new political current in this country.
Who have you fed? Who have you housed?
That's not politics. That's not politics.
Who have you been materially aiding?
That's charity. That's charity. I'll go work at a soup kitchen instead of this.
That's called solidarity.
No, that's called charity. And I'll go work at a soup kitchen instead of doing the shit I'm doing if I wanted to do that.
The way that it works is when people need help.
Q, you want to know what I've done? You want to know what I've done? Q, you want to know what I've done that will be 1,000-fold better than anything you've done in your fucking life?
All right, what's that?
I've
Grow an inch?
distinguished myself from people like you. The fact that I exist is enough.
By being a
The fact that I exist is enough. The fact I have a following that I do is enough. The fact that we have distinguished ourselves from you, the synthetic left, is enough. Once we get this shit rolling, it's over for all of you.
But so you're saying you haven't actually done shit?
Oh, I haven't done charity, no.
Okay.
I haven't done charity. I've just managed to plant the seeds of a movement that is going to overwhelm you fake leftists and fake MLs into irrelevance. Good luck with that. Hey, thank you, Rockstar. Hey, thank you so much, Mombello. Hey, let me ask you something, Q. You're on Twitch, you get 5 viewers here. There's not a single fucking Marxist-Leninist on this platform that comes close to me. On YouTube, not a single Marxist-Leninist live streamer that comes close to me. I'm the big motherfucking daddy of this scene when it comes to streaming Marxism-Leninism, and it's gonna fucking stay that way now, isn't it? Yeah. You get away with the shit you do on Twitter. Q, Twitter, you have 80,000 followers, you think you're a big guy? You're not shit here! You're not shit here, Q! You're not shit here! You have nothing here, Q! Here, everyone's against you here. You came on the show, and I asked you, as a man, I asked you, Q, why are you coming at me on Twitter? I don't even know who the fuck you are. And you know what you said? You said, well, everyone else was doing it, so I joined in.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, it is. Is that what a man says? Is that what a man says?
The answer is because you attacked my friend.
I attacked your friend.
And then today, the reason I responded to you, again, because you attacked one of my friends.
I attacked one of your friends. Who are your friends? What makes them your friends?
Comrade, somebody who works with me in my party. You notice that the only time that you and I...
Your party is full of revisionists.
Hold up. Do you notice that the only time that you and I ever happen to cross swords is when you come after people that are either my friends or comrades? Have you noticed that?
Your friends and comrades are scum.
Yeah.
Your party is run by scum and revisionist traitors. Traitors, sellouts, and revisionists.
My friends and comrades are out feeding people and defending the...
I don't give a fuck about their traitory. Revisionists, sellouts, traitors. That's your party. That's the leadership of your party. Where were they when Gorbachev was destroying the Soviet Union? You backed fucking Gorbachev. Your people backed Gorbachev. You're the fucking traitors that were fucking speaking for Gorbachev when he was destroying the Soviet Union. Your fucking party sided against China when the revisionist Khrushchev took power in the Soviet Union. Your party took their side. Don't fucking tell me about your revisionist party of traitors and sellouts.
Communist Party
liberals.
Did what now? Whoa! Stop! You just said something. The Communist Party of Canada did what now?
They sided with Khrushchev, the revisionist, when he denounced Stalin. They sided with Gorbachev when he was dismantling the Soviet Union. They are traitors and sellouts throughout the entirety of their existence.
It's impossible for them to have done that because the party was illegal at the time.
It doesn't matter. Oh, so they didn't exist at all?
No, they didn't. They were fucking illegal.
So because they were illegal, there was no communists in Canada. Get the fuck out of here.
The party was illegal at the time. There was no Communist Party of Canada at the time.
Oh, okay. But they didn't exist, or they didn't exist officially?
They didn't exist.
No, they did exist,
there was
actually.
No party.
They had a front party. They had a front party aligned with the Soviet Union. Don't give me that bullshit.
No,
they didn't exist.
God, they didn't. Okay, are you aware of the Guzenko affair? Did you know what that was?
The what?
The Guzenko affair.
No.
Okay, so there was a Russian diplomat by the name of Igor Guzenko.
Okay, they made it illegal because of infiltration.
Of the Communist Party of Canada
they were aligned with the Soviets. The people who founded your party are revisionist traitors and sellouts.
We actually got banned because they thought that we were aligned with Stalin. That's why we got banned.
And yet, when did the party come back?
Not until the early 2000s.
Okay, the early 2000s. And who returned that party?
Miguel Figueroa.
Okay, and who's he? What's his legacy? Did he have any history with the party before? Any affiliation? Anything?
Sure. Not affiliation per se. He filed a lawsuit against the government to be able to get the party to be able to raise money again.
So who was he? What was his past?
Whoa. What happened was in the 1990s, it became illegal for the government to strip funds from any party that had raised below a certain amount and gotten a certain amount of signatures. But even though the law was already passed, it wasn't being enforced. Figueroa was responsible for taking the federal government to the Supreme Court and forcing them to.
What was his past? What was his past?
What was his past?
Yeah.
As an organizer. Why?
Was he a communist before he refounded the Communist Party?
I mean, he had communist principles, sure.
Was he aligned with communist affiliated organizations?
Was he aligned? Well, the thing was, so the party existed but it couldn't raise any funds by the 2000s.
So it did exist. It did exist.
Between the mid 1990s and 2000, there was a party, but there wasn't a party. There was a party, but it couldn't raise any money. So it was basically a party on paper.
Listen, the truth is, there were Canadian... The Communist Party was founded when? 21, under conditions of illegality. So they were illegal in 21, they still existed. You are going to have a hard time... Don't make me pull up the Wikipedia of the Communist Party of Canada and embarrass you right now. You're going to have a hard time convincing me that they existed under no circumstances after that affair you talked about that made them illegal. So they had front organizations and shit. They were aligned with the Soviet Union. They sided with Khrushchev, just like the American Communist Party did. And you are flaunting their leadership, which has accomplished fucking nothing. Traitors, revisionists, and sellouts who tail behind the liberals. And I'm supposed to respect this party.
I'm not sure what exactly you're getting at.
I'm getting at that your party is run by revisionists and traitors and sellouts.
Okay, so what you're... Okay. I'm having a really hard time with this right now because I'm trying to figure out whether you're trying to say A, that we're revisionists and sellouts, or that B, we've done nothing. It's one of two things. So
you are revisionists and sellouts.
Okay.
Look at this shit. The party still existed from 45 to 91, even after it was banned. It still existed. It's literally on Wikipedia.
The party didn't exist and they couldn't raise funds, dude.
It existed in 56. Okay. Return of prominent party members Salzburg from a trip. Salzburg reported his findings in the mid-1960s. The party had 3,500 members in the mid-60s. I mean, this is embarrassing, Q. Are you going to refute this, Wikipedia? By the mid-60s, the United States Department of State estimated is this like are they ghosts? Are they ghosts roaming the earth from a distant past?
What are you talking about?
There were 3,500 members of the party in the mid-1960s. And you said the party did not exist. Did you see a problem?
Effectively, the party the party did not exist.
And yet there were 3,500 members as estimated by the United States Department of State. Wow, don't show this to your Twitter followers. This is embarrassing.
I mean, sure.
This is bad. I'm looking at your face right now. You look humiliated, embarrassed, destroyed,
I look
dragged through the fucking mud. I would never want to be you, Q. I would never want to be you. Okay, being 6'4" hasn't helped you here, Q. Maybe add a few inches and it'll help you.
Alright.
Yeah, that's all you can say. Huffling in defeat. Alright. You got destroyed, Q. You got fucking destroyed.
I'm huffing because I don't know what the point of this is.
My point is the party did exist. The party did exist at the time you said it didn't exist. And they were revisionist traitors and sellouts who sided with Khrushchev when he denounced Stalin. Why did Khrushchev denounce Stalin?
Khrushchev denounced Stalin because the de-Stalinization of Russia was, according to Khrushchev, necessary for...
What's the real reason? Because he was saving his ass, along with his other bureaucrat scum, from being purged by Stalin's democratic revolutions that empowered the Russian people at the expense of these bureaucrat scum.
Are you asking me the question, or do you want to talk over me?
Because you don't know the answer to the question. You're saying, according to Khrushchev. I don't give a fuck what Khrushchev said.
According to Khrushchev, it was necessary to keep the union together. De-Stalinization was, according to him, necessary.
Which isn't true. The real reason was because he was saving his own fucking skin from another purge. Another Stalinist purge. And guess what? Your Canadian Communist Party also saved their own skin and evaded a fucking purge. And since then, communists in the West have never been able to win the fucking working class because you traitors, revisionists, and sellouts. You hate the working class, you hate the people, you side with the bureaucrats, the professional managerials, and the specialists against the overwhelming majority of the people. You hated the Russian peasant, you hated the Chinese peasant. Mao took care of you, that's okay, during his Cultural Revolution, and that's why that whole thing happened. And you hate the working class in America, you hate the working class of Canada, you hate the truckers, you hate the people, you love your own intellectual parasite scum.
All right. Okay, so I'll let you talk. I'll let you get through like whatever you had to get through. All right, like I'll let you say all that. Cool. Are you done? Have you got all that in your system?
Go ahead, say what you gotta say, Q. The wounded Q.
All right.
Q the wounded.
I'm
Q the wounded.
So
you traitors, revisionists, and professional managerials have had your fun for decades.
Being serious. Like I'm entertaining you as far as I can.
Yeah.
But got on this to have a conversation about whether the truckers were a working class movement or not,
which they are.
Also, like what is the party is doing in regards to the mandate.
The Freedom Convoy is a working class movement.
And I'm saying to you, no, it isn't.
And you failed. You failed. But you found that 43% of independent owners hire other people or have other trucks.
80% of truckers currently operating on Canadian roads, so of the about 330,000 truckers on Canadian roads, okay, 80% of them are company drivers.
Does that include people
somebody else?
Does that include people misclassified as operator owners, forced to do so by their companies?
I said 80% of them. 80%.
Are you aware of the phenomena
when
of
I say
people
company drivers? I mean salaried employees.
Okay. Are you aware of the phenomena of misclassification of owner-operators who are forced to list their LLCs that way?
The remainder are owner-operators.
Answer the question. Are you aware of the phenomena of owner-operators?
300... Okay. What do you mean misclassification? There's about 20% of them.
Because you don't know about this. You don't even know about this. Because business owners will force their employees to list them on their LLCs that they're independent business owners.
I'm aware.
So they'll be listed as owner-operators, but they're not.
I explained to you early in this conversation that I have family members who are truckers. I explained to you. It's one of the first things that I said in this conversation.
Some of those people who are being listed as owner-operators aren't.
Right. What?
Some of the people who are being listed as owning those trucks don't. They're forced to list that way by their companies.
Okay. So let me do the same thing. What percentage of those are misclassified, Haas?
I don't know. I just know it's a very widespread phenomenon. All I know, listen, I could probably try to look up statistics.
Talk about it. So
because I do know, because what I do know, it's a very widespread phenomenon.
Going from what we know, the information that is available to both of us, going from what we know, about 80% of them are company drivers. The other 20% of them are owner-operators.
Do those company drivers have the choice to protest?
Sure.
How?
Everybody has.
Really?
Sorry, the company. Whoa. Sorry. Did the company drivers have a choice to protest? I mean, they could if they want to. Generally, they're probably not. You know where they?
Wait. Do they have a choice? Really?
Where are they? A couple.
What will happen to them if they protest?
I mean, their owners would probably be happy if they join the protest, but they're driving right now.
Their owners will be happy when the Association of Owners and Employers came out against it. The Canadian Truckers Association came out against this. So why would the owners be happy?
The Canadian Trucking Alliance came out against the protest. There are still owners that have supported the protest, but the alliance itself says no, our truckers are vaccinated and we're okay with the mandate.
And those are the employers.
Between 87 and 90% of all truckers in Canada are vaccinated. So
that's according to the CTA. I have no reason to believe them.
Okay, sure.
That's the Association of Bosses and Employers. Why the fuck would you rely on them as an authority? You are talking about the owners would probably be happy that they're protesting. Where are you getting that information from? Why would the owners be happy they're protesting? Are the majority of owners behind the protests?
Do you think it's in their interest to lie and then say we do not support the protest and we support the mandates when secretly supporting I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Because here's the truth. The CTA represents the corporate monopoly.
I know who they represent, dude.
No, don't interrupt me. They represent the corporate monopoly trucker companies.
You have no information or proof that they're lying, so we can go by the best available information.
Yeah, because they have an interest to be against. They have an interest to be against. They have an interest to. They have an interest to lie. They do have an interest to lie. They do have an interest to lie.
Do you know where the highest concentration of trucking companies in Canada? Do you know where it's located?
No.
Okay, so the highest concentration of trucking companies is located in Peel Region. Do you know what the vaccination uptake rate is in Peel Region? Because there's roughly 2,000 trucking companies in the Peel Region, right?
Okay.
Accounting for a significant portion of drivers. And the vaccination uptake rate in the Peel Region is 90%.
Okay, so is that going to reflect among the truckers? We don't know. All I know is the CTA does have a fucking incentive to lie about it.
The highest concentration of these companies exists in this one region that is 90%.
You are playing with statistics. What does that mean, highest concentration? Are you saying 60% exist in that region?
If the region is highly representative of what the industry looks like, why would they lie? And the statistics
Q, the highest concentration doesn't mean it's representative. First of all, you don't know what statistics. Right. You don't even know what you're talking about when it comes to statistics. I literally study.
Cause you haven't provided any information though.
I don't need to. Q. I don't even need to degrade myself. Listen, Q. I don't have to degrade myself with any statistics right now because just going off of what you fucking said.
You haven't actually provided me anything, and you're saying this is wrong, and I don't believe it because reasons, but you haven't provided me anything.
Hey, guess what, Q?
Have you? Okay, Haas,
Q, guess what?
How many actual tidbits of information have you provided me?
Okay, I'll provide you right now. 1/3 of owner-operators say they've owned more than one truck at some point. Less than half owned more than two. Only 10% owned more than one truck at the time of the survey. 56% owned two. 8% owned more than six. 12% owned 3 to 4. 24% owned 5 to 6. Among those who do own more than one. And among those, it's not 43% according to my source. It's 1/3. That's my statistic.
Well, mine says 43. So
well, yours is wrong and mine is right.
Okay, so it's somewhere.
Because mine has more information. Mine actually breaks it down.
It's somewhere between. So mine says 43. Yours says 1/3. Big fucking deal.
Okay,
So
but mine actually breaks it down. 56%. Hold on. 56% of that 1/3 have only ever owned two trucks. Okay. And what I actually think that means isn't that they own them simultaneously. Hold on. I don't actually even think it means they own them simultaneously. It means they've owned two trucks in their lifetime. You got the statistics wrong. It doesn't say simultaneous ownership of two trucks.
Okay.
They've owned it in their lifetime. So it doesn't even mean 43% are hiring others.
Your source says 1/3.
Yeah.
Have owned more than one truck at the same time.
No.
Mine says,
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I don't know. I'm just listening to you. I'm only.
Then listen to what I just said. At some point, which means it wasn't simultaneous. They've owned more than two trucks in their life.
Okay.
It's not simultaneous. That's why only 10% of respondents owned more than one truck at the time. At the time of the survey, only 10% of
Canadian truck
owner operators, only 10% owned more than one at the time of the survey.
I'm asking you. Your source says out of Canadian truck owner operators, Canadian, right?
Yes.
Canadian. Okay, so. The Canadian, your source says out of Canadian truck owner operators, 1/3 own more than one truck?
At one point.
Okay.
Not as of the time the survey was taken, in which case only 10% owned more than one. Wow. Either there was a stark class degradation where they lost a bunch of money, they can't afford it, or what it's referring to is how much you've owned in total. So either one is likely to me, but it's clear that at the time the survey was taken...
What's likely to me is that when... Hold on a second. Okay, so first of all, where's your source? Because I want to have a look at it too, but what's likely
It's in my fact-checking. It's in fact-checking.
Okay. It's in where?
Fact-checking. This was a survey by the Mac Blackwell Rural... Yes, Mac Blackwell Rural Transportation Center.
Hang on a second. Dude, first of all, this is not a Canadian source. Second, this is from 2012.
Okay, so what? Do you think something radically changed since then?
This is from 10 years ago, and it's not a Canadian source.
So what?
So it's not relevant.
Yes, it is relevant.
You can't. This is an American source, dude.
Is it about Canada or no?
Where did the protest happen?
In Canada.
So why would you give me an American source from 2012?
An American source on Canada?
No, it's not on Canada. It doesn't say anything about Canada in here.
Okay, well, this is what my people have given me, so we don't know.
Sure, I mean, your people can give you that, but it has no relevance to what's happening here.
But it does call into question a lot of questions, like, do they own more than two simultaneously?
This is why I was confused. And
give me your source. I gave you my source. Hold on. I gave you my source. Give me yours.
Yeah.
I give you mine. You give me yours.
All right.
And 2012 wasn't even that long ago.
That was 10 years ago, dude. And it was in America. Like,
can you link me your source since I gave you mine?
I'm looking it up again because this was like an hour ago in our conversation.
Oh yeah, and you think this is a W, don't you? By the way,
I don't think it's anything. I just think
you just asked me for a random source. I just gave you one. It has nothing to do with the fucking arguments we just had, now did it? You got fucking destroyed, Q. You got fucking destroyed, you know it.
You gave me a 10-year-old source that wasn't even in this country.
Yeah, and that source actually raises more questions. Hold on. That source raises more questions. At the time your survey was taken, how many did they own? I want to see your source.
This was 2000.
I want to see your source.
2020 or 2019 when.
Okay, give me your source. Where is it?
Okay. All right.
Put it in fact checking. Where is your source? We're still waiting for your source.
It's the.
It raises many questions.
Yeah.
From 3 years ago, before the pandemic, too. This was before the fucking pandemic, by the way.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does matter. You don't think the pandemic changed all this?
Here's what matters is the fact that it's in Canada and it's relatively recent.
Right? No, it happened before the pandemic.
Believe it all you want, but the fact
it happened before the fucking pandemic.
All right. Do you think that
yeah, and also even if it's from Arkansas, hold on. I'm gonna even push back even more. The fact that it's from an Arkansas source doesn't even change the class nature of owner operators being the same in America as it is in Canada. So it's not even fucking relevant. Even you pointed out that this is why it raises questions, Q. Because 1/3 of those people were the same as the 43% you gave me. So it seems like it's the same class with the same tendencies, both in Canada and America. 33%, 43%, more or less in the same ballpark, as you yourself fucking said. And that same source said, even that, though that was the case, only 10% at the time the survey was taken had more than 2 at the time. So I want to know, that calls into question, how many in your source? Was it 10% also in your source?
This was a 10-year-old source.
Okay, but you yourself recognized that 43% as a proportion is very similar to 33%.
All right.
So we actually have to see, it opens more questions. What is meant by saying 2 trucks? What is actually meant by that? Does it mean at the time the survey was taken? And where is your source? I still don't have it.
Hang on a second. I got 2. There's one. IDA from 2019 member profile survey, and then there we go. Trucking industry in Canada. Dossier key figures.
Just link it. Holy fuck. I took 2 seconds for me to give it to you.
It's right there.
Okay, trucking industry in Canada.
Chill the fuck out, dude.
The relevant part.
And then, hold up. The dossier is right here.
What is the relevant part that you cited?
I'm going to link you to the PDF. Yeah, go look through it for your own fucking self, dude. Come
on. What did you cite?
This is what I had to do. You go ahead and do the same damn thing.
What did you... Are you scared to reveal the fucking truth? What did you fucking cite?
I'm not reading through this again for you, dude. I did it.
So I gave you mine. You won't give me yours.
Is right. The information.
Look at Scaredy Q. Are you a Scaredy Q? What's wrong?
The information is
Scaredy Q. What's wrong? Why are you so scared of the truth?
They're in the dossier.
There are no reliable statistics on the number of owner operators in Canada, with estimates ranging anywhere from 35,000 to 60,000. The fact that there is no real definition of an owner operator complicates the matter. Holy shit, that's Truck News in Canada is saying that. Sounds kind of like you're hiding something, Q. Sounds like you're hiding the source.
Sounds kind of like the source is right there in your fact check, dude.
Sounds like you're not even fucking giving me anything about ownership. This is what he gave me, guys. Look at what he gave me. Literally nothing. He gave me nothing.
Not only did I give you the source, it's right there, dude. You can download it as a PDF. It is right there. I gave you the link to the PDF file.
Hold on, this is something Volk just gave me. I'm going to look at this. The average Canadian owner-operator owns approximately 1 truck and 1 trailer, for which the regular price... Okay, 1 truck, 1 truck. So this is a source I have. Yep. Are there any specific statistics? The average amount that someone gave me. Let's see if they actually break it down in numbers. So this source says the average amount owns 1 truck. Okay, the average Canadian owner-operator only owns 1, which is the same shit I fucking said, but it's not specific enough. Let's look at your source.
So if there are less than half of people that own multiple trucks,
hey, guys, look at what Q gave me.
No, hold up. Simple
guys,
stats.
Look at what he gave me.
Simple stats.
Look, he wants me to pay $495. Look at what he gave me. Guys, look at what he gave me.
Simple stats.
Guys, he gave me something that's $495. Q, what the fuck are you hiding?
Okay, would you like me to download the PDF and scan it and send it to you?
Did you pay $495 for this?
No, I didn't pay for that.
How did you access this?
Would you like me to tell you on stream? You can access just about anything.
Okay.
You can, if you know the right sources to plug them into, you can access just about anything.
Okay.
All right. So
I'll
the
buy
average,
it.
what?
I'm just
I mean, I don't care
purchasing
if
it.
I don't care if you buy it or not. I'm looking right at it. But the average, if you say that the average, if you say that
The purchase doesn't go through. Hold on, the
owner
purchase
operator
doesn't
owns
go
one
through.
truck and one trailer, but less than half of them own multiple, does it not stand to reason that the average would still be one truck and one trailer?
What?
Let me say it again. If 40% of people own more than one vehicle, but more than half own one truck and one trailer, would it not stand to reason that the average person owns one truck and one trailer?
I don't think that's how averages work. 60% is the average.
Yeah.
It depends on how much trucks the 43% own. We don't know that.
Yeah. That's what it is.
So your statistics are called into question. They're not even reliable statistics because no one can see them.
I just don't care. I really, at this point,
so you don't.
care
so your
anymore.
statistics are bullshit. No one can see them.
In the morning. I'm fucking tired. I don't care, dude. I really don't care.
So you're soy cedering out, conceding.
I'm what? I just don't care.
You're gonna pull Sam Cedar.
I don't care anymore.
So you're conceding.
Dude, I don't give a shit which one. I don't care. I really do not care. Listen, when your mom asked me to come on and have this conversation,
so it's a soy conceder.
As long as we're not going to be yelling at each other.
We have a Sam conceder.
You've been yelling and trying to prove your point.
So this is a Sam conceder.
For the last couple of hours.
So hold on, we just got a Sam conceder.
Dude, I don't.
You don't care, right?
Care.
But when you why couldn't I say I don't care when I asked you when you asked me for my source?
How many times in this conversation have you?
Had I not given you my source? Had I not Had I not given you hold on. Had I not given you my source, you wouldn't have been able to find out any flaws. Had I given you my source, I would not have been able to give you my you wouldn't have been able to point out any flaws. You're not giving me your source.
I just gave you the information. Okay, I gave you a link to the information that I had. If you want to go ahead and pull it up, that's completely fine.
I can't pay.
Okay, no, it's good. It's fine. Hold on. Let me go find another one. But at this point,
yeah,
dude,
find another one. Okay, I don't care if you care.
I do not care.
But if you want to win the argument, you actually do have to care.
I don't care about winning an argument. Listen, your mod asked me to come on and talk about whether this is a working class.
We don't know if 43%. We don't even know if 43%.
The background of the people that had organized the protest and all that. I said, sure, yeah, I'm happy to come on and talk about that.
So things that remain unproven. Things that remain unproven. One, it's unproven that those 5 people.
Every time I open my mouth, when you ask me a question, you talk over me. And
unproven. Hold on. It's unproven. Sure. It's hold on. So it's unproven.
It's irritating and exhausting. You're talking like a dude who's 5'5", really. But
you're
talking like somebody that does not know how to have a conversation.
With people. Q, I have conversations with people who don't talk shit about me on Twitter.
Do you have conversations like
with
this
people who don't talk shit about me on Twitter?
It's just
hey Q. Dude, you don't get to talk shit about me on Twitter. You don't get to talk shit about me on Twitter and expect me not to bring the heat on you.
Listen, I don't give a shit, and you're like, well, I won. Well, I don't care if you fucking think you won or not. But I did talk about whether or not this is a working class protest, and I'm saying to you,
which it
is. It isn't. And
why not? Why isn't it?
By dint of the fact that 80% of people that drive trucks in this country are company employees, and you haven't concerned yourself with any of them whatsoever.
No, I haven't concerned. Can they protest? Hold on. Can they protest?
2,000
can they protest
in the United States side of the border and can't get into Canada? You haven't talked about that at all. It tells me you're not concerned with any working
You're not concerned with the starving workers of Petrograd, you Bolsheviks. Don't give me your fucking bullshit. Now tell me something, Q. Hey, Q.
Workers of Petrograd because I wasn't alive.
Because you're making every counter-revolutionary argument in history. You're making every counter-revolutionary argument in history. Q, the 80%, do they have a choice to protest? What happens if they protest? The vulnerable 80% who are often migrants, who often are not even citizens, can they protest?
Do you know that there's over 2,000 of them that cannot get into Canada right now because they're being blocked by other truckers that are stopping them from getting across the border?
It's an inconvenience of every uprising in history.
They're sleeping in their trucks because they can't get back into the country.
Okay, and guess what? Revolutions are unpleasant affairs, and a lot of people get negatively affected.
Revolution is what I'm trying to explain.
Well, it is an uprising of some kind. So that your fucking moralistic, personalized bullshit argument means fucking nothing.
The owners and the owner.
So Q, I like to think of things in terms of politics and not the personal misfortunes that befall. Q, how many people? Oh, Q. What about the violence of Black Lives Matter? What about the violence of Black Lives Matter? When cities were destroyed during the violence in Black Lives Matter. Q, what about all the people whose livelihoods were destroyed?
Do you ever get tired? Like,
so do you denounce Black Lives Matter protests?
Do you want to have this conversation?
Do you denounce Black Lives Matter protests?
What?
Do you denounce them?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because they did lead to a lot of havoc and destruction in cities of people's livelihoods and shit. You don't care about those people who were badly affected by Black Lives Matter and violence?
Who was badly affected?
You don't care about the people badly affected by the protests there?
Who was
plenty of people. There was a lot of violence. Plenty of people were assaulted. Plenty of people had...
Yeah, a lot of people were beaten up by...
A lot of shops, black-owned shops were torched and destroyed and broken into.
Okay, a lot of black-owned shops were torched. Okay.
You don't care about any of them?
I didn't say that.
Well, what... Well,
did I say that?
Well, does that mean we should denounce the protests then? Because of all the people negatively affected?
It means if you're destroying people's shops, black-owned shops, then yeah, they should be denounced.
So the whole protest should be denounced because of that. George Floyd doesn't matter because of that.
I didn't say that.
So how can you can't denounce an entire thing because some people are negatively affected by it?
At any point did I denounce this protest?
The trucker. You're actually gonna surrender so hard. You're gonna backtrack on your original position and denounce the not denounce the protest.
When did I denounce the protest in the first place?
You're saying you never denounced the trucker convoy protest? So suddenly it's not. You sent me a fucking video of a guy talking about the Great Replacement, saying he's not my comrade.
I said that the people who organized the protest are not my comrades, and I showed you a picture.
Okay, hold on. But you are denouncing the protest. You are saying the protest.
When did I denounce the protest?
Because let's do the math. It's not working class. It's wealthy.
How many? Oh my God! How many
it's wealthy, privileged people.
How many times have I said in the last several days that everybody has a right to exercise protest?
What did you say after that?
Did I say that they were? I agree with the fact that they're running air horns all night. No, that's being.
Oh yeah, but
do they have a right to protest? Yes.
I like the Black Lives Matter protesters, but they're just taking it too far. That's how you sound right now.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind people's right to protest, but the horns, come on, it's getting into my beauty sleep.
Just the same as during the uprising when people were smashing up black-owned shops, like small business owner shops. I said the exact same thing. There's absolutely no reason if you're going to go smash up a shop and you smash up a Target, I don't give a shit. If you smash up somebody's convenience store, yeah, that's a fucking problem and you shouldn't do that.
Okay, so Q.
I said that from the very beginning.
So let's get back to the original point. Let's get back to the original point. You're talking about the 2,000 people negatively affected that I don't supposedly care about. Is it that I don't care about them, or is it an inconvenient side effect of something much more important and fundamental? Now, finally, Q, 80% of those protesters, 80% of those truckers have no fucking choice. They can't protest, or they get fucking fired or deported. They are absolutely vulnerable and at the mercy of their employers.
They have already been vaccinated. What is there for them to protest?
They had no choice to get vaccinated.
But they
did they want to get vaccinated?
I mean, I don't know if you ask them.
Why was it mandated then? Why did they have to be forced on bond of getting fired? So the people that actually can... This is the logic of Q. This is your logic, Q. What you're saying is...
Stop asking me questions.
You're saying there's a... Let's say someone invades a country. Let's say someone invades a country. You know what? It's like when Israel... It's like when Israel goes into Palestine. It's like if Israel goes into Palestine and they round up all of the people who can't defend themselves, women and children, and then the men who are too privileged enough to be able to fight back, they're too privileged. They don't care about the women and children. Why is Hamas using human shields? Hamas is using human shields. That's how you fucking sound. It's fucking stupid.
How many people were vaccinated last November?
Q, what does it fucking matter?
What percentage? It matters because...
What percentage was based on mandates?
What percentage?
What percentage had a choice?
The mandate didn't begin until this year. And
no,
over 90% of them, over 90%.
Oh, really? There was no employer mandates? There was no employer mandates?
87% of people were vaccinated prior to the announcement.
Hey, guess what? There was no mandates at all based on the employers?
The one for the federal government? No, there was no mandate yet.
Not from the federal government, Quincy.
The,
not from the federal government, but from the private
right.
companies.
The private okay, when we're talking about private or
employer mandates.
When we're talking about mandates, we're talking about government mandates. Dude.
No, we're talking about all mandates, which began in 2019.
Okay. What? Whoa. All mandates for what?
Sorry, began in 2020.
For COVID?
Yes.
How could a mandate begin for COVID to get vaccinated when the vaccines weren't available?
In late 2020.
The vaccines weren't available here.
In Canada, they weren't available in late 2020.
The mass vaccination drive for people that were from like 18 to 40 wasn't until around April of last year. So what are you talking about?
Okay. As of April of last year, the mandate started.
No, the mandates didn't start then. That's when people
started last year after the vaccines rolled out. Employers started to force their employees to get vaccinated.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. It wasn't just from the fucking government.
All right. According to what? According to what?
What do you mean? Yeah, December 9th, 2020, Canada authorized the first COVID-19 vaccine. So I was right.
No.
Yeah, 2021 is when the vax mandate started. Exactly.
No, dude.
Yes.
Okay, unless you were working in the healthcare industry, if you were 18 years old or over, you weren't able to get the vaccine until somewhere around April. You know why? Because I was one of the first in my family to get the vaccine.
Rollout was late 2020. And I got it as soon as it was available. Facts are okay.
April.
Canada vaccine.
And the mandates weren't on a provincial level until somewhere around I forget it was less.
Okay, so this is the actual statistics.
All right.
So you can look on my stream at these statistics.
I'm not
December
watching
10th,
your stream.
There was thousands of doses administrated. There was 30,000 by January 13th, and then by February 25th there was 58,000. And then
look up,
they steadily in March there was 148,000 doses. What you're saying is bullshit.
Pause. How many people live in Canada, dude? How many people live in Canada?
But hold on.
35 million. 35 million.
Okay.
You're talking about a fraction of a percent, dude.
No, I'm not, because this is every single day. Thousands of... This is 73,000 in March 6th, and then March 7th, it's 70,000, so it's every single day. And then in April, there's not even any statistical significance of April. In fact, there's a dip sometime here. Oh, this is May 1st. But there's no statistical significance of April whatsoever. There's a continuous increase. It's completely arbitrary. Why would you say it began in April? That's wrong. How can there have been doses administered as early as December...
all adults to schedule their first
as early as December 14th, doses are
there
being...
we go. Oh, okay, so it wasn't April. It was actually May. As of 8 a.m. Tuesday, May 18th, 2021, individuals aged 18 or over in 2021...
Was it May, Quincy, it was not
Quincy. Later than I said. It was later. It was actually
Quincy.
May.
No, it wasn't. This is December 21st.
I am looking at the announcement right now.
Quincy, your announcement needs to account.
I live in Ontario. I'm telling
Quincy,
you when it was
Quincy.
I don't care what you do. Dude.
Quincy, January 16th, 37,000 doses.
Dude, it didn't become available for people 18 or over until May of last year.
So these were all children?
What? No, it wasn't even available for children yet. It was available for people who worked in the healthcare industry.
So how were all these people taking it in February and January and in March and in April?
For the immunocompromised, the elderly, and people who worked in healthcare.
So these were all the immunocompromised, the elderly, and who else? People who worked in healthcare.
Yeah.
That was all these people.
There had to be special circumstances for you to get access to the vaccine. They were.
Then why isn't there a statistically significant jump after May? It's a continuous increase.
No, or care. I'm telling you. Would you like me to?
Because you're fucking wrong.
Show you the link. Would you like me to give you the link?
Because you're fucking wrong.
It's right here. There you go. Go look in your. There you go. Go look. All right.
Okay, it's Q Quincy.
What's up?
Vaccine booking is expanding to Ontarians 18 plus ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Province invites all adults to schedule their first dose appointment.
Yes.
So this is all adults.
Yes. It wasn't available to anybody besides the healthcare workers, the immunocompromised.
In Ontario, Quincy.
And your point
Not
is
all of Canada.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so when was it available in the rest of the provinces? I gave you one. Give me the rest.
It's right here. It's very clear.
All right, let's go and have a look at Quebec, because Ontario is the most populous
I'll link it
province
right
in
here.
Canada.
Here we
Let's go
go.
have
This
a
is the
Quebec.
COVID-19 tracker.
All right. Why are we even talking about this, dude? No, like, why are we talking about this? Oh,
Because
okay.
the vaccine mandates...
Oh, here we go. April... Quebec opening on May the 3rd. So Quebec
Why did you
opened on May
think
the 3rd.
Ontario's the same as the rest of the country? When
Quebec got theirs on May the 3rd. Let's have a look at British Columbia. Also May 2021. Starting to see a trend.
Then how do you explain my source?
It's almost like just about every province made the first vaccine dose available to the broad population over 18 around May of 2021. Even later
and yet
than I
there's
said.
No statistically significant jump in doses administered.
Dude, that's when it was. I literally gave you a link to the province's website, and if you'd like me to give you the one for Quebec, I can do that too.
It's interesting because
the
there's
one for British Columbia, I can do that too.
There's no
you know
statistically
why that's
there's no
those are the most
statistically
populous
significant
provinces in the country.
There's no statistically significant jump.
I don't care.
Alberta vaccine rollout.
You're literally saying to me that because you can't find something that disproves the fact that our provinces literally said, "Hey, this is when the first dose is available to 18 and over." I did
find something that says that.
Okay, what did you find?
I found that there's no statistically significant jump after May.
I don't care. I do not care.
So that calls your source into question.
That's simply when they were available. I do not care what your statistic says. That's when they were available.
So all the other people were. Hold on. So okay, just to be clear, then all of these people must have been the elderly, healthcare workers, and the immunocompromised.
Sure.
Right?
Oh, and First Nations. But yeah, sure.
Okay, well that's just what we have to assume, apparently.
Okay. But
which doesn't seem.
Like, what is the alternative? What is the alternative? Like all the provinces were lying about when the dose is available?
I just want to see your source. For all the fucking provinces.
I just gave you one for Ontario. I'll pull up the one and give you the news report for Quebec.
Alberta?
And then... Oh, okay. All right. Alberta. First dose vaccine.
Okay, another source that's not showing a statistically significant increase. Right here.
You are right now looking. You are right
so
now looking.
Here's March, April, and then May begins right here. This is May.
Right now looking at the government of Ontario's press release saying that this is when we can get the first dose if you're 18 or older. You're looking at it right now because I put it in your.
No, I'm not. Discord. I'm looking at a completely different source.
It's available. You can go look at it then. It's there.
Okay.
All right. Again,
let me read that again. Ontario expanding to Ontarians 18 plus out of schedule.
Right.
The pace of Ontario's vaccine rollout continues to accelerate. Wait, hold on. This is weird. It said the vaccine rollout had continued to accelerate by that time.
Yep. Okay.
So it is extending booking eligibility at mass immunization clinics. Mm-hmm. It sounds like the government was just extending booking eligibility, that's not when the vaccines first started to roll out. It's just when it decided to extend the booking eligibility. It was first made available to older age categories.
Booking expanding
that's why
Ontarians 18 or older. So
this is everyone 18 and older. Before, for example,
extending booking eligibility means that you can be eligible to book. Meaning that there was a group that is eligible to book, and if you were outside of that eligibility window, you could not book. Now you can book as long as you're 18 or older. What's up?
This is how you take the fucking L. Because on May 12th, a first dose,
8 a.m.
the province achieved... Hold on. Read this. It's from your fucking source. The province achieved a significant milestone on May 12th, having administered a first dose to over half of all Ontarians aged 18 and over. May 12th.
All right.
And this is May 17th.
Okay.
So, 5 days before, over half of all Ontarians aged 18 and over. Because, it turns out the statistically insignificant increase did mean something. Now, didn't it?
You have to live in one of these communities to get the booking, and if you didn't, then you couldn't get it. If
Well,
you
then
didn't live
how
one of
is
those
it?
postal
So
codes, you couldn't get it.
do those communities
If
compromise
you did
half of?
not
Okay,
live in one of those postal codes,
so
you could not get the vaccine.
are all half?
Remember what I said at the very beginning of this? I said at the very beginning,
Quincy.
18 and older, blanket eligibility was on this date. Remember I said that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's when it happened.
Because you were making the point that this was when the vaccine was rolled out. But by this time...
Were there eligible groups before that? Yes.
Were those eligible groups the majority? Yes. So it's not fucking... Q, what's the relevancy? What's the relevancy here?
What is the relevancy? You're the one that asked me.
Because the whole point was... Were the vaccines being rolled out before May? Yes, they fucking were.
I told you.
Not just to a minority. No, you didn't. You said it was only a No. What you said, Q? You said First Nations, healthcare workers, and the elderly. Isn't that what you said? Yeah. So how does it happen?
Hey, I forgot about the hotspots.
How does it happen that May 12th?
I forgot about the hotspots. Mea culpa.
Hold on. But half of all Ontarians aged 18 and over received it by May 12th.
Okay, sure.
So how does it? So are half of all Ontarians First Nations?
Being available in 2020, and I gave you a closer timeline.
Okay, but it was available in 2020. That's the fucking point.
No,
yes, it was. It was available after December 10th.
Sure.
But it was It started to become available after December. Right. And if you worked in healthcare, you had to get it. As soon as they fucking dropped it.
I said that. Okay.
As soon as they released it, you had to. Okay, which means.
We were talking about trucker mandates.
Yeah, which means Q.
You were saying that the trucker mandates began in 2020, and I said no, they did not.
I said mandates in general began as soon as the vaccine started to roll out.
Oh, okay.
It's exactly what I fucking said.
That's
privately mandated vaccine mandates preceded the government mandates in 2022.
Haas. I was talking about government mandates in the first place, and I said it'd be impossible to make.
And then I said it also Quincy. I also said Quincy. I also said it includes private mandates.
Dude, second of all, the mandates were not enforced until after the majority of Canadians had been vaccinated, and because there was a limited rollout of the vaccines based on your age, your immunocompromised status, what industry you worked in.
Here is the point:
whether you were Indigenous, and one thing that I forgot, which was if you happen to live in a COVID hotspot, if you live outside of those postal codes, you could not get access to the vaccine. So if you wanted to book and you didn't live on all those postal codes, you simply could not book. You
didn't mention a lot of shit, so you took the L. So Q,
I
Quincy.
named all of them except for one.
Except two. Except one, which you said was the already hospitalized, and two, the postal code bullshit not being in a hotspot. Those are very significant.
Did I not say? I said healthcare workers. I said the elderly, the immunocompromised, and Indigenous communities.
You didn't say, but you didn't mention those. You didn't mention COVID hotspots or hospitalization.
Point in your favor. I forgot about the hotspots.
You forgot about the thing that accounted for majority of people.
The government.
Those two things accounted for the majority of people that got the fucking vaccine.
Dude.
Those two things accounted for the majority, Quincy.
I have.
Which you missed.
I have two kids aged 4 years old that spend a lot of time yelling when they get home.
I don't fucking give a shit, Quincy. Quincy, you can't hide your chin. You cannot hide your chin with that soul strap. Hey, that soul patch doesn't hide your chin. Don't talk about kids here. Anyway,
dude, my chin is stronger than yours.
Oh, really? Really? No, it's not. Where the fuck did you get that? Your chin is stronger than mine.
Federal government mandates did not come into effect until after the majority of the population were vaccinated, which didn't happen until after everybody was eligible to get the vaccine.
Yeah, Quincy. The point is, by the time 89% of people were vaccinated,
named than Oz anyway. You know what? Keep calling me that.
By the time 89% of people were vaccinated, how much of that was voluntary? Because there's also private mandates, which was my fucking point.
Oh yeah, who's privately mandating vaccines?
Okay, let's look it up. Canada.
I'm just curious. Who is privately mandating vaccines?
You don't know about the private mandates, the corporate company private mandates that existed before government mandates?
Oh, I'm aware that some companies were requiring their.
So why are you backtracking now?
I'm not backtracking anything. I just want to know if you know. I know that there were companies that required their employees to be vaccinated. What I'm saying is the federal mandate.
Yeah, but a big reason.
Let me finish. You asked me a
big
question.
reason why people.
Hey, do you want to hear yourself talk, or did you ask me a question because you wanted to know the answer?
Quincy,
because you want to know
a big
the answer,
reason
right?
why 89% of people were already vaccinated was because they were forced to.
Because you want to hear yourself talk, or because you want to hear an answer?
How many were voluntarily vaccinated?
Do you ask people questions because you want to hear an answer, because you want to hear yourself talk?
Answer that question. Answer that
you
question.
Don't need me here.
Answer that question.
I keep trying to answer your questions. You talk over me. What question are you asking me now? You've asked me like 2 in the last 30
How
seconds.
much of the 89% do you think voluntarily took the vaccine?
I haven't answered the first question, which was how many, what percentage of those people were vaccinated prior to the federal government?
No, that's not in dispute. I didn't ask you that fucking question. It's not even in dispute. We know 89%. 89% were vaccinated before the federal mandates.
We started down this tangent in the first
No, it wasn't, because I literally fucking told you, Q, that the private mandates existed before the federal ones. Keep up, Quincy. Keep up, Quincy.
We were talking about federal mandates to begin.
No, we weren't. I literally said before federal mandates, there are private mandates, and I literally called you Quincy for the first time. I remember.
I know it's a cooler name than Haas.
Yeah.
Actually, I kind of like
No fucking rewind the fucking VOD, Quincy.
All right.
You keep talking about the fucking federal mandates after the 89%. It's not even in fucking dispute.
That's why the reason we're talking about federal mandates is because that's why people can't get back into Canada in the first place. That's why those 2,000 people are stuck south of the
Quincy,
border.
you were trying to make the point that by the time of the federal mandates, 89% were vaccinated.
The federal mandates, why are they in Ottawa and not at their boss's office?
What?
They're in Ottawa for a reason, right? They're protesting federal mandates.
I didn't say the truckers were forced to get vaccinated, Quincy. That's not what I said. I said, Quincy, literally it was this. You said there was a majority of concentration in this province, 80% or whatever. And I said, what does that say about the amount of truckers who are vaccinated?
I said in
Quincy,
the neighborhood that had the highest concentration of trucking companies, in the region that had the highest concentration of trucking companies, close to 90% of the people are vaccinated, is what I said.
Okay, and you don't know how many truckers are vaccinated.
Well, according to the CTA, 87.
According to the fucking lying CTA, fake news CTA.
I mean, if you have any information to the contrary.
No, that's actually not how evidence works, Quincy. If I pull something out of my fucking ass and you say, "Look, I'm gonna, how about I shit in my hand and mail it to you?" And that's my evidence. You don't have anything else, Quincy. Listen, there are aliens. There's aliens. There are aliens. Quincy.
As far as we know, that's correct.
There's aliens in your backyard. There's aliens in your backyard. My evidence? Quincy, there are aliens in your backyard. My evidence is that I'm going to shit in my hand and send it to you. And if you don't have any evidence to the contrary, you have to accept and submit to my evidence.
Okay, sure.
Is that how you think evidence works?
Haas, you don't have any information saying that it's not true.
That's not how evidence works. The burden of proof is on you, Quincy. If I don't accept your source,
okay.
Yes, because if you provide a source I consider faulty, if you provide a source that I consider faulty, it's the burden of proof is not on me to find an alternative. I'm skeptical that 87%. Doesn't mean I know how many are vaccinated. Doesn't mean I have to accept your source that 87% are.
Otherwise, I'm happy to see it. And if you don't, that means, as far as we know, that's.
No, it doesn't. As far as we know, we don't know anything. We can just infer that it's unlikely.
According to what?
According to the fact that it's so fucking unpopular among truckers.
According to you, these people are mandating that their employees get vaccinated, yeah?
Not the truckers, no.
Why were all the bosses mandating that their employees get vaccinated, but not the truckers? Then how are their employees able to get
Because the only reason there was fucking...
How are their employees able to get south of the border and back if they're not vaccinated? They have to have paperwork to do that.
Which employees?
The same employees that are driving back and forth across the border. They have to have proof of vaccines to come back. So if the companies were lying, why would they lie but then send people south of the border with no ability to get back? Then why would they be waiting to get back across the border?
Because there's a federal vaccine mandate now. You just defeated your own point. There's a federal vaccine mandate now.
I know there's a federal mandate.
So they can't get across because they don't have the fucking vaccine.
Why would they send their employees south of the border with no ability to get back? Then, in that case, why would they be lying about how many of them are vaccinated?
Because they're lying about it to delegitimize the fucking convoy, Quincy. That's the only reason they're saying that shit.
They're lying and they're sending people south of the border that can't get back.
The CTA is lying to delegitimize the fucking Freedom Convoy.
Why would they send people south of the border with no ability to return? If they're lying
Which
about
people?
How many of their employees are vaccinated?
Which people?
Same employees, the same people that are stuck waiting to get back. Who do you think they work for? They work for trucking companies.
Yeah.
That have business south of the border.
Yeah.
It would be in their best interest to have their employees vaccinated so they can get back across the border.
Yes, it
So
would.
why would they lie?
But their employees are not vaccinated.
If they weren't vaccinated, why are they south of the border? Why would they send
Why
them
can't
south
they
of the
get
border?
back?
Why would they send them to the United States and they can't come back if they need to bring parcels back in their trucks?
They can't come back because they're not vaccinated.
They can't come back because they're stuck at the Coots border crossing because there are other owner-operators blocking them from coming back.
And also because they're not vaccinated.
No, they can come back, dude. That's why they were there in the first place. Why would you go south of the border knowing you can't come back if you knew since last year that there was a mandate coming into effect?
So those people were probably forced by their employers to get it then.
So which then raises the question, why would they lie about how many employees are vaccinated, knowing that the people that they have working for them need to be vaccinated?
Because 87% is way more than the 80s.
Employees have to be vaccinated.
Because 87% is because 80s by your own statistics, 80% are not.
Okay, let's talk about material interests. If this company's material interests depend on people being able to cross the border freely, why would you lie about how many of your employees can cross the border freely, knowing that
because Quincy, they claimed that 87. Quincy, shut the fuck up for a second. They claimed 87%. Only 80% work for them. Not even, because that's just the CTA. We don't even know how many the CTA employs as a proportion. And they went and said 87% of all truckers are vaccinated. Where the fuck did they get that from? They only employ a fucking way smaller percentage of the total workforce. That's the fucking point, Quincy.
Okay. Who belongs to the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
Not all of them. Not every company belongs to the Canadian Trucking Alliance.
Who is eligible for membership in the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
All employers are eligible.
And
operators. That doesn't mean they've joined it. That doesn't mean they've joined it.
Do you think that 0% of owner operators belong to the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
No. I think not all truckers are in that fucking alliance.
Sure. I didn't say that they were.
Okay. So what right does that alliance have to say that 80% of all 87% of all truckers are vaccinated? Where did they get that from?
Probably from their member statistics.
But their members' statistics are not representative of all truckers.
But knowing that the companies that own fleets have to be part of it, and knowing that a significant
they have to? All companies that own fleets have to be part of the Canadian Trucker Alliance.
The Canadian Trucking Alliance is composed of those companies.
All of them, even the small ones.
The small ones, like what, the owner-operators, or like the ones that have...
You're wrong, Q. Not every trucking company belongs to the CTA. Not every fucking trucking company belongs to the CTA. Okay. Not every single one.
The vast majority of companies in Canada that operate belong to the Canadian Trucking
Where are you getting that information?
I know this because I know truckers, dude. Come on.
The truckers gave you the statistics? Then tell me the statistics.
Do the truckers that I know belong to the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
Where did you get this data?
What data?
I have a guy in my chat saying the CTA doesn't do shit except you send you a fucking magazine in the mail. That's all they do.
Sure, but I'm not talking about what they do, whether they're effective.
How do you know the majority are in the CTA? Why did you say all fleets have to be in the CTA?
I'm not talking about whether they're an effective agency.
First you said, hold on, Quincy. First you said all of them have to be in the CTA. Then you said most of them are in the CTA. Where are you getting this information from, and how can I know it's trustworthy?
Okay, what I'm trying to explain to you is that the Trucking Alliance is composed of these. Okay, just like for example, if you're a dentist, right? You're part of the Canadian Dental Association by virtue of the fact that you generally are a dentist. And the CDA is composed of dentists, what I'm trying to say. The CTA is composed of these.
Yeah, it's composed of a fraction of truckers.
What I'm trying to say is that it's not a compulsory thing for, like, it's not like the CTA is a separate entity that in order to be a trucker, you have to be a part of it. What I'm saying is
that's what you said before.
What I'm saying is
you said all fleets have to be a part of it.
I'm saying by virtue of the fact that they are mass employers, they are part of the CTA because the CTA represents these mass employers.
Not all of them.
I mean, sure, the vast majority.
Okay, so the CTA is in no position to claim that 87% of truckers are vaccinated just because of the constituent companies within the CTA, because those do not encompass 100% of truckers. They're saying 87% of 100% of truckers are vaccinated. He's just a conceder. That's all you do is concede. You waste my time and then concede. Why did you waste my time then if you're just going to concede?
Okay, so
why waste my time?
Okay. Do you know who the CTA is? Like, who are actually the CTA? Like, what?
Establishment shills of the establishment, the monopolists, and the government.
The CTA is a conglomeration of the various provincial trucking associations, which are themselves composed of those owner organizations. They're advocating for themselves.
No, they're
It's a
not.
trucking lobby.
Listen, if it's it represents the monopolists.
It represents the companies that own truck fleets.
Well, okay, so this is actually the data. Hold on, this is the real data. This is the real data. We got the actual data. Breaking news. We just got the data. Breaking news.
It is
120. Okay, only about a third of truckers in Canada are in the CTA. The CTA estimates that 85% of its members were vaccinated, but the CTA also encompasses owner operators and not just the people traveling south of the border through these company organizations. So your argument is nil. Your argument is nil. Nil. Why would they lie? Is because they're trying to delegitimize the fucking protest.
Why would they lie?
To delegitimize the protest. That's why. And your point about sending them south of the border means nothing. Because the CTA is not sending everyone south of the border. It's as simple as that.
Talking louder than me doesn't actually mean that you're saying shit. You didn't even know what the CTA was until I just
No, it didn't. I'm the one who told you about the CTA, dumbass. I'm the one who fucking brought it up to you.
When? When did you bring it up?
In the very beginning of this shit, when I said the CTA, which is an employer's organization. Why don't you fucking just roll back the VOD, Quincy?
Listen, dude. I'm trying to explain to you. You didn't know.
Yeah, and we literally talked about it before you even joined the stream. There's video evidence. Before you even joined the stream, we were talking about it too.
You said that they were the bosses or the elites or whatever the fuck you just said. I'm saying the CTA is a conglomeration of various provincial trucking associations. And
they're a monopoly organization tied to the government. You want to know where I got that? From your source, Quincy. Let's go and let's look it through it. Let's go look through your source, Quincy, which you tweeted at me. Quincy, I'll read it right to you, right? Here's what your source says. The trucker convoy is not a workers' revolt. And this is literally ad verbatim what it said. On the other hand, as the business representative for the industry that is most engaged with the federal government, and by the way, that means it's a monopoly or association, it understandably wants to maintain its access to those with influence and power. That is why it distanced itself from the fucking protests.
You're describing a lobby, which is what I said they were.
It's a monopoly association of the business owners, the bosses, and the owners.
What do you think a lobby is?
Okay, but you seem to have taken you literally contested it when I fucking told you that.
Dude, okay, what I was trying to
look how he backtracks and concedes when I show him his own source. When I show him his own source,
you asked me how they could know that 87% of people are vaccinated. I said, okay, well, no.
That's not what they said. You lied about what they even said. They said 85% of its members they estimate are vaccinated. Sure. So you didn't even know what they were talking about. 85% of its members they estimate were vaccinated. How did it come to that estimation?
I'm not really seeing the daylight here.
How did it come to that estimation? Because 85%, that's less than 40% of the total workforce. Yes, because only a third of drivers are part of the CTA. So 85% of that is less than 40%. So even according to the CTA's high estimates, it's only a minority of the fucking truckers.
87% of its members are vaccinated? Sure.
If we believe them. We don't even know where they got that from.
Again. Why?
Because there could be a lot of owner-operators within the CTA who are not vaccinated, and they say they're vaccinated anyway to delegitimize the protests. Not all of them are employees. Not all of them are employees of the fucking companies.
Quick question. How many of the Canadian truck companies, right? Like, out of all trucks on the road, what percentage of them are doing cross-border business, like going across the border and back?
I have no idea.
Would you like to know?
Go ahead. Spit it out.
About a third.
A third.
Yeah.
A third of all Canada's trucking companies, or just the CTA?
No. There's about No, that's not what I said. There's about 330-ish thousand truckers on the road at any point.
Yeah.
Roughly, right? So about 120,000 go across the border and back.
Okay, all truckers then.
Pardon me?
All truckers go across the border and back. That's a third of all truckers.
No, because there's truckers that travel interprovincially and there's truckers that travel internationally.
1/3 of all truckers travel internationally.
Sure, yeah. So I said roughly 1/3 are traveling internationally and the remainder are interprovincially at any point, right?
Okay.
So knowing that to go back and forth across the border, you have to be vaccinated, and you knew that the mandates were coming down the pike since last year, why would they lie about that?
Because 85% of CTA's members are not going south of the border.
Okay. According to what?
Only a third of truckers are in the CTA. A third of truckers in total go south of the border. We can probably imagine that the CTA does not have 85% of people. Why would the CTA disproportionately have so many people who go south to the border compared to the total trucking population? That seems like a lucky coincidence, if that was the case.
I'm not following you.
Why would we have any reason to assume that the proportion of people within the CTA, who are 1/3 of all truckers, is disproportionately more going down the border, like to the point where it's 85% as opposed to the 1/3 of the total truckers you mentioned?
I'm still not following you.
Okay, 1/3 of truckers are in the CTA, yeah?
Sure.
Okay. Of those in the CTA, why would we assume 85% go south of the border when it comes to the total amount of truckers in general, only a third?
I didn't say 85% go south of the border.
Okay, well, that's what we were arguing about.
Why were we arguing? That's not what I said, though.
So when you're saying why would they lie about the 85%? Because 85% are not going south of the border.
What I said in the first place was, why would they lie about the estimate, knowing that they have to have drivers going back and forth?
Because that material interest would only account for.
That there were truckers that only
that material interest, Quincy. It's very simple. Quincy, it's very simple math. That material interest would only account for them reporting that 40%, let's say, are vaccinated. The ones who they send south of the border. But after that, they do have an incentive to lie.
That still doesn't make any sense to me.
Quincy,
they know their members
are 85% of the CTA's members.
The only way that what you're saying makes sense is if they're willing to trap people south of the border to prove, I'm not exactly sure at what point.
Listen, are 85% of the CTA's members going south of the fucking border?
Roughly a third of all trucks are going south of the border. As to what the CTA's members do, I don't know. And
would you think that it would be reasonable to infer that 85% or something around that drastically disproportionate amount compared to the total amount of truckers going down the border, or should we assume that there's probably not a disproportionate amount?
I would assume that at any point in one's employment, one may find themselves going south of the border on a long.
But you just told me that only 1/3 goes south of the border.
I said that out of the 300,000, about 120,000 at any point are going back and forth across the border, are doing international freight, like doing international long hauls. Not everybody's traveling the exact same route at all times.
Okay, well, you need to specify what you're trying to say. So how many actually do end up going south of the border?
Okay. Have you noticed that, like, everything that in this conversation that we're sort of filtering out and splitting hairs on is stuff that I gave you? Like, now we're splitting hairs as to how many of them are actually traveling south of the border, but you had no idea that what percentage of them were going south of the border until I just
Quincy, you have people sending you shit, and you just said you have people sending you DMs.
Dude, I'm talking to you myself.
Because you have people sending you shit. I'm not even looking at my Discord. I'm not even looking at my DMs or my Discord. Because I'm a man, Quincy. I don't need it. I don't need people to back me up, Quincy.
My hand over my face, bro.
What?
Who could possibly be sending me information, and what could I be looking at?
But you're the one who said I'm always getting Twitter DMs about this shit and information linked to me. That's what you said earlier in the conversation.
I said what?
Yeah, you said you were getting this shit linked to you in Twitter DMs. You literally said that.
When did I say that? I didn't say
earlier in the conversation. You forgot? Chat, anyone remember that?
Like information linked to me about this convoy and about truckers and the industry and so on?
Yeah.
No.
So you're lying now. Does anyone remember him saying that? Yeah, people remember. It's not just me. Okay. You did say
I would like to see it because that's not. I've never said that people.
Someone find the clip so we could show it to him.
In my DMs about like what we're talking about right now.
Yeah,
like literally in this
conversation. And the only, by the way, Quincy, to be clear with you, Quincy, the only shit you've actually given me that's
doing nothing but
Quincy.
Looking at this.
The only thing you actually did give me, Quincy, was something that was behind a $500 paywall. You didn't give me anything else. Why should we trust that your argument that 85% of people are vaccinated? Because why would they send people down south of the border without getting vaccinated? are 85% of people going south of the border in the year, in the relevant time in which those statistics were gathered.
What I was trying to say to you was, why would the CTA lie, knowing that about a third of truckers at any point are going south of the border? So what the estimate was that around 87% of truckers are estimated to be vaccinated.
Yeah,
right?
So but only a third go down south of the border.
Only a third at any time are going south of the border.
Okay, so you shift the goalposts. That's fine.
Your routes aren't always the same.
Okay, but we have to know how many do go down south of the border, because why is there any resistance to vaccine mandates at all if majority of truckers are going south of the border? Because even before the mandates,
why is there resistance to vaccine mandates at all? Period. When almost 90% of Canadians are vaccinated.
They had a vaccine mandate
for the very same reason that the 10% of Canadians who are not vaccinated. I don't
give a shit about your lib shit.
Of those who are vaccinated oppose vaccine mandates. Do you get it? Like,
Quincy, no, I'm not. I don't care about your lib shit explanation of how everyone.
It's not a matter of a lib shit explanation. It's just simply what exists.
Quincy.
What's up?
Why are they only talking about vaccine mandates now when they supposedly had to get the vaccine before the 15th? Everyone had to. Majority. I don't know how many go down south of the border at any time, but at any given time, it's a third apparently. So how many are regularly going down south of the border in a given year, for example? Maybe it's the majority. If it's the majority, then the majority already have to get vaccines before there's any mandate. Right?
Sure.
So how are these truckers so far been able to not get the vaccine? Are all the people at the Freedom Convoy the ones that so happen to not cross the border ever?
The ones who are so the ones who are not at the protest, the ones who are at the protest.
Yeah.
Why are they protesting?
Are they vaccinated yet?
I don't know. You have to ask them.
Well, they have to be if they're going south of the border.
I assume that there's a mix of people who have and people who haven't been.
But how are they going to resist getting vaccinated when they're already vaccinated?
Interesting you should ask that, because some of them aren't driving trucks.
What do you mean? How many are not driving? It's a fucking convoy, Quincy. Of course they're driving trucks.
As we established.
Yeah, some of the people with their feet on the ground in Ottawa are not.
As we established at the beginning of this conversation, some of them are not actually driving trucks.
Are the ones honking their horns and driving in the convoy driving trucks?
If you're an owner-operator that doesn't drive your own truck, then sure. Maybe you know how to drive a truck, but maybe you don't necessarily drive your truck. You can hire somebody else to do it for you.
So and how likely do you think that? How probable do you think that is?
Driving your truck for you,
so you know, so you so happen to have this skill.
Vaccine mandate in the United States, and if you're going across the border, you have to be vaccinated.
So guys, hold on. This is hold on.
Somebody in your truck to drive,
Quincy's brilliant explanation.
Then sure, you can
go on, Quincy, you have a beautiful explanation. So this is Quincy's brilliant explanation. So the truckers were sitting on their ass playing FIFA at home, and they were hiring people to drive their one truck, right? And then when it came time, and they were never getting vaccinated. Then when the vaccine mandates, which wouldn't have even affected them in the first place because they're not even driving the trucks, rolled in, they decided to boot out the person driving their truck that they hired. Get out of my truck! I'm gonna drive this now. And they got on their truck, which they so happen to have the skills, to know how to fucking drive. And then they went to the fucking protest. And you would have us believe this, Quincy. You would have us believe this.
Do you think that I think that every single
flimsy Quincy, flimsy Quincy?
Did I not say at the beginning of this conversation that working class people are part of this protest? I said that they were.
You're using bitchy language, flimsy Quincy. That's flimsy language, Quincy. Hey, listen. Hey, flimsy Quincy. The problem is your language is too flimsy. Okay, if for you to say how many, are you going to say this is mostly working class, major working class, or are you going to say, well, there's some? It allows you to not have to make any real statement.
Remember we started the conversation when you asked me, is this a working class protest or not? I said, no.
Yeah, and you haven't justified why it couldn't be.
I said that the majority of people that are trucking in Canada are company
Have no
drivers.
choice. They have no choice to protest. They can't
Sure, and they
protest
have
or
no
they get
choice. But they
fired or
also do have to be
deported.
vaccinated, because if you're taking stuff across the border, you have to be vaccinated to get across the border.
Okay,
You have to be vaccinated
Quincy,
to get back.
Quincy,
Yeah, okay.
Quincy.
So we know that the remainder are a subset of people that either do not cross the border or people that are not affected by the mandates because they're not required to be in their trucks to get across the
Yes,
border anyway.
Quincy,
right?
Quincy, Quincy.
I explained to you
Quincy,
where
Quincy.
one subset of them may be able to be at the protests and why they're there and why
Quincy,
they're not vaccinated.
Quincy.
Because that is a simple subset
Flimsy
of people
Quincy.
that I mentioned
Hey,
exist
hey,
in the first place.
what a time waster. What a
Jesus
fucking time
Christ.
waster. He just runs his mouth saying nothing. Quincy.
You
Quincy,
asked for
Quincy, the whole
explanations, I
fucking
gave you
point.
explanations, and then
Quincy, listen
asked-
to me very carefully,
what's up?
Quincy. This was the fucking point, actually.
All right.
Those 80% can't protest, or they get deported, or they get fired.
Deported?
Sure, a
right.
lot of them are not citizens. You didn't know that?
Okay, sure. You don't get deported for not doing a job. You can just go find another job. You're not going to get deported.
How many are
If you
here
have people
illegally?
who-
We don't know how many are here illegally. Maybe they are facing coercion of some kind. How many are indentured in some? We don't fucking know these things. These are very much vulnerable people.
I know that those people exist, but you can't sit here and say to me that if people don't drive a truck, they're going to get deported. You have to be specific about what you're talking about.
I think that they're desperate and very vulnerable people.
I know they are because
So
I know they are.
why?
because-
So where does this thing? So Quincy, where does this thing come from? Where you say the people who can't fucking protest are good?
I know that that's true because the vast majority of labor violations that happen in Canada happen in the trucking industry, and the trucking industry is only about 17% of Canadian labor. Period. So I know that. I know that they are vulnerable.
Yeah. So okay, you didn't have to interrupt me to say that, Quincy. No one gives a fuck. Anyway, the whole point, Quincy,
I'm
is
actually
that
talking about what people go through. And you're
so when
talking about
the people who protest
All right.
protest who can protest, that says something about the sentiments of those 80% who don't have a choice. Would they be protesting if they did have a choice? Well, let's look at the people who do have a choice and they're protesting. A conceder, Quincy conceder.
Hey. So the people that are stuck on the other side of the border, do you know what they've been saying?
They're probably pissed. I don't give a fuck.
You don't care about what workers say? What have they been saying?
You don't think workers can be counter-revolutionary?
What have they been saying?
What did the Menshevik workers say? You don't think workers can be counter-revolutionary?
Well, okay, so if the people that are actually driving the trucks and working are saying
they're
something,
subservient to their ruling class masters. They're subservient to their ruling class masters. Yeah, they're siding with their bosses. They're siding with their corporate masters.
Okay.
They're grateful. They're grateful for what they've been given, and they're siding with their corporate bosses. They're saying, "Why are these Canadian workers so ungrateful? This is way better than the alternatives for me." So why are they so ungrateful? That's what they're doing.
Do you know why the owners who are protesting this are protesting? Like, do you know why they're against the mandates? And there are very good reasons to be against the mandates.
Why? Why are the owners who own 65 trucks protesting?
So the owners who are against the mandates are against the mandates because they don't want to give paid time off.
They don't want to what?
They don't want to give paid time off. They don't. The owners who are against it do not want to give paid time off to their employees.
Is that why the nurses were against the mandates? Because they don't want to give paid time off? Is there any other reason why human beings would be against mandates besides this dumb shit you're bringing up? Why are nurses against the fucking mandates? Why are New Yorkers against the fucking mandates? People are resisting mandates all over the world. Why is the Communist Party of the Russian Federation against the mandates? What a stupid fucking explanation.
Did you hear me say that there are very good reasons to be against the mandates? You heard me say that, right?
Hold on. But you're saying the reasons why people at the Freedom Convoy...
Why the owners...
Who are the owners? Because owner can mean you just own your own truck and you're in debt, right?
I would have said owner operators, but I didn't say that.
Okay, you're saying the reason the owners is because they don't want to give paid time leave.
The reason the owners who are against the mandates is not because they care in some sort of class consciousness. So let's narrow this down. I didn't say owner operators. I didn't say.
I think I don't agree with that. Because hold on.
You said the owners are for the mandates, and I was like, not all.
Yes,
of them,
they are.
really.
The CTA is. The CTA is for the mandates.
There are literally owners down at the protest who are against it. There are people who've literally been on CTV News and said, I'm an owner, I own a fleet, and I'm against it, and this is tyranny, right?
Yeah.
So there are people who
and I'll tell you
trucks
why. Because those people are the scorned capitalists who aren't part of the monopoly big club.
But they don't.
And they have always sided with
time off.
Listen,
because they're already so used to exploiting employees.
No, it's not because they're greedy. It's not because they're greedy and want. So why was Trump? Why did Trump turn against the ruling class? Because he was a scorned capitalist who was kicked out of the big club of the monopolists and insiders. That's why. The same fucking reason these fleet owners are there. It's not because they're too greedy and that they want to exploit their workers more. It's because they are not part of the CTAs, monopoly fucking associations that have a relationship with the Canadian government.
They're not glomming onto the process because they feel scorned.
Yes, they are. They're latching onto the protest because they're against the government and the monopolies. That's why.
They're profitable and they make.
Listen, somebody who's focused on making money is not going to take this huge capital risk of going to these fucking protests. You're just going to try to focus on your bottom line with the circumstances handed to you. Class does not manifest itself politically.
When you have money.
Class does not manifest itself politically in the way you're describing. Capitalists are not taking these huge risks to defend their class interests. Capitalists don't take risks to defend their class interests. They let politicians do that for them.
Why do you think a company like Walmart, for example, will burn millions of dollars fielding lawsuits from employees that file against them for labor violations? Why do you think that they would just fight
That's
them
not the same as going to a
them
disruptive protest against the government. The fuck?
It comes down to the same thing because it's more profitable to exploit your employees and let.
Why did Oliver Scrooge hoard his wealth on Christmas? What a stupid fucking thing.
We're talking about a fictional character versus what actually happened.
Yeah, because in Walmart it has nothing to. Walmart isn't rebelling against the fucking government.
They're not.
No, they're not. They're filing lawsuits and shit legally.
Yeah. They were filing lawsuits against their employees to stop.
Yeah, legal. All that's through the system. All of that is through the system, and oftentimes, you realize Walmart is in bed. Hold on,
and they fight those laws and spend millions.
Literally,
of dollars
shut the fuck up. Literally, shut the fuck up.
Because they don't want their employees to believe that they have any.
Q, this is why you have 5 viewers. When you talk, it kills channels. Q, why do you think?
Yeah, because I don't talk in spectacle.
Q. No, because you're full of shit and you're a time waster. Q, because it's because you're full of shit. Q, it's because you're full of shit and you're a time waster. Moving on.
Questions that you ask me. And if you want to have a conversation about this, we can go through all the facts. But
listen.
Since the beginning of this conversation, there's nothing that you.
The beginning of the conversation, and I'm trying to actually get a point here. You're trying to meta narrativize. Walmart is in bed with the government through lobbying. They're not rebelling against the fucking government.
These people aren't rebelling against the government either. They're rebelling.
Yes, they are. They're fucking honking their shit in Ottawa.
Government. The moment that
honk. I'm not rebelling. I'm just honking and being public. I'm just getting threatened with jail time. Honk. I'm not rebelling against the government. I'm just causing civil disruptions. Honk. It's not rebellion, guys. I'm totally just doing what Walmart's doing in civil lawsuits through the system. What a fucking stupid thing to say.
Do you think that the owners who are at the protest are rebelling against government or rebelling against
They literally are. They're literally rebelling against the government right now.
Right.
Honk. Trudeau can't sleep. They can't sleep in Ottawa. Honk. It's not rebellion, though? Of course it is. You can't sleep. You clearly didn't get any sleep because look how stupid you're sounding.
The only reason I haven't gotten any sleep is because you're keeping me up talking shit in my ear for like 3.5 hours.
Yeah, because you need some honking. Because I think you listen. You don't know how to hear another person. You have some shit in your ears. I think they should honk near your house. So you can.
I have a very easy.
You got earwax in your ears. They need to honk the earwax out of your ears. Honk.
Pretty good conversation, did we not?
Look,
the last time that I was here.
Yeah, and then you ran to Twitter and started talking shit about me in public.
When did I do that?
When did I do that? Multiple times. Multiple times.
After we had our conversation last time, I said, "Oh yeah, he's a pretty intelligent guy."
Yeah.
I don't have anything.
No, you didn't. You never said that once publicly on Twitter. Actually.
I sure did.
No, you didn't.
Sure did.
No, you didn't.
I said that both publicly and privately.
Your friends, Quincy, are the biggest lying scumbags.
What is my friends?
Your friends always come after me. And when I defend myself, you come after me like I'm the aggressor.
What friends are you talking
Your
about?
friends come after me. I defend myself, and you attack me like I'm the aggressor.
You've gone after people that I know 2 times. We've had exchanges on Twitter 2 times, literally 2 times, like
Oh yeah?
since ever.
No, we haven't. You talk shit about me in January.
When have we had exchanges, Haas?
I didn't reply to you because I didn't give a fuck, but you did talk shit about me.
When have we had exchanges? Like, when have we actually had exchanges between the 2 of us?
You told Samira, oh, why are you endorsing Haas? All that fucking bullshit.
When did I say that? Whoa.
I literally saw it.
Okay,
then,
hold on. Let me go like
then,
what did I say to Samira? When did we actually, like, have a conversation?
She endorsed me and you took issue with it. Then,
I did?
Yeah. Then you had this thing where you were quote tweeting one of my fucking posts in January saying, I don't even remember what you said, but it was negative. It was bad. Trying to like get people to gang up on me through your fucking followers, join in on me with the mob. You're not a fucking man, Quincy. You just join with the mob. You attack your own friends. Quincy, you attack your own friends on Twitter and you join with the mob. You don't have your own backbone. You don't have a backbone. You're not a man, Quincy.
Dude. What did I actually say?
What did you actually say? You talk shit. Talk shit.
What did I say?
You said, no, this is bad. Some shit like that.
When?
A bunch of times. When Samira endorsed me, you took issue with it. When back in January, I posted a picture of something. You quote tweeted me, try to ratio me with your followers. They gang up on me. You join with your little echo chamber, circle jerk, fucking bullshit Twitter crowd. I wipe my ass with all those fucking people. I destroy them every single day.
Hold up. Okay, the last time. Oh, here we go. Okay, she said, I'm now in Froz's #1 fan. All right. I said, Astaghfirullah. She said, no. I said, you need to log off and pray. I was making fun with Samira.
But
nothing to do with you.
That was it. It had nothing to do with She said, I'm endorsing Haas, and then you say, that's God for you. Literally said, God forbid. You literally said, God forbid.
But I clown Samira all the time.
You literally said God forbid. Okay. In my language, you said God forbid.
That's also my language, dude. But I said okay. So I said Astaghfirullah, and
how is it your language?
No. I said log off and pray.
Okay, how is it your language? Don't tell me you're a Muslim, because you're going to hell for that. Don't tell me you're a Muslim attacking a fellow Muslim on Twitter in defense of who?
I'm not attacking you.
Oh, really? Yeah, don't tell me you're a Muslim, Quincy. Don't tell me you're a Quincy, all the shit you talk about me on Twitter, attacking another Muslim like that.
Dude, I'm not attacking anybody. I joke with Samira all the time. Samira says
Quincy, Muslims. Hey, Quincy. Muslims don't side with white leftists against other Muslims.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? I was talking to Samira.
Name one time I badmouth another Muslim defending a white leftist. One time, even if I disagree with them, even if they're a jihadi, they're Salafist, I'll handle it in private. I never denounce them in public, ever. How can you? You call yourself a Muslim? You attack other Muslims on Twitter?
The time before that, what did I say to Samira? WYD. What have I said to her?
Forget about Samira. Before that, you talk shit on me.
I said, she said winter is better than. Hey, dude, she said winter better than summer. I said this is the real red brown wine.
I got another. I don't care.
The time before that.
In January, you talk shit to me. You directly quote tweeted me in January talking shit to me.
When?
In January.
When did we have our conversation?
We didn't have our conversation. In January this year, you quote tweeted me saying some shit and ratioed me with your fucking followers.
Okay, what did I say? What did I say?
You said some shit like, oh, you're embarrassing yourself, some shit like that. You know what you're fucking saying. You're giving me negative PR. Yeah, throwing your negative attention on me with your 80,000 followers.
Hey, yo, you posted a selfie and I was like, hey, why would you do this?
Why don't you DM me that?
I'm fucking.
Because you're using the Twitter mob against me.
How many times do people that I don't have a problem with have I like quote tweeted or said something to them and it's
all right. You want to read the replies to your tweet? Let's read the replies to that tweet.
What?
Let's read the replies to that tweet. What kind of attention were you giving me with that tweet?
Okay.
When you quote tweeted me in a friendly banter way.
No, because
you're a fucking snake. You're a snake. You're a snake.
I posted. Okay, dude. Do you think I was following up with Samira after she said no? Right? I said log off and pray. Then I was done. I was done for the day. That was it. Right? Like
I'm talking about January when you threw negative energy on me because you're joining with the mob.
Dude. How many times
you join with the mob? All you do is join with the mob.
Do I quote tweet people that I don't have any problem with and say something funny and then disappear? How many times do people that don't have a problem with me quote tweet me,
your people, Quincy, your followers and your people came after me. Right. They weren't joking, by the way. You didn't know that? Check your fucking replies. Check your replies to that tweet.
I posted I said, what are you doing? And then I disappeared. That was it.
Quincy, I argued with you today about Quincy. I argued with you
posted
today.
this selfie.
Quincy, I argued with you today.
Is this why we're having this conversation?
Hey, Quincy, Quincy, I argued with you today. Today.
You're still sore because I tweeted a selfie that you took?
Quincy, I argued with you today.
People clown on my shit all the time.
Quincy, I argued with you today about theory, and you attacked me personally.
Attacked you personally?
Yeah.
How?
Oh, yeah, you did.
When?
You attacked me personally.
Today?
Yeah, today.
When?
Let's see what you said. Let's see what you said.
We went back and forth about the
being disrespectful, talking all this shit on me. And I challenged you, by the way, I even challenged you to a debate, what you're doing right now, instead of all that bullshit. But what did you decide to do instead? You decided to insult and disrespect me. You decided to insult and disrespect me.
What I said, there's no calculus by which you're going to think that you're going to be wrong in this conversation, right? And that's pretty much what happened. And
then hours later, you decided to still argue with me.
Hold up. Oh, no, because now, like, all of that stuff aside, this is where I take exception. We went back and forth, right? Did I, like, say anything about you being a bad person? Did I say that you were,
you disrespected me in public. You disrespected me.
I had a difference of agreement with you as to whether this
protest
has a working
class. Why did you say I have other things to do besides use you as a footstool shortstop?
Yeah, because you called me illiterate by then. Like,
really?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, okay.
Before that point, you would call me illiterate. So I was like, okay, all right. If he's going to start, like, clowning on me, I'm going to clown back on him.
At what point? Let's see the point in which I call you illiterate.
But to be perfectly clear.
Let's see the point in which I called you illiterate.
But to be perfectly clear, I didn't care about it. Like, I didn't care. I'm like, all right,
yeah.
he's going to roll.
Yeah, but you just joined with the Twitter mob to attack me because you hide behind your Twitter mob.
No, because
your echo chamber. You hide behind your echo chamber.
One of my friends, I took exception to it, and I was like, no.
Who's your friend? Who's your friend?
Because X, Y, and Z reason.
Who's your friend?
So. What's that?
Who's your friend?
Well, you've gone after a couple of them. Hang on a second. Let me scroll all the way back and figure this one out, where this one started. You had quote tweeted Sam Jamis.
Oh, okay. And who else?
And Yara. You'd
wow, Quincy, I'm noticing a pattern. So, do you think these women notice you or care about you?
Notice me or care about?
You attack a Muslim brother.
I'm cool.
You attack a Muslim brother.
Hey, yo,
to get these girls to like you? Haram alaikum. Haram alaikum. Tfuy alaikum. Tfuy alaikum. You attack a Muslim brother in defense of trying to get the attention of these girls.
Get attention, dude. I've already known Yara from time. Like
but you want to know her in other ways too, I bet. And you attack a Muslim brother to do that, to impress her, right?
So what do you see about attacking a Muslim sister? She's Muslim. Why are you attacking
her?
Oh,
I attacked a Muslim sister?
Yeah,
really? Yara came at me first before anything. All I did was defend myself against her. She's called me all these names, talked all this shit on me.
All I saw was the last exchange, and this is why we had our first exchange. So you and our Muslim sister had a disagreement, right? I took her side on something. I said, okay, well, this is what Lenin said, and this is what led to our back and forth exchange today. But the funny thing about that is,
and instead of having a back and forth, we could have settled it on stream, and we could have settled it respectfully, by the way, Q. But you decided to go down the path of disrespect.
Are we not settling it right? Are we not settling it right now?
You decided to go down the path of disrespect, which is what I give you.
Huz. But you disrespected our Muslim sister first.
Oh, well, how did I disrespect?
You had a quote tweet of her. Hold on a second.
Saying what?
Find this one. All right.
Saying what?
Hold on. Let me go back and find it.
After she called me what, a white supremacist? But how did I even disrespect her? Let's see. Is this disrespect? Here's the exact quote. This is a case of someone who confuses ideologies with material reality. The working class is not defined by being ideologically correct. Most spontaneous working class uprisings have a rightist ideological orientation. For that, blame yourself. Is that disrespect?
Yes. Why would she have to blame herself?
Because she represents the type of thinking and mentality of leftists who are driving away the working class from ever supporting communists instead of the right-wingers that they're supporting.
All right.
How is that disrespect?
Okay, so...
Tell me why Muslims like Yara and yourself sell out... Why do you sell out Muslims to impress white leftists?
Okay, so you said that she ought to blame herself because of her mode of thinking driving away the working class.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I responded to you, what did I say?
You brought it to a point where you decided to disrespect me.
No, what did I actually say?
You didn't disrespect me yet.
Okay. What I said was, what did Lenin say about spontaneity and tailors? What I said was,
which was besides the point, right? Because I said that
Lenin was not a fan of spontaneity and tailism. Did I not?
No, Lenin was not a fan of replacing spontaneity, the excuse of spontaneity, with organizing.
Regardless,
Yeah,
but that's what my tweet was. Yep.
yeah, which
Okay,
I
so
argued
where's
with and
so where's
contested.
the disrespect? So where's the disrespect?
It came after
Okay,
I defeated you on the question of who was.
after you used the word illiterate. I was like, all right, so if he's gonna do that, then I'm gonna roast him back. Yeah.
I literally accused you
But
of
you were the
not.
person. But you
I
were the
accused
person.
you of
You were
not
the,
reading enough Lenin.
no,
You
no, no, no. You
attacked
said
me
no, no,
for
no,
some
no.
personal reason.
You said illiterate. That's not disrespectful to you.
I said your
You said
claims
no.
evinced
Yeah.
illiteracy. So no, it's not disrespectful.
Whoa. What did you actually say? Hang on a second. There you go. For that, blame yourself. So on and so on. And I said the working class is defined by the sale of one's labor in exchange for money. And when you challenge me to be on this topic.
And then the disrespect actually began when I tried to actually patiently explain to you my position. Instead of engaging, you go, Atapa, what? Completely bypassing the point. I still didn't disrespect you at that point, but I did question why you posture ignorance.
First you built the theory, then you posture ignorance as if it's justified, so on and so on. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
and then
and you said, can you please read? And you accused me of not reading. Hold on, you accused me of being illiterate first.
Hold up, and then you said
you accused me of being illiterate first. By the way,
the clues about the class in the 21st century. To which I said, what is a small peasant in relation to Lenin's theory of vanguardism? You said, oh, okay, there you go. This is illiteracy.
Yeah,
right?
because okay. Q, you accused me of illiteracy first when you said
anything about you being illiterate. Okay, in the
I said this argument is illiteracy.
I said,
what you said though was that you claimed I never read Marx and I never read theory. That shit. Yeah.
When did I say that?
In your first tweet.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say you've never read Marx.
This is a difference between communism as an aesthetic and communism as a practice. Having to actually read first and be disciplined and having to read first. I've probably read Marxism before you. What do you mean read first? You assumed that my background came from a position of ignorance. I proved to you it wasn't.
I didn't say your background.
And you decided to feign ignorance and posture as an ignorant person as if that makes you look good.
Okay, so when you said to her that most spontaneous working class uprisings have a rightist ideological orientation, and for that blame yourself. I said it's defined by the sale of one's labor in exchange for money, so why would yada yada yada. Difference between communism as an aesthetic and communism as a practice, having to actually read first and be disciplined in one's approach when representing the ideology in public, right?
Yeah, so you're accusing me of not having read?
I said there's
so all I did was accuse you of the same thing, of not having read.
Two elements. One, reading. Two, discipline. Yeah?
Okay.
I notice you don't take exception. You took exception to the reading one. Like I said that you don't read. And I've said to you before, I think that you're a very bright person, and I know you read. Okay? The second part is what's important. Having to actually read first and be disciplined in one's approach when representing the ideology in public.
Yeah, but if you infer or allude to me having not read, and I accuse your interpretation of Lenin as illiteracy.
I didn't say that you didn't read, Haas. I said again,
Quincy. The fundamental point is Quincy. The point is when I said this is illiteracy.
The fact that you. The fact that you
that does not justify your attacks.
The fact that you took it that way has nothing to do with what I said. I said having to actually read first and be disciplined in one's approach when representing the ideology in public. Meaning, why are you going back and forth with Yara like that? Is my question.
Because people like Yara have sold out Islam for the white leftist, like you have.
What? No.
Yeah.
No, absolutely
yes,
not.
Absolutely.
Okay, sure.
You attack other Muslims for the white leftist.
I haven't attacked you.
Yes, you do.
You said this event.
Why do you pander to the? Why do you covet the favor of the white leftist?
You said this is
why do you covet the favor of the white leftist?
All right, if it's on, then it's on. Do I
attack? What is the relationship?
For the most part, I don't say anything about you. As a matter of fact, you know what the funny part is? As a matter of fact, you can actually go back on the VODs on my.
Is the white leftist a friend or enemy of Islam? Is the white leftist a friend or enemy of Islam?
Log off already stream, the joking stream that I do, like the chill, like not.
You know exactly what you're doing. When you get together with the Twitter mob,
when people have brought up your name, you know what I've always said? I said it's a lot of it is trolling. I say a lot of it is to get and retain viewers, and I say he's actually a very bright person, but a lot of this is Twitch drama. Like a lot of this is Twitch stuff.
So
right?
Q, when you gang up on me with the Twitter leftist mob, the white leftist mob, yes, you do.
Responded to
why do you get so many likes? Hold on, Q.
Cuz,
So Q, when you throw negativity my way, why does it earn you so many likes?
Why are you so concerned about me, quote unquote, ganging up on you? And really, like I said, I've either just like responded to you jokingly, not attacking you, or responded to you attacking somebody that I consider to be a comrade, right? But I'm not rude to you. I don't insult your intelligence or anything like that. As a matter of fact, if I didn't think you're intelligent, we wouldn't be going back and forth on theory stuff.
So
I don't do that with people that I don't do that with people's intelligence I don't respect.
You don't think you know what you're doing when you join in with Q? Am I hated by the white?
Hold on, Q. To come on your, you think you don't know what you're doing, telling me to come on your stream and debate?
Yeah, I do, because I was gonna keep it respectful until you started attacking me, being disrespectful and shit.
The reason I'm only listening to you on Discord and watching the Discord right now, like the Discord screen that you and I are visible on, and not like watching the channel or the chat or anything else, is because I'm talking to you and I don't want to be talking to anybody else.
Oh, but you want to talk to me after it's all public, right?
You bring me on your stream and you talk about like, you know, VOD this, VOD that, clip this, clip that, we're gonna rewind that. You're doing it for an audience. Right?
Yeah.
So how are you going to accuse me of doing something for the quote unquote Twitter mob, but you're not doing the exact same thing for your audience right now?
Because you joined in with the mob against me first.
I didn't.
So I have my own mob. I have my own mob.
I responded to you. That's it. That's all I did.
You disrespected me multiple times in public.
When did I disrespect
let me ask you something, Q. Let me ask you something. When
in
everyone,
any of the responses, if I was disrespecting you, I would simply just write you off. I wouldn't talk theory. I wouldn't screen cap anything. I wouldn't talk about nothing.
Let me ask you a simple question. When thousands and thousands of these white leftists on Twitter are on my back, with vicious, vitriolic hatred of me, attacking me.
But the thing is, you do
Sure. I can fight them. I can take them on, no problem. But here's the question. Here's the question.
Be honest.
Then Q, who's the question? I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim. They're my victims. They're my victims. I'm not a victim. We're not going down that road.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying, but you purposely do this because it gets a reaction.
Q, let me ask you something.
And it gets you viewers.
Okay, Q, let me ask you something. When you attempt to dunk on me on Twitter, is that a brave, independent stance, or do you know it's going to get you a lot of likes from that same fucking mob? Snaking me.
Snaking you?
Are you acting independently?
Well, who is pulling my strings? It's just
I think you're doing it to fit in with that fucking mob, the white leftist.
Do you know what people call me?
Gang up on a Muslim for the white leftist.
People call me a genocide denier. Okay?
That's nothing.
People call me a tanky. People call me a fascist. People call me all kinds of shit.
Hey, Q, the difference between me and you, let me tell you the difference between me and you. The difference between you is that those don't affect me.
If I wanted to be liked, I wouldn't be a member of the Communist Party of Canada.
Q, those words,
I wouldn't be talking about
those words have an effect.
I wouldn't open my mouth on social media.
Those words even are relevant to you and affect you and hurt your feelings because you're already a liberal and trying to impress fellow liberals. And of course, liberals find that repulsive. When people call me, when people call me,
liberals let me a genocide denier. Liberals.
Of course. But when liberals call me a genocide denier or a tanky and all that shit, my balls just get bigger. That's the difference between me and you.
Okay, I don't really
because I've never tried to pander or appeal to those people in the first place.
I just don't care either way.
Yeah.
I talk about these things because they're important to me.
Yeah. Okay, but here's the point. Is it brave or cowardly to join in with the trend? Okay.
If I wanted to be liked, I would just vote liberal and tell other people.
Wait, but you are liked. You don't think Twitter leftists dominate the platform? Of course they do.
Like my type of Twitter leftist? No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, you do. You get tens of thousands of likes regularly. How often do you get ratioed? How often do you get ratioed? When I get attacked, literally, I can literally name you multiple dozen checkmarked accounts with over 20,000 followers joining in on me. Up to 300,000. I've even seen 500,000. They literally all every single Twitter leftist gangs up on me. Literally all of them, including you.
Me?
Yeah.
You said the last time I said anything, you said just yourself. The last time I said anything to you was in January.
Because when I become the main topic on Twitter in your crowd, Q, whenever I go viral in your milieu on Twitter, you join in.
Okay.
You join.
When do I do that?
The last time it happened was when I posted that picture and you joined in.
Okay. I thought I said, bro, what are you doing? That's it.
Oh, that's so innocuous. What is the context of saying that? Is it like everyone attacking me at that time? Why did you get so many likes, Q? What were the replies to your tweet? What was the actual context of... You're throwing negative energy on me. You know exactly what you're fucking doing being a snake.
On my timeline, and I thought it was funny.
You're being a snake, and now you're fucking pretending to be fucking innocent. So let me ask you a question. Let's get to the bottom of your problem. Why?
If I understand you correctly, you're upset because I said something about a selfie you took, and
because you sell out. I'll tell you why I'm upset with you. Because you sell out. Because you. I'll tell you why. This is the exact reason. You sell out.
When it comes down to it, you're upset that I said something that you didn't like. Is what you're upset about.
No, you ganged up with the mob against me. You ganged up. You joined in. I'm upset with you, Quincy, because you joined the white leftist to attack me.
Other people, because as you say, your balls get bigger, but then when somebody gives a fraction of the energy back to you,
you become my enemy. You become my enemy, 1000%. And Q, let me tell you something.
You can just attack and disrespect anybody that you like, but when
I disrespect my enemies, those are already my enemies, and those are my enemies. Why? The white leftist is my enemy. Is the white leftist?
That's a Muslim woman.
The Yara, I didn't even disrespect Yara.
Anybody that you can write off as a traitor deserves it. But
when have I attacked Muslims on Twitter? When have I attacked Muslims? What Muslims have I attacked? And Yara is a traitor. She's a traitor. Let me ask you something.
But you can just call anybody a traitor.
Because let me tell you why. Because I'll tell you why. Because Yara is the type of Muslim. Because I'll tell you why. Because I'll tell you exactly why. Because she went to because sure. I'll tell you. Because there's a type of Muslim who goes to college in the West, and they find out that the liberal leftist is sympathetic a little bit, pretends to be to Islam, so they decided to go all in with the academic leftist and end up selling out other Muslims in the process to impress the white professor and the white leftist. That's why. And let me tell you something, Q.
So
is the white leftist a friend or enemy of Islam? Is the white leftist?
How do we think you know each other? How do you think we know each other?
I don't give a shit.
Everything you just said was false.
No. Is the white leftist a friend?
You just made that up.
No.
And you can make up anything about people that you deem your enemies.
It's 1000% true. Is the white leftist? Okay, answer this question.
When somebody gives you a fraction of the energy back and says, "Hey, hang on a second. No, check this."
No.
Right?
That's not what happened. Q. Bro, I'm waging war. Q.
Bro, this is fragile energy.
Q. I wage war.
You're a bigger person than this.
Yeah,
this
Q.
This is just me and you talking.
Q.
You're a bigger person than this.
Q. When I'm at war and you join my enemies, you're my enemy too.
You don't need to attract that kind of attention to espouse the kind of theories you want to espouse. You can do that without attracting all the spectacle and the attention.
Hey, Q.
I said to you from the very beginning.
Q, because guess what? I'm going against
our very first conversation. I said you don't have to actually go through all this. And then what you said back to me was, well, yeah, but when I was doing the quiet theory stuff, people weren't watching my streams.
Hey, Q. It's not just that. Hey, Q, it's not just that.
What that also means is when you go after people in public, okay, and when you have to go after somebody that I know
like
and
who?
that I respect,
like who,
and I respond to you,
like who?
You can't just take it as disrespect and attack
anybody. You disrespected me the minute you attacked me, not when you quote tweeted me arguing with me.
I attacked you.
First of all, I offered to settle it with you in a debate. First of all,
I'm not. Bro,
second of all,
but you from the very get-go, from the very first time that we had an in-person conversation, I said I don't like doing the debate thing.
Then why attack me on Twitter?
Did I not say You know what I was doing while I was tweeting back and forth with you, man? I was building a rabbit hutch. It didn't take me any time or energy.
Okay. Yes, it did. It was going on for hours. You dug up your highlighted notebook. You dug up a highlighted passage from Lenin, of course.
I pulled it out of my bookshelf.
Listen,
the bookshelf is right here.
Q, everything could have been settled in a debate. Q, everything could have been settled in a debate.
My bookshelf is literally right here.
Q, now answer my question.
To go and pull the collected works of Lenin off of my bookshelf, open it up to the very first chapter because that book you mentioned is in the first chapter.
Yeah, Q, go ahead, answer this question. Go ahead, answer this question. Is the white leftist a friend or enemy of Islam?
The white leftist?
Yeah. Does the white leftist love Islam?
Do I consider white leftists allies of Islam? No, I don't.
Oh, really? Well, that's who you pander to on Twitter. Okay, how many of your likes are from white leftists?
do I talk to?
How many of your likes do you think come from white leftists?
I don't check my likes.
I've checked them. I've checked them. I say 90%.
Okay, I have no idea who likes my tweets. I don't.
Well, it's like 90%.
I don't check.
They're 90% white leftists, and that's very conservative. Very much the majority.
I actually go through my tweets, check who is liking my tweets, and then check their profiles to see that they're white leftists. Half of them have like
so Q. Why do you covet the favor of the liberal and the leftist? Why?
That's the thing. I don't covet anybody's favor. I explained to you from the very get-go.
Oh, you just act independently.
I say things because I believe them, and I ghost. Like, that's it. I might go back and forth with people, but I'm not trying to
hold on.
Favor.
So when everyone's attacking me, when everyone is attacking me, whenever I go viral by getting negative attention from leftist Twitter, you join in.
What percentage of the vote did the Communist Party of Canada get in the previous election?
Less than the shit on my ass.
Okay, very little. So if I wanted to be liked, why would I align myself with them?
Because being liked politically is very different from being liked on Twitter and social media where you get your validation.
Do you think that, I don't know, Canada is a country that's friendly to communism?
Are you popular on Twitter? Yes or no?
Is Canada a country that's friendly to communism?
Obviously not.
So if I wanted to be liked, why would I go with the least popular political tendency?
Because even though it's not popular among the majority of Canadians, among urban liberals, it is quite popular.
No.
It is. Yes, it is. They're quite sympathetic to it. That's where all communists in Canada come from.
Do you know where we ran in the previous election?
Where do communists in Canada come from?
All over the place.
Urban liberals.
No.
They're all ex-liberals. All of them.
No.
Yes?
I mean, some people used to be members of the Liberal Party. Some people did used to believe...
In America, these are all the people who voted on Hillary's... They were all Hillary staffers in 2016. Your friend Sama was too.
Communist Party of Canada members were Hillary staffers?
No, in America, the communists were Hillary staffers.
I don't even... Okay.
Yes, they were.
Communist CPC, like Communist Party, sorry, CPUSA members?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Which ones that I know?
A huge proportion. I'm pretty sure the Sama girl was.
CPUSA members that I know were Hillary...
DSA, CPUSA, they're all ex-Hillary people. I know them personally. I met them in person.
Okay, but how many of them do I know? Those aren't the people that I know that I consider friends or comrades. I hardly know any
You
CPUSA.
side with woke leftists against Muslims.
Who? Which ones? Can you explain to me?
Consistently.
Which ones?
Consistently. Consistently.
Which woke leftist do I side with against Muslims? Which ones?
Whenever woke leftists are ganging up on Muslims, you side with the woke leftists.
Which ones? Haz. Whoa. I know that's not true.
Really?
I know that. Yeah, I know that's absolutely not true.
Why?
Because I know that there's been several times that I've caught shit for saying, like, listen, that's not your place to say. As a matter of fact,
okay.
I've talked about woke washing, I've talked about homo nationalism, and I've talked about pink washing.
So I saw on my timeline
being used to support US
I saw on my timeline
As a matter of fact, I've also said that the worst tragedy of my life was not 9/11. It was the U.S. invasion of Libya because they destroyed the sole African country, the richest African country that could have united the continent. I've always said that is the worst.
Now let me ask you this:
in my lifetime.
I saw this myself when Samira said the they/them army, and literally tens of thousands of people came after her. What did you say?
I said WYD. And I posted a picture.
So is that not throwing negative attention on a Muslim to side with the woke white leftist?
Why would you talk about the quote unquote they them army? I was like, what are you doing? Like, what is this proving?
Oh, you're so innocent, Q. Just like with me, it was so innocent.
I said, what are you doing?
Just like me, it was so innocent.
I didn't understand what that was supposed to be.
Just like with me, it was so innocent, right? You're just like, oh, why would you post this?
Listen,
you know what you're doing, Q. You know what you're doing.
When somebody says something weird, bizarre, or shitty, and I say to them, what are you doing?
It's and you just decided. When have you ever initiated that? You always are slither under the surface of woke leftists doing it. You're playing dumb. You're fucking playing dumb. Why don't you DM people instead of doing that?
Fine. You know what? The next time that you say something or strange or that I find bizarre, I will DM you and be like, hey, what you doing?
Yeah, Q. When have you ever led the charge? If this is truly your independent view, it always seems like it always comes after it gets viral based on the woke leftist mob attacking them.
Who are you talking about?
Every single case I gave you of you doing this shit was only after. It was you jumping in. It was you jumping in. You jump in.
Do you know that, Like Samira and I don't just talk over Twitter. Like I will text her. I'll text her.
You jump in. It's just an example. This is who you are.
I've literally
Flimsy.
had 90-minute conversations with Samira, dude. Like I don't attack Samira. I don't attack you.
Yes, you do.
If I had something that I thought was important to discuss offline, I will talk to Samir about it offline, and I have done that. So what are you talking about?
But when you have another Muslim being attacked by the woke mob and you join in,
anytime that I've thought that there's something that needs to be said that should be discussed in private, I discuss it with her in private. So what are you talking about?
You join in with the woke leftist mob.
I didn't join in with anybody. I said, "What are you doing?" Because my question was, "What are you doing?"
Okay, in context, what is that referring to?
Did I attack her? Did I
is that referring to the widespread outrage the tweet caused?
Did I jump on it? Did I say this is unacceptable?
You know what's hilarious? It's like, you know what this would be like?
Did I say I'm not your friend anymore? That I'm disavowing? Did I say any of that? No.
You know what this would be like?
What's up?
This would be like if you had a fucking POW, a Soviet POW in a Nazi camp, and Nazi guards were attacking him and all this shit, and then you were like, oh, I didn't like your backward views on women, I'm just gonna chime in. What's the context? What's the fucking context?
You really believe that?
It's an extreme example of how being innocent in a context of overwhelming negative attention defines it as a form of joining in.
And no, you don't believe that. You don't believe that.
It's an extreme example, but yeah. That's the point.
It's nothing like that. Listen. All right.
Because when everyone's already attacking someone and you throw negative energy on them, it doesn't matter what your intentions are. What you're doing is joining with that mob.
You don't need to do this. Okay, if what you're saying to me is, hey, listen, yo, bro, like man to man, I'd appreciate it that if you had like a comment about something that I say or do, like shoot me.
No, that's just one of those unspoken things. I would never ask you that.
Unspoken things. You just literally said it to me.
You know, you're virtue signaling to the woke leftists.
Okay.
And by the way, the ruling class is not conservative; they're woke leftists.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's why. That's why the
quote unquote woke leftists or like the liberals or whatever. They're like aspiring. They're aspirants. They're like striving.
No, they are the ruling class.
No, they're not.
Okay, are the people at Davos conservative or progressive and liberal?
The people at Davos are just rich assholes that I don't know that you could really peg their ideology. Do they speak the language of progressive?
Are their social views progressive or conservative?
Progressives? No. Because they say things like the world is overpopulated, which is a Malthusian theory.
You don't think, you don't think Malthusianism comes from the progressives? It does.
Malthusianism comes from eugenicists.
You knew what progressives were? They were all eugenicists back in the day.
The progressive movement was eugenicist in character because it was about the progression of the white race. Right?
The progressive woke are in origin eugenicists.
No, God. Damn it.
Yes, they fucking are. These people are spontaneously eugenicists.
All right. Where did like this overpopulation myth come from? Like where
Malthus.
Sure. Malthus wasn't the first one to talk about like the artificial scarcity, or to artificially try to prove that the world was scarcer in resources than the population was able to handle.
Do you not know that the hippie movement that started in California that gave rise to the new left and all the woke bullshit?
Hold up. What came before Malthus is what I'm saying. It came from the enclosure movement, which was of itself a reactionary conservative movement, right? It just adopted the language of progressiveness.
The enclosure movement was conservative?
Yes. The enclosure movement.
Romantic conservatives reviled it.
The closing off of public grounds and public property
was liberal and progressive. It was. It was the forward-thinking, liberal and progressive way of destroying traditional bonds in the countryside.
Sure. We disagree on that, but okay.
That's literally a fact of history. The conservatives reviled it.
We can agree as to what the facts of the matter were. We disagree as to the character of it.
You're going to deny that progressivism is inherently eugenicist? Okay, do corporations push...
No. I already said to you that the progressive movement, and I'm referring to the progressive movement of the late 1800s. Like
okay, let's talk about the woke progressive movement. Are corporations woke? Do corporations push woke social agendas?
What?
Do corporations push woke social agendas? Despite being massively unpopular.
Push whatever social agendas make them money.
And yet they're massively unpopular among the population. Yes, they are. The majority of people are not on board with the woke agenda.
I don't care whether they're on board or not.
So why are the corporations pushing it? Thank you, Subbase. Thank you, Subbase.
People like to believe that when they consume things, there is an act of activism.
Oh, okay, so that must be why. Even though most people,
people like to substitute consumption for action. So by consuming a thing,
it's interesting how when corporations push.
It's called co-optation and recoupment.
Oh yeah, I love that. It's interesting how corporations are just co-opting the real thing, but when it comes to the trucker convoy, but right wingers never co-opt working class movements, right?
Right wingers co-opt working class movements all the time. What are you talking about?
No, they're all settlers and racists and bad people. What I said?
Did I say that?
They're all kulaks and stuff, right? Yeah, that's pretty much what you fucking said. Said it's not a working class movement.
No, I said if that was the case, then I guess that whole kulaks business was over nothing.
You said it was not a working class movement.
Oh my god, I don't think it's a working class movement. We're not going to agree, and that's fine.
Yeah, it's not co-opted. It's in essence not a working class movement. Okay, it's not co-opted.
Do you notice how we moved from, me attacking fellow Muslims to virtual signaling to woke leftists to whether corporations are woke and whether that makes them.
Because I want to know why leftists. I want to know why Muslims adopted by the leftists think white leftists are their friends.
You ask me a bunch of questions, and then when I'm halfway through answering it, you leap to something else.
Because you never answer anything.
Because we're not. I'm answering a question. You stop me from answering.
You never answer anything.
I literally can't even get a sentence out before you interrupt me, and then move on to something else.
You never directly answer any of my questions. You pivot to something irrelevant.
This is why I don't do debate stuff. You ask questions that deserve full answers, and when I give an answer, I don't even
Quincy,
get a sentence
why?
Before you cut me off and move on to something else.
Is it a prevalent phenomenon?
Quincy,
is it a prevalent phenomenon?
This hasn't actually been a debate.
Quincy, let me describe to you something.
Have a conversation.
Quincy, okay, let me describe. I'll go ahead and describe you something.
For 3.5 hours.
I'll go ahead and describe to you something. So, is it true that sometimes Muslims come to Western countries, first generation, second generation, whatever, and they realize that superficially the right wing is against them and that the left wing seems to be more sympathetic to them, and that they therefore become adopted by the left wing, start to adopt left wing ideas, and start to try and fit in with leftists and become more like them because they're the only ones who accept them? And then in the process...
Do some do that? I would say probably.
Is it a very prevalent phenomenon?
I would say probably about as many as are co-opted, try to impress people who are conservatives and make money and are capitalists, etc.
You think Muslims become assimilation is a thing? You think Muslims become assimilated by conservatives as much as they do by leftists?
I think I don't know offhand what percentage is assimilated into
Quincy,
which
now let me ask you a
ideology.
question.
All I'm saying is I grew up in a very mixed neighborhood, and I've seen people from all walks of life go to both. I didn't grow up Muslim.
Quincy,
I grew up Christian. I grew up Christian, and from what I can see from the outside, I've seen it go both ways, but I don't have that long-term born into the belief, insider knowledge that I could really answer that question.
So I do actually.
From my experience and my observations, I've seen it go both ways.
So I do actually. And you want to know also how I know it, Quincy? Because it actually happened to me.
Okay.
I used to be one of these leftist Muslims on Twitter who attack me. Okay. So I know everything inside out, how they think, where it comes from, everything.
Well,
I know them better than anyone.
So we have something in common. We both were on the sort of left liberal side, and then learned some things. And
I was an extreme radical leftist.
Okay.
Like these people.
All right.
I know how they think. I know why they do what they do. So the question is what they are doing in service?
Who is they, and who are you referring to?
All the white, all the Muslim leftists who attack me on Twitter.
I don't know what goes through their mind. You can't just say that because
I do know what goes through their mind. I do know what goes through their mind.
You can't just say because they have a disagreement with you, automatically they fall into this cacategory. Basically,
yes, they do.
Basically, that means anybody who has a disagreement with you or dislikes you automatically falls into the category of left.
Yes, they do. Because they're virtue signaling.
What you're basically saying is that you are the lodestone by which anybody can measure what ideology somebody falls into. And
yes. I am a divisive figure.
That way,
literally, yes. I am the most divisive leftist on Twitter.
You're not the center of the universe that way.
Yes, I am.
people say things to make fun of you. I think, hey, listen, I will grant you that many people will jump on the bandwagon and make fun of you because they want to be like with their friends. Of course it happens. People do that all the time.
That's the only reason they do it.
That's why there's a main character of the day on Twitter.
And Quincy,
do I think people take principled disagreements with you? Yes, and I think you have a hard time telling the difference between the two sometimes.
Quincy, name one other leftist figure. Name one other left.
Let me ask you a question. So if you're talking about disrespect this entire time, right? And I'm trying to speak to you as respectfully as I can right now, especially because I know what got you upset. And I'm walking things back so that I'm not making you more upset.
I don't care. Call me short. I am short. I'm 5'8". Let's continue.
That was when I was joking. Hey, whoa. That was when I was joking back and forth with you. But now that I get you took it as disrespect, I'm trying to be as respectful as I can be here. Okay. So
okay.
Like when I joke around with somebody, and I see that they're taking it as disrespect, I'll stop doing it because I don't like to do that.
So right? Whatever your name is, Q. So Q.
Knowing that I've stopped doing that, why are you still calling me Quincy?
Because I actually thought that's your name. So Q.
That's not my name. Yeah.
Okay. So Q.
What's up?
You have to ask this question. Okay.
Yeah.
When it comes to the amount of leftists on Twitter attacking me, okay, and the motivations for why they're doing it, obviously the majority are doing it to jump in on the bandwagon. Okay. Now let me ask you another question.
I don't know their motivations. Do I think some people are jumping on a bandwagon?
So here's the question. Here's the question. Is there a single... This is why I am the anchor point, the anchor stone that measures people's positions. Is there a single leftist or whatever communist... Is there a single...
You're not that flashpoint, dude.
Yes, I am. Is there a single... Hold on.
Sometimes you say things that are funny or goofy and people dunk.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is there a single guy on Twitter who unites Vosh, Destiny, ML, Baizor, Gen Zedong, Khrushchevite revisionists, Maoist psychotics, Ahojas, anarchists, liberals, every shade of leftist, literally every shade of leftist against them? Is there a single person who unites them all against me?
I don't pay attention to who's going after you. When you
I asked, do you know of anyone who unites the left as a whole against them?
I don't think you unite the left.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. They literally posted a picture that got 2,000 likes.
I think you're assuming the intent of everybody who disagrees with you to be hostile and in political principle.
Okay, Quincy, we're not talking about... Hey, Quincy, to be clear...
I think sometimes, come on, you have to be able to admit this. Sometimes you just say goofy shit, and that's
Quincy, sorry, Q.
Yeah.
There is literally a picture that got 2,000 likes of all arms, 4 arms uniting against me. Vosh, MLs, anarchists, liberals, all of them uniting against me. So it's not true? Yeah, it's not true?
2,000 likes? I mean, there's 2,000 people out of like...
Which isn't a lot?
People are on Twitter, huh?
2,000 isn't a lot?
I mean, it's a lot, but I mean, is it
it's pretty indicative of the sentiment.
Is it a representative portion? No. Like, I've seen
Quincy.
I see people tweet about, like, Gossip Girl and get 15,000
Sorry,
likes.
Q. The only people who unite all of those people together like that are right-wingers. I'm the only communist that and they call me a right-winger, of course, and I don't care, and they unite against me.
Because I think you have some very socially reactionary points of view, and that's how people take it.
Name one.
I mean, you say a lot of stuff about trans women. For what
like what? Really sure. Like what? What have I said about trans women?
And again, I don't really pay attention to a lot of this stuff. I just have seen things that you said float by my timeline.
Well, you're saying I'm socially reactionary, so I just want to know why.
You've said, hold up. I don't remember offhand because you know what? When I see stuff that doesn't, like, if I don't think it requires comment, I will just let it go by me. Right? So out of all the times that you've been dunked on or ratioed or whatever, how many times have I actually commented on it? Barely any. Why? Because it doesn't concern me. It's not my business. So I just let it go. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Are there trans supporters of me?
I don't know.
How about mods?
I have no idea.
How about moderators?
What? I have no idea.
So what have I said about trans people? Like. What have I said about them?
Okay, hold on. Okay, this is the tweet that you sent to me. Evil white supremacists who want to flaunt their hatred of trans people or whatever you people say. You people listen to your leftists denouncing them. Are black people especially known for fixating on trans issues now? No, they're not. I was like, when you said that, I was like, why would you bring that up? Like, what did it have to do with our conversation at all?
Because, thank you, Chris Morlock. 2 things. Thank you, Morlock. two things, right? First thing is the way in which you arbitrarily accuse the masses of people of which you don't like for being transphobic or Islamophobic, whatever.
When did me?
It's a leftist trope. It's just like it's such a fringe thing to accuse people of.
Okay,
it's a trope.
The reason I brought it up is because like I was like, why did he bring that up out of the blue when none of our conversation was about that? But did I do that?
Didn't Trudeau say that?
What?
But you just did it when you accused me of being transphobic.
I said.
Yeah, this is why because woke leftists have a tendency. Because woke leftists.
Hey. You asked me a question. I said because you say some strange things. You said I said that you were socially reactionary, and you asked me why I thought that, and I was like, well, one of the things that you say some strange things about trans people.
No, you said I say some transphobic.
What was sticking in my craw was the exchange we had earlier today when you brought up trans people in a conversation that had nothing to do with that whatsoever. I was like,
because woke leftists tend to bizarrely and arbitrarily accuse people of transphobia for no reason.
To do with.
But you just did it. You just did it.
I say anything? What?
You just did it now.
I did?
Yeah.
Me bringing up, hey, why would you bring up like that issue in a conversation that had nothing to do with that struck me as strange. And when I bring it up to you just now,
you like, always use this innocuous language.
The recursive nature of what we're talking about right now. Like I was like, hey, this stuck in my craw that you brought up hatred of trans people having to do with this convoy. And I was like, why would he say that? And I find that to be a social reactionary tick. And you say, well, why would you think that? And I'm saying, well, because you say some strange things, and I bring up the strange thing you say.
Oh, so do you want all you need is other examples?
To do this, and I'm
Hold on, then all you need is other examples.
A conversation where nobody was talking about that.
So you just need other examples of where woke leftists just arbitrarily accuse people of transphobia, right? Because you're not convinced that's a thing.
Did I say anything about you being transphobic? I said you have social reactionary tics, and this was one of them.
What was reactionary about it?
Well, why would you bring it up in a conversation that had nothing to do with that?
Again, because woke leftists tend to arbitrarily accuse people.
Did I do that?
No, but you are a woke leftist.
No, so it didn't happen.
Notice I said you people. I said you people, didn't I? Didn't I say you people? What did I mean by you people?
I don't know what you mean by you. Usually when people say you people to me, it doesn't mean anything respectful, but I ignored it.
What do you think I meant? What do you think I meant by that?
I ignored two things that I could have. Okay, so
what do you think I meant by that?
You want to talk about virtue signaling, right? So when I saw that tweet, I ignored two like definite red flags that I could have been like transphobe, racist, whatever the fuck.
What race? Okay, hold on. Explain the racist thing.
Hey. I said I ignored it because I have no idea what was going through your head, nor did I care to investigate.
Okay. Explain the racist thing. Explain how it could be racist now.
Because when people say you people to a black person, they generally mean like black people as something other than or separate or whatever, right? But come on, dude. Ask any
black person. What the fuck is that reach?
Ask any black person what they hear when somebody says you people, and it's not something good. But I took it as maybe he just doesn't know. He probably didn't mean it that way. I'm just going to ignore it.
What the fuck? Hold on. You don't think I've said you people to leftists and all the time?
Haz,
I literally always say that.
Did I just say that you were racist? Did I say that?
You said it was a tick. That's so weird. That's just weird.
You have social reactionary tics. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But that's weird to think of racism.
And I said that you brought up the trans issue in a conversation that had nothing to
do with
that.
So if I say you people, whatever you people say when it comes to accusing people of transphobia, what is it most logical to assume that refers to?
I don't know, and I did not care.
Try just guess.
I have no idea.
So
I don't know.
So do you think?
Me? And okay. Here's the thing. Okay. I made the assumption that you didn't mean anything like racist or whatever by it, right? I assumed that it was just.
That's very generous of you. That's very generous of you. But let's actually get to the point.
Hey, I assumed you meant nothing harmful by it, which was why I didn't comment on it at all.
Okay, that's very generous of you because that makes no sense to me. But anyway, when I said,
Haas, ask any black person what they take away when somebody says "you people" to them, and
in any context,
tell me what you get.
So if I'm arguing with plumbers and I'm talking shit about plumbers and I'm like, and you know, and fixing toilets or whatever you people do,
we're talking about plumbing.
Yeah, but But okay, what was I talking about?
But if you're talking to a bunch of black plumbers and you're like, but you people do this.
No, that's not excuse. Statistically, it would only be one black plumber. amidst majority of leftists are not black. Hold on. The majority of people like yourself are not black.
I want you to go up to a random group of any black people, strike up a conversation, and then say you people.
You are not a group of black people. You are not a group of black people.
I want you to go up to any black person, strike up a conversation, okay, in the middle of the conversation say you people, and then see what kind of reaction you get.
Okay, listen, what I clearly meant by you people,
I said I ignored it.
Yeah.
Because I assumed that you didn't mean anything harmful, did I not?
Okay.
So why are we talking about it?
Hold on. I'm talking about it because the I'm referring to.
You don't have to clarify it.
No, I'm not clarifying the racism thing. I'm getting to another point. When I said about the trans thing or accusing of transphobia, because the people who are coming out against the truckers, and that's what it means, you people who are leftists coming out against the truckers, will say, well, the truckers are misogynistic and transphobic and this and that, and they'll justify it. And I said, whatever you people say, they're transphobic or something.
Okay. What, did I say that?
So, no, you didn't have to say it, but you are a leftist. You are a leftist against the convoy.
Did I say it was...
Okay, you are a leftist aligning with Yara. Okay, Yara. Okay, hold on.
I was against the convoy.
Yara, your friend.
Did I say I was against the convoy?
So you didn't position yourself and align.
I believe that anybody has a right to... I believe anybody, even reactionaries or whoever else I disagree with, has a right to go on protest.
But you are aligning yourself with the people.
Whoever wants to go on protest, because you're upset because I'm not agreeing with them and because I'm not rallying with them. I'm not going to do that.
No, that's not... Hold on. No one said that's why I'm upset. But you are aligning yourself with the leftists who say it is a reactionary protest and not a working class protest.
If we have a conversation that I say that I agree with something and you say you disagree with it or whatever, right? I'm not saying that you're lying or disaligning yourself with anything. It's just how you feel. That's what your opinion is.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to be honest here. Are you not aligning yourself with the leftists who are negatively...
I'm not aligning myself with anybody. I'm giving...
So did Yara give positive or negative coverage of the protests in her quote with me?
She criticized the protests.
So she gave negative coverage of them.
She criticized the protest. I criticized the protest. But
did she give negative coverage of them? Let's see what she said.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, just so we're clear on how hard it is to establish common sense, this is what... So first she said they're anti-communist. She said this is a working class uprising led by a tiny percent who have ties to fascist fringe parties and who are harassing actual communists. So I'm pretty sure she's positioning herself against these people, right?
Okay. So in this conversation, I did explain to you that the people that organized the convoy had those characteristics. Did I not?
No, she's saying the rallies are filled with fascist groups and individuals, meaning it's a mass problem. There are
fascist groups and individuals at the rally.
Okay, it's just so simple, Q. Is Yara positioning herself for or against the rallies?
I think... Okay, so going by what she actually said, right? She's saying that the rallies are a working class movement that are riddled with reactionary elements, which is true.
But so she's basically coming out against them.
Did she say she was for or against them? Did she say that they shouldn't be there?
Is she for or against people she's associating with?
Did she say the government and police should clear them out? Did she say any of that?
That's not what it would mean to be against them. To be against them would be to claim...
You have a thing where because somebody criticizes a thing, they must be ultimately aligned against it and must hate it. Right?
This is like gaslighting. This is
not like anything.
This is just gaslighting. This is just gaslighting.
Your problem is you take what people say and then you make a whole bunch of inferences from what they said.
It's so fucking obtuse.
Mad at the inferences. You literally make up shit that people say.
Okay, it is not,
and argue with them like they said it in the first place.
It is not a stretch to assume that someone...
It's not a matter of whether it's a stretch to assume.
Okay, when the essential... When it's not... It is not a stretch to assume...
Your assumption...
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
That's nobody... Whatever you can infer from what somebody says is not their responsibility. It's yours.
Hold on. It is not a stretch to assume that someone...
Stretch.
Just let me get it out. It is not a stretch. Holy fuck. It is not a stretch to assume at all. It's very reasonable to infer. It's likely to infer. A normal person would infer. And a person typing this would themselves be implying that when The essential political significance of a phenomena, as you're describing it, lies in its association with fascism and its anti-communism, that you would be positioning yourself against it if you call yourself a communist. Yes or no?
What?
When the first thing that comes to your mind when it comes to these is that they're anti-communist and they're associated with fascism, and that's the significance you're taking away, that kind of means you're against them, right?
That she's against the protest, like the truckers themselves.
There's a division among the left on Twitter, right?
The entire time she was talking about the people who organized it.
She was talking about the Canadian truckers. The reason I know that is because my original tweet was about the Canadian truckers, which she was quote tweeting.
Posted an article talking about the people who are back.
She's defining the Canadian truckers movement based on these groups.
Dude. The fact is, did she say it or did she not? The fact is she did not say it and you assumed it.
It's so fucking obtuse.
So it exists in your head and it belongs to you.
I'm literally gonna click her. I'm clicking her.
You understand? This is like there's a strain that goes through this conversation here, right? Like you assumed that I was disrespecting you. I'm like, okay, but
why did she retweet something that says? Why did she retweet this?
With the woke left and this, that, and the third. I'm like, okay, but what did I actually say? You say
so is this signaling? So this isn't signaling against.
Nothing in what you said so far has anything to do with that. What actually came out of people's mouths or things that we've cited.
Right,
what it has to do is what you think about it, and then you make up a thing to be mad at that you think we're trying to say, and then you argue with that instead.
So cute. It is a crazy coincidence, but she just so happened to say another thing against the protesters. I don't know, it's not against actually, but it's just coincidence. Wouldn't surprise you that they're not representative and who are 90% vaccinated, heavily South Asian, and worried about things like wage theft. It kind of sounds like she has a negative attitude towards the convoy. It
sounds like people are missing the point that there are people in the trucking industry that should be cared and worried about and should be mentioned that aren't.
But it says that she like the other tweet she just made before that. We can keep going on her timeline. She says,
I'm not going to define her thoughts, but everything that you said to me so far, it sounds like she said a thing and then you inferred from it and you're arguing with the inference.
So is my inference wrong?
I can tell you what I believe, because when I came in here, you thought I was saying that these people are white supremacists.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you something about how certain...
It wouldn't be a stretch to assume. And it's like, I haven't said that.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how certain I am in my inference.
Okay.
That she's signaling against.
I don't care how certain you are. The fact is, if a person didn't actually say a thing, they didn't say it. Whatever comes after that belongs to you.
So you're saying she literally has to tweet.
It's nobody's job to convince you that they can. It's no one's job to word their statements in such a way that is so airtight against your suspicions that they cannot be criticized.
So you're saying she has to say. Hold on. So you're saying she would have to say directly, "I am against the convoy," instead of giving the reasons.
But did she criticize the convoy or the backers of the convoy?
She criticized the convoy.
Yeah?
She claims...
she criticized
Thank you, Voidburn.
She criticized the backers of the convoy, and then according to what you say anyway, the convoy and the people who are organizing it, like she criticized the backers, and she said that there are other people that should be having a spotlight shone on them.
That's really innocent. So it's obvious. So she retweeted, the trucker convoy is so obviously a right-wing operation, astroturf by conservative billionaires. It's absurd seeing leftists pretend otherwise, but no, she's not signaling against the convoy.
By conservative billionaires.
So, okay, I don't care if you believe that bullshit either.
Robinson is a conservative billionaire from Alberta, one of the supporters of the protest.
You can't even admit that you're...
Out of nowhere, anonymous donation.
You and your friends have positioned yourself...
It's not a... Okay, dude, I've maintained from the very beginning... So I've maintained from the very beginning several things. One, that anybody should be able to protest government because, like, the government is not above reproach. Anybody for any reason should be able to protest government. So if people want to go and park their trucks downtown and protest Parliament, have at it. Just don't keep people up all night. You know what I mean? Aside from that, I couldn't really give a shit. Go protest whatever you want.
Okay, Q.
But don't expect me to support it because I think it's a scam organized by a bunch of people that have been
that's fine. From the body politic. But right now, okay, is it a source of political antagonism right now? Has it drawn a line and divided Canadians?
Divided? I mean, yeah, I would say like a lot of people have opinions one way or the other. Sure.
Okay, so it's a point of antagonistic contradiction.
I would say that it's a point of political division. I wouldn't know that I would call it antagonistic contradiction.
So when you have
antagonistic contradiction would mean that if let's say that you're in a political party and I'm in a political party. You are supportive of the convoy. I am not supportive of the convoy. That we are no longer of the same politic. I don't believe that. I
Okay,
think, yeah.
but okay, whatever. But there is a
So
division.
that makes it not an antagonistic contradiction.
But
It's just simple.
hold on, it's an
political division.
antagonistic contradiction on the ground.
It's a simple point of political division, is all it is.
Okay,
Like it's not that deep.
okay. So
If it was antagonistic contradiction, we literally couldn't belong to the same party because this is the dividing line between the two.
okay, but it is a decisive point of division.
It's a political division. There's
Yeah,
all
it's
kinds of
about
political
who the base of a communist movement, who is the subject of a communist movement. So it's a very important division. Okay, yeah, it's about whether people like those truckers are the subject of a communist movement.
You and I disagree whether they comprise the working class. I don't think they do. You think they
That
do.
yeah, so the working class is the subject of communism.
So you think that they are. I don't think that they are, based on what.
So
you
that
and
has
me-
decisive implications for a
I'm
party
actually-
because it's gonna determine what kind of people a party is gonna define itself
I don't
for.
think it is, and you're making this out to be something that it's not. Because at the end of the day, once this whole thing disperses, we're gonna forget about this in a couple of months. It'll be some other issue. Like,
No, Q.
I don't think it's all that important.
It's actually important because it's about who the subject of a communist movement is. Whether it's going to be these type of people or it's going to be city liberals.
Not suddenly going to spring up from this protest.
No one said it is, but it's about, is the vanguard going to see people like this as the subject, the revolutionary subject, or are they going to see the city liberals, right? So yeah, it is a decisive thing. Anyway, now, since it's so obtuse we had to go through all that, now that we're past that, we have to ask the question, is there a division among leftists on Twitter of those sympathetic and those who are opposed? Now, you don't like the language opposed.
There's a division among all political groups. There's a division among conservatives.
Let's just say positive view or positive view versus negative view.
There's literally a division among all political lines. I've seen people who are in the NDP who are for the convoy, people who are against. I've seen people who are liberals that are for and against. I've seen people who are conservatives who are for and against.
Except
it seems to be cross-hatching across
it's
political
not
lines.
liberals. It's not 50-50 among liberals whatsoever.
I don't know what percentage it is. I have seen people argue both for and against.
Okay, almost all liberals hate them. Second of all.
Okay, do you know that? I don't know that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, there's no way that you could know that because I know you're not.
All right, sure. I will put my balls under a guillotine and let the guillotine fall if I'm wrong.
I know you are not that keyed into Canadian liberals. I know you're not. So come on.
I will put my balls under a guillotine and let it fall.
You might have your gut instincts, and that's fine. But come on, let's stick to what you know.
Okay, I do know they're against.
No,
Second
you
of all,
don't know that.
Yes, I do.
You have a gut feeling. You like
the party. Yes, I do.
Have you taken a poll of liberals?
I will put my balls under a guillotine and let it fall if I'm wrong. Let's continue.
There's no need to do that. Please keep your balls.
No, I will keep them, which is why I'm willing to risk it. Now,
your balls,
anyway,
get bigger every time a woke social justice warrior quote tweets you. I want you to keep that, right?
So let's continue. Let's continue. When it comes to the information age and you have polarizing phenomena, it's a black and white thing. You're for or you're against, negative or positive. That's how it works functionally. Are you signaling in favor or signaling against?
No.
Yes, it's black and white.
No, it doesn't work that way because I've said they can go ahead and protest. I'm just not going to cheer them on or organize with them or rally for them. How do I feel?
So you're signaling against them.
Here's the thing. How do I feel? Am I for or against? I don't give a fuck. I don't care. So no, that's not true.
You are signaling against them. Yes, you are.
I've talked about the organizers and the fact that they're
you're talking shit on them, just like you talk shit on me before.
What?
It's the same thing about how you've talked about me in public. For or against.
You? What does it have to do with you?
Because everything on the internet works like that. When there's a point of polarization, you are for or against. There's no nuance.
The world doesn't revolve around what it is that you find important or unimportant.
No, but you can discern what the essence of a division is.
I'm really come on now. It's like 3:45 in the morning. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you just can't stop this bravado, dude. Like, come on. Like, at some point, can you just drop it and act like an old person? And
against.
Can you? I know that this is streaming and this is content, but at some point, can you just talk like a normal person?
I am telling you as a normal person.
This is not how people have conversations. In all the conversations I've had with
Mao's on contradiction,
including people in my family that are truckers themselves, we don't talk like this. We have conversations about what's going on and who's organizing it, and whether you support it and whether you don't.
Did you read Mao's on contradiction?
It's over.
Did you read on
What?
contradiction?
Yes, I've read on contradiction.
Do you know what it
Why?
means when a line is drawn?
Yes.
Is it
Do
black
I
and
think
white or is there nuance in between?
no, there's black and white. Do I think this is one of those issues where the line is drawn? No, I don't.
Okay.
You seem to,
Why not?
which is your
Hold
prerogative,
on,
but you
okay.
can't force me
Let's
to.
look at the
I don't think it's
atmosphere
that
of okay,
important.
let's look at it from the perspective of Canadian society and Canadian politics
Right,
and Canada.
right,
Why is it
right.
not a line
Why is it not a
for
line?
that? Yeah, objectively. Let's have an objective materialist analysis. How does it not function as a line for Canada's
Because
future?
the question of whether you're for or against it doesn't define your politic or your characteristics, which, as I've said, the fact that this is being argued in multiple political circles tells me that you can't draw neat lines.
Wait, it doesn't define politics in Canada right now?
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
It it's a like I said, is it a flashpoint? Is it a point of political division? Yes. Does it define politics? No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Because if it did, then there would be a massive reorganization. There would be a massive political realignment around this very issue, and
That
you're
is
not seeing that.
literally what is happening because of
That
vaccine
is
mandates in America.
all right.
It's literally happening. Why do you think that's not going to happen in Canada too?
What? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Are you talking about the truckers' protest, or are you talking about vaccine mandates? It's two different things.
Both.
Okay.
The
Do you know what
truckers'
percentage?
protest specifically, yes, it's about the
Do you
mandates and
know
the
what
resistance
percentage
to
of
them
Canadians?
thereof.
The majority of Canadians prefer vaccine mandates, so it's not.
Well, that's what they tell us, and they tell us the same thing about Americans, and yet it
Multiple,
is the
multiple
fundamental.
polling. Okay,
There is literally a political realignment in
multiple
America
polling
because of that.
organizations say that Canadians favor vaccine mandates. Now, do I think they're wrong? Yes, but is it the line? No, because
Well, you
if,
can
there-
trust. You can trust those
if that
organizations.
was true, it wouldn't just be the truckers in Ottawa.
Listen, I know for a fact
Yeah.
that that's what they can claim, and yet I will myself observe how all of our politics is changing and how all the sources of civil unrest coming from this. And I can call bullshit that the majority of Americans or Canadians are in favor of mandates. It's bullshit.
According to
Because
what?
that's not in Europe too, it's the same thing. They always say the majority's in favor of
According
it. They're
to
lying to
what?
us.
So Ipsos Reid is lying to people?
Yes.
Okay, according to what?
Why should I trust them when there's so much resistance to it? What's so special about the people resisting it?
I don't know, man. If like if
Masses of people are coming out against it.
if the moon appears to me to be bigger than like I don't know like the Alpha Centauri system, am I going to assume that the moon is bigger than stars? No, I'm not. It's because it's closer to me, and if I'm closer to the ground and this is in my face, I'm on social media, I'm being surrounded by this. There's a lot more like division
Okay.
and like
The single
animosity.
source of
There's a lot
political
more
and
division and animosity
the
in the areas
single
that I'm in,
greatest source
whether
of
it's
political
whether it's
division.
on forums or Twitter Spaces or whatever. A lot of people are talking about it, but the majority of Canadians are supportive of the mandates.
According to them.
Then I'm only going to assume that people aren't having the same kinds of conversations that I am because I am not the center of the universe.
The single greatest source of political unrest and social unrest and division since the COVID has come has been about lockdowns and mandates.
Yeah. Okay. I would say
So,
the biggest, or the biggest, not political division, mind you, at least not in Canada anyway. Like the United States might be different, but in Canada, it's a minority of people that are angry with the mandates, the passports, etc. Now, am I supportive of the way the lockdowns have been handled? Am I supportive of vaccine passports at all? Am I supportive of mandates? No, but I'm also not the center of the universe. I have my principled reasons for opposing them, but I don't project my points of view onto the majority and say this is something that you have to come on one side or the other. This is the point of political division. I'm
but
not going to say that.
but
That's
hold
not it.
on.
The point to me, the
Wait.
point.
First I'm a
Yeah,
hold on.
yeah,
Okay, so first I'm a tailist who's just tailing behind what's popular. Now it's
right.
because of my principles.
I'm not saying no. I didn't say that either.
So what is
Did I
it?
say that?
Clearly, it's popular. Why would I
What's
be accused
popular?
of tailism otherwise? It's clearly because it's popular.
Taylism is catching on to the wave of this spontaneous uprising and assuming that it's the revolutionary vanguard around which we must organize our principles and begin to draw these people into
No, that's not what it is.
us consciousness.
Taylism is when, instead of assuming leadership over that spontaneous phenomena, you just tail behind it instead of assuming decisive leadership. That's what taylism is.
Taylism is waiting for the spontaneous phenomena to occur in the first place
No,
and
that's
then
not. That's
organizing around
spontaneous.
it.
That's spontaneism.
Rather than organizing first and bringing uprising into effect.
You don't organize until you actually have a working class to organize. That's intelligible.
Uh,
Specifically, a working class movement and a working.
right,
You don't
that's
convince. You
it's
don't
our necessity.
convince people.
It's our necessity to organize a working class.
You don't
What are we talking
convince
about here?
people to be
Again, we're jumping
dissatisfied
from one thing to the next, and
because you don't convince people to be
what
dissatisfied
I'm
with the
trying to
system.
say to you is that no, this is not the political. It is to you, but it's not to anybody else.
Right now, yes, it is.
To you,
To everyone.
to you,
To literally
particular, you, and who else has?
to
You and
all
who?
of Twitter right now, it is to leftist Twitter. To literally, that's
You,
what's getting all the engagement and all the likes.
you and the people that you see on Twitter, dude. Come on,
Listen, Q, it is the meta on Twitter to be talking about this,
okay,
and you know it.
all right.
So it is
It was the meta.
that it is the thing.
It was the meta on Twitter a couple of months ago to talk about whether Nancy Reagan sucked dick. Like, is that?
Yeah, but
what is
it
political
wasn't.
vision
No,
right
there was
now?
not nearly as much energy and intensity on left Twitter about that than this.
There was a lot, but I
Okay, so
there
that's
was a
just
lot.
first on Twitter. The second
Yeah.
thing is that in reality, it is.
Oz, you're not going to convince me of this because none of this stuff translates to real life one to one. Okay, can some of this energy be brought into real life? Yes. Are these conversations the politics around which people align their own personal interests that are not online like us? No, it's not. And if that was the case, everybody would be a fucking communist, and they aren't, are they?
Yeah, I agree. Twitter is not the same as real life, and yet in real life, people don't care about politics. That's what you're trying to say. But when it comes to
I'm not saying
politics,
people don't care about politics. I'm saying that people don't
they
care
don't.
about
They
the
don't
same
give a fuck
political.
about it. But
I'm saying they
when it
don't care
comes
about
to
the same
what's
political. I think no. I
okay,
think people generally care about politics, just not the same issues that we do, and to the same extent.
there's literally hundreds of thousands protesting. This is what's changing politics in
Hundreds of
Canada.
thousands? What, in Ottawa?
All over the
No.
world against vaccine mandates. And
Sure.
the thing is that
Where?
in Ottawa,
Where? Okay.
in Ottawa,
All right.
this is what is dividing.
Us. No, dude. There are thousands of people in Ottawa that are protesting the mandates and several other things. And I think that they have every right and reason to do so. I don't necessarily agree with the organizers. I think that they are reactionaries, and I think scammers to a great extent, because this very same group of people that are organizing now fell apart previously because they were embezzling and defrauding each other. Do I think that they are taking advantage of? Do I think they're taking advantage of popular energy and co-opting it into a right-wing movement? Yes, but do I think that everybody that's at that protest is some sort of white supremacist or Nazi or whatever? No, I think there's just a lot of people who are pissed off about the mandates, and I think they have reasons to be. I just don't think that they are a group of people that we can organize politically around. I don't. You do, and that's fine for you, but I disagree.
Okay. So this is drawing a line in Canada of whether you're for and against the truckers. Politically, it's drawing a line.
Not.
It objectively is.
No, it's not. Drawing a line.
Holy shit. It's just like January 6th did here. Yes, it is.
Oh my god.
And I fail to see how this controversial.
Okay, hey, listen. Hey, if you believe so, have at it. I don't think that's true. I don't agree, but if that's what you believe, have at it. Who am I to tell you any different?
What's dividing people in Canada right now?
There are several issues. There are many issues.
What's the main contradiction? The principal contradiction?
It's actually unemployment and housing are like the largest ones, the ones that have like drawn the largest amounts of mobilization consistently. Are housing and employment.
That's the primary contradiction in Canada right now.
The primary contradiction in Canada is mining, REIT, and oil companies against the rest of us. This is the primary contradiction.
No, that's your ideological.
No, that's what it actually is.
Yeah, but the workers who are in mining and oil and all that shit beg to differ.
Sure.
So that's your view. How
Okay.
can you say it's
Are
objectively the primary
are
contradiction?
all of us miners and oil workers
Who's
and
all of
real
us
estate
then?
agents?
Yeah, but
Pardon?
listen. Okay, let me put it this way. You yourself
Yeah.
understand this. I
Okay.
kind of
So
agree with you. Hold on, no, wait, wait. I
one of the
kind of
biggest.
agree
Okay,
with you. Hold on, Q.
what's up?
I kind of agree with you. I
Right.
just think you can look at that same contradiction between the rural working class, effectively, and the city urban elites
It's not, but
in terms
okay.
of the trucker protests. So yes,
Those
the
no
trucker
in Canada. No,
protest is the
those
most
distinctions
recent
aren't
manifestation
those
of that division.
those distinctions are not so neat here. Is the thing.
Yeah, the trucker protest is just the most recent manifestation of the division you just described between
It's
them
not.
versus you.
There's no urban rural divide. It doesn't work that way here.
There's no
The
urban rural divide.
No, I mean not in
What?
the sense that you're looking at it. No, there is an
Yes, there
urban,
is.
there's urban, suburban, extra-urban, and rural. Okay, and
That's
not
the
all of
same
their
shit.
interests will line up with each other at all times.
What you're describing is a
The urban
confusion.
quote unquote elite in Toronto is not going to have the exact same interests as the urban elite in Calgary, as the urban elite in Vancouver, as the urban elite in Montreal.
Yeah,
It
they
doesn't
are.
work that way.
They're all going to be liberals who are environmentalists and
Oh,
are
they.
soy
Oh
drinking
my god.
vegans. There
If you
is a
say so.
rural urban divide
All
at
right.
the most fundamental level.
What I'm saying, okay, I'm saying it's not as neat as you're trying. Like, it's not as simple as all that.
It kind
Like,
of is.
the
You can you
so
can you
what is
can make
what? Can you tell me what the urban elite in like Calgary looks like? Like, where are they
yeah,
employed? What's their
the urban
background?
elite are into tech. They're tech savvy. They have gyno from soy. They are vegans and they're
In Calgary?
trendy. They're
No,
trendy. They're trendy.
no,
They have iPhones, and
no.
I don't know what
I,
that's. Is
I
that
mean,
a city or is it a town?
I would
Hold
very
on.
much like for this stream to be broadcast out in Calgary and for them to hear that. I don't
Is
think they'd
that
be
a
very happy
city or
with
a
you.
town? Because a town is
It's a
urban.
city. It's
I'm
a city.
sorry, a town is rural.
Huh?
Are they country folk living in a town?
They're city people.
So it's a big city.
Big, I mean, it's one of our big cities. Yeah, we like
Oh,
Canada
it's a
is
major
basically
oil center. So it's
Canada
a
is a yeah, it's an oil city. It's a coterie. It's a coterie of like large cities and like just large swaths of land around them. Right? Like we don't
so
have we
okay.
don't
Let me look up Calgary because we have
we
to
don't
look this
have
up.
we don't have like you know like multiple metropolises across our country the way that exists in the United States. Canada is basically like what like a literal, not literal like literal, like littoral, littoral ribbon in which most people are concentrated in a band that's close to the United States, and we're spread out very far from one another. We're like many solitudes. We're not the same as you guys. Like the character and the geography of Canada is just not the same as the US. So you can't really use the same paradigms.
What party is the mayor of Calgary?
What party?
Yeah.
When he Nenchi? Um, I think he identifies as liberal.
So Calgary's are they're liberals. They're city liberals.
Why don't you look up who the MPs and MPPs are in the Calgary here?
They're so Calgary's a conservative place.
Calgary like vacillates between the two. It's like it's a I'm gonna put it. It's like a center right city for the most part.
So
It doesn't
they're not vegans.
no, this no. You will find a lot fewer vegans in Calgary than you will in a city like Toronto.
So they this is what they put in public, this art piece. And you're
What's
telling me
that?
they're not liberal weirdos. And this is what
What
they
are
do.
peace?
The
The
house
fact that
upside
people,
down.
I don't know what art piece you're talking about.
This house
Um,
upside down. You're telling me they're not liberal weirdos.
in Calgary? No, dude,
Yeah.
that's where the Stampede is, bro.
I don't know what the stampede is.
So how are you gonna tell you don't know what the Stampede is? How are you gonna tell me about the character of people who live in that city? Oh my
All I have to
god.
say is that they're liberal.
Oh, okay. I mean, sure you can say that.
They are liberal.
All right.
It's not the most liberal, probably, but they're liberal generally. They vote for the liberal mayor.
They
Okay,
voted for
compared to the rest of
So
Alberta.
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
What okay? What political? Okay, you asked me like what politics he has. I said okay, he's fairly liberal, right? But I'm thinking liberal in terms of like what is his leaning? What is his party affiliation, Haas?
Who?
Naheed Nenshi, the mayor of Calgary. What's his political affiliation?
It's a woman who's the mayor, not a man.
Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. He actually just his term ended and they elected a new person. Sorry, my bad. What's her political affiliation? You're absolutely right. Sorry, it's 4 in the
I
morning. I'm
literally
forgetting
don't
about
know.
shit. Yeah. So the thing is, in Canada, we don't actually have political affiliations at the municipal level.
So why did you ask?
I am asking because the point I'm trying to make is that you can't assign them a value based on a political party because they don't have political
Okay,
parties.
in Alberta, which is a very conservative province, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where are you going to find the most liberals?
In Alberta?
Yeah.
Probably in Edmonton.
Where?
Edmonton.
Okay, is that a city?
Smaller city. Yeah.
It's smaller.
Okay, when you say liberals, like, do you mean like members of the Liberal Party of Canada or liberals as in like politically liberal? That's two
Socially
different things.
progressive
Yeah.
people.
So socially progressive, you'll find a lot more of them in like Edmonton.
Okay, where else?
In Alberta, you'll find some. You'll find some in Calgary, but not to the extent that you will in Edmonton, and then pretty much nowhere else.
What about, okay, so in Calgary, compared to rural Alberta, are there more or less?
Are they more like progressive-minded liberal people?
Yeah.
But there's more.
So that's my point.
What is your point?
That they're liberal in Calgary compared to the rest of Alberta.
Jesus Christ. Compared to the rest of Alberta, but compared to the rest of Canada, no.
Because they're in a very conservative province.
That's what
So
I'm
what?
trying to say to you.
So what? That's because of the province.
There are okay, but there are also liberal strongholds that are like suburban, exurban, and possibly even rural at times, depending on where you go in the country. For example,
Okay, what you
much of the Atlantic provinces and the Maritimes are heavily liberal leaning, even out in some rural areas.
Yeah, you're talking about the Liberal Party.
And politics wise,
So you're saying the rural people, these rural people are like very socially progressive and woke and shit?
I don't know whether they're socially progressive and liberal and woke and shit. What I'm saying to you
Because for
is
example, in
it,
America, you have
what I'm saying to you is in those provinces in the Atlantic and maritime regions, they do tend to be like lean politically liberal, right?
okay,
In the interior of Canada, like
in America,
in the
the
interior in the prairie provinces, they tend to be conservative.
in America, people like
Yeah.
Joe Manchin are elected
Uh,
by a very conservative electorate. So there's blue dog Democrats
I
that
know
have
what
a
blue dog Democrats are.
they
Well,
have a
okay, what are we where are we getting at right now? What are we talking about?
the point is it doesn't change the general, and just because there's few exceptions doesn't change that there's clearly in America, we know there's a rural urban divide between Republicans and Democrats. We see it on the electoral maps.
I just
Same shit
explained
is
to you. I just
you
explained to you.
explained exceptions, but there's a
I
general
just
rule.
explained to you that even if you go out into some of the less populated and smaller cities, if or even like rural towns in Atlantic and maritime Canada, they will generally lean liberal.
Because there are exceptions.
But it's a bunch of provinces, dude. How are the exceptions?
Because
How
the
many provinces and
majority,
territories are there?
how many territories in Canada?
How many provinces and territories are
Uh,
there? The percentage of provinces that lean that way are not like the outlier or vast minority.
what?
The the provinces that lean liberal, like generally like liberal in terms of politics and liberal in terms of like who they elect, are not like some outlier or vast minority or the exceptions or whatever. It's just that there is a like generally a political divide that is made up mostly by like national geography and not necessarily based on whether they're cities or rural areas. That's what I'm trying to
Okay,
tell you.
okay. Among the okay, so there's yeah, whatever. In Quebec, they're gonna vote for their own shit, but each of those have their own urban rural divide that goes across the whole country. It just doesn't
Or
translate directly into. They don't have a two party system in Canada. No one said they
no,
did.
no, we don't. No, we have like
Yeah,
a
that's
multi-party
why.
system. Yeah,
But there's still
yeah.
an urban rural divide that
Not exactly, because the Bloc Québécois is it's actually a very, in a sense, like a socially liberal party, and they still capture the majority of the votes in
yeah,
Quebec.
yeah, but there's
They are a
yeah,
socially
because
progressive
there's
party.
because Because they represent Quebecis, and that comes first. It's a national. But listen,
So
you don't
then
understand.
we're not talking about an urban-rural divide, are
Holy
we?
fuck! It's primary and secondary contradictions. The primary contradiction for Quebecis is the national whatever interests, but within.
So then we're not talking. So we're not talking
So
about an
within
urban-rural divide.
Canada, within these provinces, there's an urban-rural divide.
If there was an urban-rural divide in terms of politics, why are they all voting for the same party?
Because they're representing the primary contradiction first.
Okay.
Is their fucking their geography.
So we're not talking about urban and rural. We're talking about national affiliation.
That's because Canada doesn't have a two-party system, and it represents its different fucking
So there is
places.
no urban-rural divide in the sense that you're trying to explain it.
Yes, there is. It cuts across all of those.
Okay. Are there divides?
For example. I'll give you an example.
Are there divide? Okay, what I said from the very beginning is it's not so simple as all that, right?
Yeah.
Now that we're getting into all this, are you seeing it's not so simple as all that? There's actually more factors than simple urban-rural.
Just because it's not a two-party system doesn't mean it's not actually simple. So, for example...
But we've just explained the complicating factors. Come on, dude.
You keep interrupting me is why. Because if you didn't interrupt me, you'd hear that I would say, all you would have to do is ask each of these parties, what do you think of the truckers? Yay or nay is based on that urban-rural divide.
Okay.
And that's why there's an urban-rural divide that cuts across the parties in Canada. It's like, yeah, what you're saying is like city people aren't liberal and farmers aren't conservative. Of course they are. Now, do conservative farmers may vote for overall liberal parties? Yeah, but that doesn't change the divide being the fundamental source of contradiction.
What politics are the Liberal Party espousing? That rural farmers who are conservative in nature would feel the need to vote liberal.
But you're the one who said those rural people vote
and
liberal.
not the party that represents their interests.
Because geography came first.
Wait,
That's
okay,
what you
so so then my question to you is, in what geography in Canada is that true?
That's what you said. You gave the example.
In what geography in Canada is that true? I said that there are areas of Canada that do lean liberal and vote liberal, not just according to whether they're urban or rural, but simply based on the fact that they vote liberal.
So what provinces were you talking about?
I was talking about Maritime and Atlantic provinces.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Which ones?
Maritime and Atlantic province.
What are they? What are the Maritime and Atlantic provinces?
Provinces. What are you asking?
Which ones?
What are they?
Which ones? Come on, dude. I mean,
what do you mean? Which ones?
I'm leading you along.
Which is the dominant party?
Okay. Do you understand that?
What are you asking? What do you mean? You want me to give you the shape?
I'm leading you along here, and I'm trying to have a conversation with you to help you understand some of this stuff better, but you're still trying to debate with me. And this is why
What are you fucking asking me?
This is why I'm turning it back on you and asking, okay, which ones? Because it's clear that you don't really know, and that's fine. But this is why we're having a conversation.
I'm talking about the ones you named. The ones you named.
Wait, okay, but you're saying the ones I named, but I didn't actually name any. I just said this is where they are. This is what their geography is, right? But which provinces are they?
Which provinces are they in?
You're trying to prove a point on something that I said, but you're not even clear what the provinces are.
Okay, can you explain the relevance of that?
So the relevance is it's not as simple as an urban-rural divide, which is what I said in the first place. It's a lot more complicated. So why would
talking about the province?
I think we're showing it's more complicated than that. So
why would talking about the provinces? What relevance does talking about the provinces have as to whether it's not simple or not?
Why don't you tell me, since you know everything? Tell me.
I don't have to know everything. All I can know is that the urban-rural divide is the fundamental.
You're telling me that there is
because it's a human universal. Because it's a human. Because it's a human universal. It's a human.
Complicated than that.
No, it's not.
You're trying to prove yourself right on something, and you don't even know what province I'm talking about.
I didn't name the exact province that random fucking places.
You didn't name any. You didn't name any. You can only name.
I don't know what province these random fucking places are in.
Stop acting like you know. Holy shit.
No, what? I didn't say I knew about the provinces, Q. I said I know that the urban-rural divide cuts across the entirety of Canada's parties.
You can't even tell me You can't even tell me what the names of any provinces are.
Q. Carefully and calmly explain why that's relevant. Calmly explain why that's relevant.
What?
Why exactly is that relevant? Why exactly is that relevant to the point? Explain.
why is it relevant that the voting patterns of people who live in urban and rural areas do not?
Why is it relevant to know the fucking province?
Because you should probably know what you're talking about.
Why? No, you should know about what I'm talking about in regards to what? The exact province?
And I kept saying to you, it's more complicated.
Why is Why is the exact province?
Of your audience.
Why is the exact? No, because you're fucking pissing me.
You were having a great conversation.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut your fucking mouth! Why is the? I'm muting this dumb fuck. Literally, shut the fuck up. I gotta mute you. You don't know how to shut the fuck up. I'm muting you. Why is the exact province, knowing the exact province, relevant to knowing what you're talking about? In regards to knowing the urban-rural divide cuts across the parties. You named a random bumfuck area, and I don't know what province it's in, and then you said, well, it's because you don't know what you're talking about. In regards to what? The exact province it's in? Or whether the urban-rural divide cuts across party lines? It's literally that fucking simple, Q. There you go. He's unmuted.
What I'm saying to you is more complicated than that. That's all I said. And that is.
And knowing the province proves that. Why?
And what?
Knowing the province proves that. Why?
You're saying a city in bumfuck nowhere, but it's like one of the largest cities in like Prairie Canada.
You said Halifax?
It's like the stronghold of the Conservative Party. What?
You said Halifax? Or Calfax? What did you say?
I did not say Halifax. I said Calgary. That's the only city I mentioned so far. And you said
I don't know Canada's cities.
And then you said what city is more liberal than that in Alberta? Like what would be the most liberal city? And I said probably.
Because here's why. Cities are by nature liberal, across the whole world. It's a human universal. There's no exceptions. The urban-rural divide is the fundamental antagonism that has, throughout all of human history, since any civilization, has driven the class struggle. Everywhere. There's no exceptions. And it is that simple. It's true in Canada too. Now, what form in Canada requires more detailed analysis. But in Canada, despite that they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major parties, this binary division cuts across all of those party lines.
Does it?
Yes, it does.
Then why does the NDP, which is probably the most like socially liberal party, get votes out in rural areas?
For the same reason the Democratic Party gets votes in rural areas.
No, Northern Ontario is for the most part rural, and the NDP has strongholds in Northern Ontario.
Yeah, so why does it?
They have strongholds in Northern Manitoba, which is also very rural.
Why? Because the NDP probably serves their interests in some kind of way. Is it because those people are inherently ideologically liberal?
Have we now established that it's more complicated than that?
No, we haven't.
Rural, okay.
Oh, wait, someone's telling me it's because they have strong support from the First Nations. Is that true?
They have strong support from the First Nations and a lot of other people.
But is the support from the First Nations the reason why they're popular there?
I wouldn't say it's the reason. I would say that that's one of their strongholds.
Well, people are telling me that is the reason.
But there are other First Nations communities that will also vote strongly liberal. For example, out in the Thunder Bay region, they do have liberal strongholds out there, right? There's liberal strongholds in Manitoba as well. Thunder Bay.
And someone in my chat, they're saying there's a lot of First Nations in the areas you just mentioned.
There are. Yes, there are. And what is your point?
But that's the reason the NDP gets support.
Are they not rural areas? Yes or no? They are.
That doesn't refer to what rural means.
What the fuck do you think rural means, dude? What is the definition of rural?
They're getting it from the fucking First Nations. They're not getting it from rural Canadians.
They get votes.
That's like talking about minorities voting for the Democrats. What a stupid thing.
So you think there aren't any rural Southerners?
Yes, and they vote Democrat.
So the characteristic of rural is also white?
Hold on. Can you read?
No. I want to understand. What is the characteristic of rural exactly? Does it mean white?
No, it's about the national question. Black people have been excluded from the American nation, so they have entered into a special relationship with the Democrats.
What does rural mean?
Rural means representing the rural part of the Canadian state.
High agriculture, low population density.
No, it's the rural part of the Canadian state.
High agricultural.
Holy fuck. Please read Mao. Please read Stalin's national question.
Area, low population
Hold on.
That's what
Read Stalin's national question and Mao's on contradiction, and you will learn
I've read both.
Okay, but the national question is always the primary contradiction, and it cuts across urban and rural. That's the primary. So the First Nations are not part of the Canadian the rurality of the Canadian state.
They live in rural areas.
Because they are excluded from because they're not part of the fucking Canadian polity. You yourself know that the Canadian polity was created by white settlers, right?
So rural refers to white people. Just the same.
No, not necessarily.
Just the same way as black people in South Carolina who do live rurally vote Democrat and have established rural strongholds.
Because they are not part of the rurality of the American state.
Because they're black, they're not part of the rural polity? So you're saying that...
No, because there are black people who live in rural areas and that are part of, but not as a mass. As a mass, they're a separate nation. That's the national question.
But they keep electing Democrats.
Because they're a separate nation. As individuals, they can be part of the rural...
Black people living in rural areas in the South are of a separate nation?
Yes, I support the Black Belt thesis, always have.
You understand...
The First Nations are a different nation. The First Nations are a different nation.
Well, the First Nations are the First Nations.
They're a different nation than the rest of Canada, the Canadian state.
No, they're First Nations because they signed treaties with Canada, which enabled the annexation of Rupert's Land into the Dominion of Canada. That's completely different.
Yeah, but they're not a part. They are not the basis of the Canadian state.
Okay, first of all,
they have a relationship with the Canadian state based on a treaty.
You're assuming, first of all, you're making the assumption that First Nations votes are what elect. Like, literally, that is it. That is the division. The reason that MPs from the NDP get elected in rural Ontario is because they get all the First Nations votes.
That's what people are telling me.
As if there are no other votes that are collected from non-First Nations communities.
I didn't say that, but are they the reason why NDP gets elected?
Are they a voting stronghold? Yes. Are they the reason? No. There's other people that support
people are contradicting you, and they're telling me that they are the reason.
All right. Well, sure. Like, there's a whole lot of First Nation support out in, like, northern Manitoba. There's First Nation support out in northern Ontario, etc.
Can you give me examples, significant examples
are these rural areas, and does the NDP get votes outside of the First Nations? Yes and yes. So what are you talking about?
Are those votes the reason it's in power, or is it because of the First Nations? You didn't even how many votes are they getting? Majority votes?
I don't know, because off the top of my head,
I'll explain this to you. Hey, Q.
I am not. Okay.
In a hillbilly town. Listen, let me tell you something. In a hillbilly town in the middle.
Dude.
Q. In a hillbilly town in America.
The point is, these are.
Okay, I have to mute you. I'm gonna mute you. I'm sick of you talking over me. I'm just gonna. In a hillbilly town in the middle of butt fuck nowhere in America. Guess what? There's people who vote Democrat. It's just that the Democrats don't win there. Now, if those places were full of the First Nations equivalent in America, Democrats might win. But as long as you have those people, the Democrats don't win. There you go. Unmuted.
I'm still not sure what your point is. Like, you're everything that I bring up, you're saying, well, it's an exception because this. So now we're arguing about whether First Nations constitute... We're arguing about whether First Nations constitute a portion of the rural community.
He's muted again. Okay, so sociologically, when you're talking about an urban-rural divide, that is within a nation. Urban-rural divides, and no one can hear him. I don't know, he's still talking. Isn't it crazy? Wait till he realizes no one can hear him. Okay, he realized no one can hear him. Okay, he's muted. So... the urban-rural divide, sociologically, is based within nations. Okay? So when you're talking about differences between nations like Quebec, the First Nations, and the Canadian nation or whatever, you are not talking about one urbanity, one rurality. You are talking about several that cut across nations, right? The primary contradiction is always national. When I ask you for rural and you tell me about the fucking First Nations, you know that's not what I fucking mean. And then you go, oh, do you just mean white people? That's dishonest. No, it's not because they're white. It's because of their historical relationship with the Canadian state. Yes, majority are white, rural Canadians, as I'm defining it. But that's not because they're white. It's because of, which you know, you literally say this. Canada is founded as a settler colony of Europeans. And that has historically been the case. That's why they're the basis of the Canadian state. You wouldn't even disagree with that. So it's just dishonest when you don't take into account these national considerations. Simple as that. Unmuted.
Do you know what proportion of any of those federal writings that Indigenous people, never mind just First Nations, but Indigenous people, period, make up?
Where?
Uh, I don't know. Let's say let's say like Nikki Ashton's writing, right?
What? What do you mean writing?
Church, yeah, the writing, okay, so you call them districts, we call them writings, right? Like this. Okay, so Churchill, Manitoba, right?
Yeah.
Which is where, say, like Nikki Ashton, like is a well-known NDP member of Parliament.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware of what percentage of the voting populace First Nations communities make up?
No.
Okay. Are you also aware that one of the largest First Nations communities decided to break Liberal in the previous election, and she won anyway?
They didn't vote Liberal, and the Liberal won anyway.
No. One of the largest First Nations communities in the writing, what broke Liberal? Like they said publicly, they're supporting Liberal, right?
Yeah.
But she ended up winning anyway. Is it as simple as like First Nations communities vote NDP? No.
Wait, the
There's
NDP is the Liberal Party?
no, the NDP, New Democrat Party, like they're like
Oh,
the sort of like less progressive. They would be like close to like
they're
like
liberals.
the AOCs and the
They are liberals.
I mean, sure, in the sense that
So
it's like
this
the
is
left wing is liberalism.
intra-liberal division.
Okay, so it would be like the AOCs and the
Yeah, I
Ilhan
know.
Omars and
It's
so on. Okay.
intra-liberal division.
I'm talking about they said they're voting for the capital L Liberal Party of Canada. Like
Yeah, and the
right, and it broke NDP anyway. So it's not as simple as these First Nations communities just vote NDP.
it is
It doesn't.
because a Liberal Party won anyway. It's not a fucking Conservative Party that won.
Okay, no, but Jesus
If a
Christ.
Conservative Party won, your
I
point
think you're
would
getting
stand.
tripped up on the distinction between like liberal as like a neoliberal, like a
Okay.
capitalist
The
politics,
Liberal
and
Party,
liberal as a political party.
yeah, the
Two
Liberal
different things.
Party and that other, the NDP.
NDP,
Both of
right,
those
New Democratic
parties,
Party.
both of those
Right.
parties,
I know they're both liberal parties. We agree
they
on
both
that. Like, we get
represent
that.
urban liberal elites. Both of them.
Sure, if you want to say so. All right. But what I'm trying to say to you is, this MP ended up winning the riding, regardless of the fact that more than one of the First Nations declared that they were voting Liberal or that they supported the Liberal Party officially, right? So is that a feature of urban-rural divide, or is that more a feature of political lines within communities? Because what I'm trying to say to you,
That's an intra-urban divide. That's a divide within the urban.
What I'm trying to say to you is that our preferences for parties and for politics are more geographic in nature than simply urban-rural.
Okay.
That's what I've been trying to say to you the whole time.
Would the NDP
and the fact that we've been talking this long,
would
and
the
I've been
NDP be more likely?
trying to walk you through it kind of shows you that it is more complicated, especially on the question of
because
Quebec,
it's. I'll explain why it's not. Okay, I'll explain why it's not. Would the NDP?
You can't explain to me why it's not when you didn't even know what the hell a writing.
Would the NDP be more likely to align with the Conservative Party or the Liberal Party when push came to shove? Go ahead.
The NDP is actually aligned with the Conservative Party on confidence votes
because they're in the opposition.
Yeah.
When push came to shove, though, would they prefer?
What does push come to shove mean then?
When they be in a coalition with, who would they prefer?
They said that they will not engage in a coalition with anybody.
If they had to be in a coalition with anyone, who would they be?
This is the question. This is a question that has been existing in Canadian politics for as long as I've been alive. They will not engage in a coalition.
If they had to, would it be the Conservatives or the Liberals?
I'm telling you, there's no point answering.
Who do they like more? Who do they like more?
Who do they like more?
Yeah, Liberals.
They don't like either of them.
Okay, who do they like more?
They don't. I'm trying to explain it to you. They don't like either of them.
Okay, who do they like more?
I don't know because they. Okay.
You don't know.
So when the NDP formed the official opposition for the first time, right?
Yeah.
They actually voted along with the Conservatives the majority of the time.
Because they're in the opposition.
The official opposition to the Conservatives.
Oh.
To the Conservatives. Yeah.
And
when the Conservatives formed government and the NDP was the official opposition, they actually were voting along with the Conservatives a significant portion of the time.
On what issues?
I have to go back and I mean everything.
Maybe that's because were the Conservatives more
everything from budgets to social welfare bills and so forth.
And the Conservatives were anti-social welfare or pro?
They reorganized some social welfare programs. They cut the GST. That is like There's like a federal tax that they cut down
Were they
from.
neo-libs or were they protectionists like Nixon?
Sorry, the conservatives.
Yeah.
They kind of swing between both, like depending on what the issue
So
is.
that
They
would
can swing
explain
between
why
both
the New
poles.
Democratic Party is voting for some of their policies. But when right now specifically, right?
So what were you asking me then?
What I'm asking you is an
Like you want
NDP
simple?
who is more likely? Okay, let me ask you a question. Who's
Yeah.
more likely to swing, NDP to liberal or NDP to conservative or vice versa?
There's literally been both.
Yeah, there's been both. What's more
There have
likely?
literally been no. There have literally been like NDPers who have gone conservative, and there have been NDPers
I didn't
that have
ask
gone
you if
liberal.
there's been cases. Which is more likely? Which
You're
is more
saying
prevalent?
what is more likely? I'm explaining to you what it's actually happened.
But what's more
What do you
prevalent? I'm not denying that. I'm not denying a moose. A woman gave birth to a moose one day. I don't care. Every weird thing happens in life. Tell me what is more likely. Maybe I'll shit out a moose tonight. Maybe that will happen. What is more likely? Is it
So far, it
likely?
hasn't happened. Okay, so far it hasn't happened, but I tell you what has happened is that there have been NDPers that have gone conservative, and there's
I
been
don't care.
NDPers that have gone liberal.
I
right?
don't care. I'm asking you, is it like there's been conservatives that went Republican? I've explained. This is how a rational person or a normal person responds, okay? So if I say,
have there been NDPers in like Alberta?
I have to mute you. I muted him. So who is more likely to vote for the Democrats? Is it going to be a suburban Democrat? Sorry, vote for Democrat. Is it going to be a suburban Republican? Or is it going to be like a Republican truck driver or something? And then you're like, well, I know of truck drivers who have voted for the Democrats. I don't ask you if there's truck. I just ask you which one's like more likely. And clearly the answer is it's the suburban Republican that's more likely to join the Lincoln Project and swing Democrat. So that's how you answer a question. Now, is the NDP more like the liberals or the conservatives? Well, we can see that the NDP has critiqued the liberals for not being tough enough on vaccine mandates. So it seems like there's a very strong binary division along which all of these different parties are basing themselves off. That's simple.
No, because the NDP actually ran to the right of the liberals and closer to a conservative policy mandate or policy platform in the 2015 election. Right, the NDP were actually more conservative than the liberals were.
On what questions?
On
immigration,
from like childcare, budgeting, social welfare programs, immigration.
So those were those like when you say child welfare and shit? Are you saying like cut it or increase it?
What? Sorry, what?
Did the conservatives want to cut or increase that?
All of them were promising some sort of like a child benefit program, right?
Okay, so those are traditionally left policies, right?
Yes, and
so the conservatives are more like
the liberals had the most. The liberals had essentially the most progressive platform in 2015.
By leftist standards,
like it vacillates depending on like who's in charge of the party and what their
you just said the NDP are like AOC.
Generally, yeah.
So generally speaking, they would be more progressive on social issues, economic issues.
Generally on social issues, they have been more on the like progressive side. On economic issues, they do kind of they waver back and forth.
Can I tell you something?
Matters. What's up?
This is something I got from our first conversation.
Sure,
you are like the most untrustworthy person to ask about.
It's not a matter of untrust. You ask questions
because I'll go.
No, you know what it is. You ask questions that have answers that aren't simple.
And I'll never get a clear answer. I'll never get reality. I'll never get reality from you. I'll never get reality from you.
And when I try to explain to you how complicated they are, you get upset about it.
Life is simple in general.
No, it isn't.
I promise you, if okay, tomorrow I'm gonna spend 30 minutes looking all this shit up, and it's gonna become very simple. It's gonna be like that simple, just simple answers. Right. It's always a binary. Life is a binary. If
you can research the history of Canadian politics in half an hour, more power to you.
If I spend half an hour on this shit, I will know everything instantly.
Probably
simple.
Is that you'll find answers that you want to find and then discard the rest, which is
what I'll find
in this conversation.
You look talking to you makes it feel like There's no reality out there. It's all just nuance and nothing's. Oh, the trucker thing is not a big deal. All the on Twitter, it's not a bunch of hate. It's just a bunch of nuance. Oh, I wasn't. It's like you just gaslight. It's like you're a living gaslighter. You're a gaslighter.
You invent things that you think people said, and then you argue with that instead.
Does any Canadian want to simplify shit?
No one in this conversation said any of those things. You said that.
Does any Canadian want to come in here and just simplify the whole thing? Because this is just all nuance mongering, and it's a waste of time.
You're asking me questions that don't have simple answers, and then you get upset when I tell you what the answers are.
No, the answers are very simple. And if you were
You don't even know what the name of fucking provinces are or what a writing is. How are you going to tell me anything simple when you can't come up with simple? You can't.
Your country is of 38 million people.
Like that, and you want to.
You have a country of less than 40 million people. You're not worth studying in depth.
Then maybe if you have any curiosity or questions about it, why bother asking me?
Because I'm trying to arrive at a point, and you keep obstructing it with your obtuse answers.
Because you don't know.
Because you know very well that people in the New Democratic Party are more like fucking liberals, not conservatives. You just know that. You know they're more like the liberals. That's why they win in places over the liberals, like that fucking example you gave. You can't just admit that simple thing.
If they're like the liberals, then why is it that, for example...
Why is there this exception and that exception?
Why is it, for example, that a liberal can almost never get elected in Alberta, but an NDP or can? Why is it likely that the NDP will win the next Albertan election, but not a liberal?
Why was Bernie more likely to win over some of these Republicans than Clinton?
No, I'm talking about Alberta, which is a heavily conservative province and is almost all blue right now. Why will the NDP likely win the next election?
Why does Bernie have a better chance among Trump voters?
Okay, where does Bernie run and win?
Bernie had a better chance among the Trump voters.
I'm not
that doesn't change the fact.
Where did he run and win?
He was way more popular among Trump voters.
Where geographically where?
He didn't win, but he got more of their votes.
Not true. I'm saying
in Michigan, the Midwest.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Texas?
No.
Okay. Well, Alberta has often been compared to Canada's Texas. So my question is, why would the NDP stand a very good chance of winning the
because Bernie's on environmental what's the NDP's environmental views?
For the most part, they are like sustainable energy.
Okay. Then how are they winning in Alberta? How are they winning in Alberta when Alberta's based on oil?
Yeah. Weird, eh?
How does that work?
I don't know. You tell me.
Who's voting for NDP in Alberta? Is it the city people?
There's a lot of people voting for the NDP in Alberta.
Who?
There are people that live in like what's it called? Fort McMurray. There are people that are voting in Edmonton, that are voting in Calgary, that are voting in Red Deer, that are going to end up voting in the NDP. Like, there's people from all over the map.
So it's Edmonton and it's other city people.
Well, I'm naming like locations, right? Red Deer is not like city. Red Deer is the
city people in Alberta.
Red Deer is not urban by any stretch.
Decisively,
the two metropolises in Alberta are Calgary and Edmonton, pretty much, right?
And the
remainder are towns.
The rest is gonna tip it for those places are gonna tip it for fucking.
I mean, did you know what they were before I even mentioned them?
Yes.
Okay.
We talked about Edmonton and Calgary.
No, but I just mentioned a few other areas.
Those other cities don't matter.
Okay.
You notice I'm trying to arrive at a point throughout this whole thing, and you just keep.
I know that you're trying to arrive at a point, and I know that you're upset that I'm complicating it, but I'm trying to tell you it's not as simple.
Every time I try to get at a point,
it's not as simple as an urban-rural divide.
Yeah, that's what you're just trying to overly fucking nuance monger because you never want. Yeah, you anticipate the point I'm trying to make, and then you needlessly complicate it because you're like, I don't want you to make that point that NDP is more like liberals.
I don't care whether you would make it or not. I'm just saying that it's not correct.
Okay, interactive map of the 2021 federal elections in fact-checking. Let's check it out. God, don't want to waste all this fucking time. Let's look at this. So the Liberals won, and So we got all these places. All right. What a fucking mess this all is. So who's the conservatives? Conservatives are blue.
Yeah.
These are all conservatives.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to Alberta right here. And by a long... Okay, let's check Calgary. So there's one place in Calgary where they voted for NDP.
What are you looking at right now? You're looking at it. You're looking at a federal map.
Yes.
Federal. Okay. Do you know how many ridings there are in Alberta?
It looks like this is Edmonton, another place where the orange and
do you know how many? Okay.
So hold on. Orange is the new Democrats. So only in Edmonton they won there.
Federally. I'm talking about provincially.
Alberta rural. Let's go to band F. Wow, these guys get shit on here. Wow, they get shit on here.
You're looking at a federal
wow,
map,
they get shit on here.
Okay.
Wow, they get shit on
here. The federal election. I'm talking
These are
about
big margins. One. Every single one I click, there's all the conservatives. Big margins.
Do you understand right now you're looking at the wrong map?
This is the federal map.
I'm talking about the provincial election.
Who gives a fuck when it's the federal election? That matters way more. In defining politics?
That's what I said. Do you understand why the NDP will be likely to win the next provincial election? That's what I said.
Okay, but in the federal elections, it seems like all the rural people are voting blue, and all this, and then there's more proportion of city people that vote for the others.
You, why? So provincially, why do they?
So we have some shit stains of the lib shits here. A dotted stain. Go to Calgary. We got another big shit stain of the liberals. What else? This place. These are more close. In
the last provincial election, the NDP got something like 40% of the popular vote. This was in 2015 because they didn't win in the previous election. The United Conservative Party won, but prior to that, right, when the NDP won, and they're likely to win again, they got something like 40% of the popular vote and like north of 50 seats. So like the overwhelming majority of seats, right? Like they won a majority. Okay. So, and at the time there was like,
I want to see the map for that one.
Go pull up the map for that one.
Someone link the map for that one.
But they won over 50.
Gaslighting Q at it again. But let's see the map for that one.
Go pull up the map for the 2015
I don't know where to fucking find it. Can the guy who found this
give it to me? Go look. Seriously, like somebody go Google the 2015 election results for Alberta.
Alberta 2015 provincial election map. Okay. We see a map. And then who are the Greens? The party's the Wild Rose Party. So it looks like...
sorry, you're right. The Wild Rose. My bad.
Yeah, in the provincial election, a bunch of random-ass parties.
Like, the Wild Rose got, like, I want to say somewhere between, like, 18 and 20 seats or something like that.
The Conservative Party's not even here. Where's the Conservative Party?
No. The Conservative Party, because back then they were called the Progressive Conservatives, right?
Okay.
And they ended up They ended up splitting up, like, between... So the PCs experienced like a party schism at the time and split into like the PCs and the Wild Rose. And then in the previous election, all of those parties recombined into the United Conservative Party, the UCP. So it's a different
So you're saying the New Democratic Party won because the Conservatives split?
No, because they took more votes than the combined amount of both parties. So both the Wild Rose and the PCs didn't even come close to beating the NDP in terms of their total seat count.
NDP
so it wasn't because of the split.
This one. And here, find Edmonton and Calgary are obviously overwhelming for the new Democratic Party. No shockers there.
What do you mean, obviously? Look at the federal map for Calgary and tell me how blue it is. I think there's
it's actually significantly liberal compared to the rest of the... And it's much closer.
But how is
it's much closer. Are you fucking kidding? If you go to Alberta, you go to Calgary, I'll choose any of these places.
Don't compose 50
this is very close. This is close. If these guys combined, they wouldn't even win. This is a minority.
No.
So it's close.
It's not a minority government. I'm telling you, they won a majority in the election that they actually won in 2015. It was a
Yeah,
majority
but
government.
you don't see the conservatives shit on everyone else in Calgary like they do in the rural places. Now, do you?
What?
You don't see them just getting shit on like in the rural places. Now, do you?
They won 53 ridings. Okay.
What?
You, how many ridings are there in Calgary and Edmonton altogether?
Okay, listen.
Because NDP got more than that.
All right, I'm going to tell you that my simplified caveman shit is just the truth. In the cities, they're going to vote more for these lib shits.
They won 50. They won more than 50 ridings, which means they won more than just the cities.
Who did?
The NDP did in 2015.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the fucking how many voted conservative in fucking Calgary in the federal election.
Yeah. So,
it's clear that these guys. It's
clear
the NDP won more rural areas, but the majority of rural areas went to that fucking Wild Rose shit and the blue guys.
But they what?
Yeah, look at the map.
Are you looking at the riding maps or just like how big the ridings are? Like, are you looking at the individual ridings? Because the NDP won more than 50 of them.
Out of how many?
They weren't just winning in cities.
Okay, but the majority of these fucking writings went to Wild Rose. Or not writings, these boxes or whatever the fuck went to the blue and the green.
Sure.
Those NDP areas had big towns in them, relatively big towns. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. So here, the same urban rural divide is there. Edmonton, it's brown as shit.
If that is true, then why did they get shellacked in the last election?
Why did they get what?
You're saying there's an urban rural divide, right?
Yeah.
So if the same towns could break for the NDP in one election and then break for the Conservatives in the next, like why if they were liberal leaning big towns, why then did they just go ahead and vote Conservative in the next election?
Oh, in the federal election?
No, in the provincial election.
What year was that one? 2019?
2019, yeah.
Okay. 2019, I'll literally show it. So here's the United Conservative map, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You look at this map. Holy shit, it is blue, dark blue,
yeah, they
right?
got shellacked. I told you. They got
and then
washed.
I zoom in on Edmonton, and all of a sudden, it's very tan.
I told you Edmonton was a liberalized city.
Okay, and then I go to Calgary, and look what do you know?
What about all of the other ridings that voted for NDP in the previous, like the 2015 election that swung Conservative instead? How do you explain that? Why would they be... If they were liberal and urban, why would they, for the most part, because the PC party prior to
the reason why rural areas voted for
was in power for almost as long as I've been alive.
Holy shit! The NDP,
the PCs were unchallenged in Alberta.
Listen. Holy fuck! It's such a waste of time. You have a very clear map where the city people are voting more for the NDP, and everyone else is voting for the fucking Conservatives.
And then they voted Conservative the next election. Like they had previous to 2000.
Who voted Conservative the next election?
The same cities.
I'm looking at 2019 right now. Edmonton, you have way more proportion of New Democratic Party. Same with Calgary.
Sure.
And for where the Conservatives do win in Calgary, it's very light blue, not dark blue, which means it's much closer. The elections are much closer. You don't see these very dark blues like here in the cities. So even when the Conservatives do win in Calgary, it's much less than the fucking rural areas.
Calgary, as I've said to you several times, Calgary and Edmonton they don't compose more than 50 ridings.
I don't care. Why do the ridings matter?
So what I'm saying is your assertion that it's the urban rural divide that's responsible for the NDP even having a chance at winning is not true, because okay, so then how do you explain that they lost all of those votes in the next election? And the fact
this is the 2019 election, so this is the latest election, right?
Prior to 2015, the PCs were pretty much unchallenged by anybody.
This is the fucking 2019 election I'm looking at.
Okay, they were winning. I know you're looking at 2019. I'm talking about the entire history, like, of Alberta.
What do you mean the next election? This is the latest election.
Okay.
So what next election?
There's another election coming up that the NDP is likely to win.
How do you know?
Because that's what the polls say.
Okay, here's what someone's telling me. They won in 2015 because a lot of people were disillusioned with the Conservatives. The NDP proved they weren't for shit, and then in 2019,
They
it
got
went back
select.
to the Conservatives.
Sure.
But when you look at the map, urban leans more to NDP than anywhere else.
Okay.
So that's an urban-rural divide.
There are two urban areas that we've talked about. What about everywhere else?
These are the most significant cities in Alberta.
But they don't compose more than 50 ridings between them.
Why does that matter?
Because,
what does that mean? Does that mean they don't have enough population?
It means they're getting votes outside of the major urban centers, is what I'm trying to explain to you. And you can just simply say yes, because that's what happened.
The NDP got rolled in this election.
In 2015.
I'm talking about 2019.
Urban center.
Even when they got rolled.
The only reason we're even talking about this in the first place is because I informed you what happened in the 2015 election. Right?
I know that in 2015, rural areas voted for the fucking NDP. So let's move past that.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say.
I know that. I never denied that.
Okay. And then
what I did say,
washed in the next election, didn't I?
What I did fucking say is that regardless of who wins, the cities lean more toward the NDP.
I know that.
And the rural areas lean more conservative.
Okay.
So there's an urban-rural divide in Alberta for politics.
If there was a divide, then they wouldn't be able to pick up votes or win in those.
No, that's not true. There is a general urban-rural divide. Sometimes they can go past it.
Now. All right, cool.
But there's an urban-rural divide. The fact that I'm arguing with you about this is fucking stupid.
Because you argue about everything. You can't simply say, okay, I didn't know that.
No, I did know because I looked at the fucking map. I looked at this map from 2015.
You could simply say, hey, you know what? It's cool. I didn't know that. Good to know.
Didn't know what? I did know this. I never denied it. I looked it up.
I didn't know any of this until I told you.
It was on my fucking screen, Q. It was on my fucking screen this whole time.
Why was it on your screen to begin with? Because I told you about the quirk that is Albertan elections.
No, because then I told you, Q. I told you. Right. I told you. Even in this fucking map, you see the majority of rural areas, the majority of them, are with that Wild Rose Party and the fucking progressive conservatives.
No, they're... Okay.
Yes, look at the map.
How many
look at this map.
How many ridings are there in Alberta? The majority of them could not have been because it was a majority government.
Look at this fucking map on my screen. Look at this map on my screen. Look at this map on my screen.
Okay, what map?
On my stream. Look at it.
Oh, hold up. Okay.
What do you see?
What am I looking at?
What do you see?
I see NDP ridings and I see Wild Rose ridings. What is your point?
There more green in this map?
There is. It is impossible for there to be more green because they want a majority. Like it seems to me like you're discounting areas like Red Deer and Lethbridge, etc.
Red Deer and Lethbridge are small,
etc. Right?
These are urban.
There's also hold up. You're also excluding northern. Sure. And
these are towns.
They're
towns.
They're not metropolises. They're outside the major urban.
I know,
centers,
but they're towns. This is a
big
ass.
And then look at northern Alberta.
Northern Alberta is divided, and right here it's light New Democratic Party.
I got it.
With the heavy green on the right hand side, and then in the middle there's a fuck you finger, right?
Sure. So okay. I think remember when I said before, I think what you're looking at is like the size of the writings and assuming that means anything compared to the number of writings. Remember I said that?
Okay.
And I'm looking at the screen right now. That's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, majority of rural areas were for the conservatives.
Are there not still rural areas? And I'm looking right at the
I don't care. Yeah, there are rural areas.
There not rural areas that voted NDP, yes or no?
Yes, but the majority did not.
Okay, then that means...
But the majority did not. 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 Therefore, there's an urban-rural divide.
If what you're saying was true, then there wouldn't be any.
That's not true, because they're what kind of fucking dialectics is that? That's like saying if there's a division between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, then there can be no proletarians who side with the bourgeoisie.
Do you not see that?
And there can be no bourgeoisie who side with the proletarians.
You yourself just said that they were about evenly divided, right?
No.
Okay, there's a... Do we want to count the writings?
Q. The majority of rural areas leaned conservative.
Okay. And there were many rural areas that didn't.
Majority,
including
but
some of the ones that are in the lower left-hand corner of your map,
but
dude.
the majority
Medicine,
leaned conservative.
Medicine Hat is not okay. All right.
Okay, the majority leaned conservative.
Medicine Hat is not like a major urban center, dude.
So you're leaving this by saying there's no urban-rural divide.
I'm leaving this by saying that, as I've said since the very beginning, it is more complicated than a simple urban-rural divide. That's what I said.
You literally don't say anything. There's no reality behind anything.
I've literally just said it's more complicated than an urban-rural divide.
Okay, this is like someone, when you ask them, who is stronger, men or women? You go, oh, well, Ronda Rousey and shit.
Jesus Christ.
Can you actually just answer a question?
That's not what we're talking about.
Okay, I'm a space alien. I'm a space alien. I'm a space alien. I'm a space alien. Who's stronger, men or women? I'm a space alien. I want to know about the human species. Who's stronger, men or women?
Why are we talking about
Just
this?
answer. Can you answer that question?
No, this is stupid.
Of course you can't. Of course you can't. Of course you can't.
Listen,
of course you can't.
Hey, listen. As a
because
there's population,
because of Ronda Rousey, right? Because of Ronda Rousey.
Are men generally physically stronger than women? Yes. Does it have any bearing on the conversation we're having right now? Fuck no, it doesn't.
Because you just can't answer simple questions.
No,
you beat around the bush.
Try to make things simple, and they simply aren't. And I've explained. Okay, listen. Every part of this conversation, like on Canadian politics, I have led you there, and then you've done furious Googling, or your chat has told you stuff, which I assume, because I'm seeing your chat for the first time now, I'm seeing how fast it's moving, right? So I'm assuming people are telling you stuff, but I'm leading you there in the first place, and then we end up arguing about it, because you can't just simply say, oh, okay, I didn't know that. Which would be very simple.
What did I not know? What did I not know?
Oh, man, you didn't even know what a fucking riding list did.
I don't. Okay, that's not the.
You didn't know about the province of Alberta.
What is the point at hand? What does that have to do with the point?
About Quebec nationalism and why they vote for a socially.
What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't know about Quebec nationalism. Shut the fuck up, you liar! I did know about Quebec and how Quebec votes differently.
Democratic Party, even in rural areas, like that wasn't a thing that we were.
Yes, I did. Q.
Sure,
I did. But I still knew that majority of rural areas don't vote for that party.
Sure. You listen. We're having this conversation because I brought you here in the first place, and now you're just arguing about it.
You brought me here because I'm showing you how
I brought you here in the first place because you asked me about the urban-rural divide. I said it's not as simple as all that.
And it turns out it is. It turns out it is. Turns out it is. Turns out it is.
Isn't as simple as all that.
Turns out it is because I can.
You didn't even know what the fuck a Lethbridge, Alberta was until I brought this up.
You didn't know what the left-hand side of my own ass is. It doesn't fucking matter anything you're saying.
I have no concerns about your ass.
Yeah, okay, Q. You can name all these bumfuck places. I don't give a shit. It has nothing to do with anything.
Which is, okay, I know you don't care, and I'm explaining to you.
Yeah, when you say I don't care about the name of a specific town in the middle of Alberta.
You don't care about the name. You didn't even know any of these places existed until I explained to you that they exist.
I didn't know.
I said to you that in areas like Northern Ontario and Northern Alberta, etc., they tend to vote NDP, and in Alberta, they're poised to win the next election, and all like we've been talking about all this stuff.
Q, your stupidity is so tragic; it can make someone cry. It's so tragic.
And then about 3 to 5 minutes after I bring it up, then you want to argue with me about it, which tells me that people are feeding you the answers, which is fine.
So like, I have to mute him. He doesn't shut the fuck up.
Okay, but you could just simply say,
"Yeah, I'm just gonna mute him." So. You seem to be confused. What I do know is that the urban-rural divide is the fundamental contradiction of Canadian politics. The fact that you have shown me a map where an otherwise urban party made inroads among a minority, or at least a significant minority of rural areas, does not change the overall tendency that rural areas lean more conservative and urban areas lean more, let's say, liberal or progressive, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That fundamental point has not been challenged. Now, you've thrown at me all of these names, and you didn't know about the name existing before. You didn't know the name existed before. That has nothing to do with the fucking point that was under dispute at hand. I could have not even known what Alberta was, and it still says nothing about the level of my knowledge of the fundamental contradiction, whether it was simple or not. And that's what we were fucking debating on it. Me not knowing about Lethbridge has absolutely no bearing on the claim that I made that the urban-rural divide is fundamental. And how do I know it's fundamental? Because it's a human universal. I can look at a map of Cambodia and know that it's fundamental. I don't have to know anything about Cambodia's election districts or provinces, just like how Marxists actually will say the class struggle is the motor of history. So what you're doing is Karl Popper's positivistic or whatever empiricism, where you're saying, how can Marxists profess knowledge over things without empirically knowing the details first? How can knowledge of that kind be possible? But the truth is that our knowledge of empirical reality is structured in a fundamental way already, right? So you're trying to make it seem like because I don't know the name of provinces, I can't know anything about how this politics works. And that sounds like it makes sense, because if you don't know the name of the provinces, how can you know anything? Because I know that the urban-rural divide's a human universal, which also applies to Canada. It's as simple as that. And now you're saying, oh, I led you here, and now you're shifting the goalpost. No, I'm not. My fucking point stands. Simple as that.
I didn't say anything about you shifting goalposts. See, when you do weird things, like, I don't know, talk in a high-pitched voice when I'm saying to you, like, hey, you didn't really know about this stuff before I mentioned it to you.
Okay, I'm going to meet you again to ask you a question. This is the question. What exactly did I not know that was relevant to the debate? What exactly did I not know that was relevant to the debate? Go ahead.
You didn't know about Canadian politics.
Specifically, what did I not know about Canadian politics?
Okay, so we talked about, like, conservative versus...
I literally muted you and addressed this argument. I literally muted you and addressed this argument.
The question, or you just want to talk over me, dude? Like, you're muting me because you don't want me to talk over you, and then you just continue to talk right over me because you want to monopolize the conversation.
Spit it out. What did I not know?
You asked me about whether Canada and the towns in it are conservative or liberal based on whether they're urban or rural.
Generally speaking. Right?
No, you didn't say generally speaking. You just said...
Yeah, I did, because that's what it implies. There's exceptions to everything. Okay, Q. Yeah, I muted him again. Did I not imply generally speaking when I accepted that there's exceptions even among the Democrats? I told you there's exceptions. There's always exceptions. I'm looking for the general rule, which is why it's fucking simple. The general rule. Just like how men are stronger than women generally. Yeah, you have Ronda Rousey. Generally, men are stronger. Same fucking thing. So what did I not know specifically? That there were exceptions? You think I couldn't infer that there were exceptions when I even literally told you there's even exceptions among the Democrats in a two-party fucking system that's almost entirely defined by an urban-rural divide? Of course there's exceptions in everything. There's exceptions to anything. Some roses are not red. Some Marxists in the West have a brain. Those are all exceptions. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to talk now?
Based on what I just said, and if you make me repeat what I just said, you have conceded.
Dude, I'm telling you, like...
What did I not know?
What?
What did I not know?
You didn't know how Canadian politics functions is what you didn't know.
Specifically because I didn't know about writings?
No, not because you just didn't know the writings. You didn't know how Canadian politics functions.
Give me an example of how I didn't know that.
Okay, so you asked me about the urban-rural divide. I said it's more complicated than that. I said...
And I denied it's complicated, and I turned out to be right.
Do you want me to answer the question, or do you just want to keep talking?
Go ahead.
You said that there's an urban-rural divide. I said it's more complicated. There's actually geographies and nationalism involved. And you said, but that doesn't matter. This is the primary contradiction.
And I said because across...
do you want me to, like, recap? Because you're asking me.
You're lying. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar.
I'm a liar. Dude, this is the conversation we had.
You're a fucking liar. I literally fucking cited Mao and Stalin that the national question was primary. The primary contradiction. Don't fucking lie and say that I didn't address the national realities, which I fucking did.
Okay.
But even then, the urban-rural divide...
Christ. Dude, I said there are areas, especially in Atlantic and Maritime Canada, where it actually cuts across those divides. And I said, oh yeah, here's an interesting quirk. Like, check out Alberta, and this is what happened in Alberta.
And it still didn't. It still didn't.
And I.
It improved anything.
And I said, this is what happened in Northern Ontario and Northern Manitoba, and you found
And it
acceptable
was the First Nations. It wasn't the
because
rule.
First Nations don't form part of the rural politics. So it's
No, they
basically like there's basically a loophole around everything that I say.
That's
right?
fun. Don't give me that fucking shit.
Just,
I have given you an exact
saying,
reason for everything.
You're basically saying that First Nations and the people who vote NDP don't actually constitute part of the
They don't. Sociologically, they're not rural Canadians. Sociologically, they're not. Sure. No sociologist would say this is the Canadian rural population.
That's why I said rural means white to you. Like,
no, to any sociologist. Hold on. We're running in fucking circles. I literally said it's not because they're white. It's because they're... Dude, I'm muting him. It's because it's the relationship to the historical Canadian state. Finally, Q, the whole fucking point here is you keep saying, well, Haz, you seem to have an argument for everything I'm saying. Because you're wrong and I'm right. That's why I have an argument. When you give me an exception and I seem to have an example, the fact is you can't prove it's rule. Oh, now you're saying the First Nations aren't rule? That's not a stretch. That's common sense. Okay? My general point has been vindicated. Overall, rural goes conservative. Urban goes liberal. Now, there may be exceptions to that, but the general tendency remains true. It's that fucking simple. At no point you're saying, oh, you keep shifting the goalposts and keep finding loopholes. Because you're not right, Q. You're just not right. All of the exceptions can be explained because they're exceptions. That's how exceptions work. The reason why they deviate from the general norm can be rationally explained. That's not a loophole. It's justifying why there's a contradiction in the first place and why there's exceptions to the manifestation of that contradiction.
No, like the reason that you have to keep muting me, right, is because
you keep saying the same thing and ignoring everything.
No, because I'm recapping what you're saying, and you don't like the fact that it started off in an area that you weren't knowledgeable on, and I kept dragging you into other areas where I said, hey, there's a bit of an exception here, and this is what we're talking about.
I didn't know the name of certain provinces and writings and shit.
I brought that up because you literally didn't know what writings and what certain cities were, the areas
I was talking about. Who cares? Who cares? I turned out to be right. Turns out I did know, Q. I did know everything. Right, sure. I did know everything.
And that's what I'm saying. I understand you now. Like, your need to be right on everything is kind of like what drives you.
But I
personality.
did.
And why? And why?
Okay,
this
fundamentally, yeah. I did know everything that was relevant to the dispute.
Huz, you didn't actually know shit until I started explaining it to you.
What shit did I not know, Q? That there was an exception in 2015 where some rural areas went for the NDP? You didn't
know the political characteristics of this country until I started explaining them to you.
Really? Like what political characteristics?
I'm not going to recap it again.
Like the NDP was more like AOC and the Liberals were more like the Democrats?
Generally, sure.
Yeah.
Depends on what elections.
Yeah, I didn't know all of these details necessarily.
Dude, Huz. Yeah. I'm just reaching a point where I don't care because this has been a conversation for the last several hours.
You don't care, and this is what I'll say. You don't know how to shut up. I muted you. Listen, this is what he doesn't understand. I may have not known all these fickle, inessential details, but what I did know as relevant to the debate was that there was a simple urban and rural division in Canada. Now, does that division manifest itself through the 5 parties that they have? Yes. So as it was relevant to the debate, I knew everything. The details he's talking about were inessential details. They were not essential to the debate. They were like these inessential side details to give form to the essential point, which I did know. It's literally the difference between empiricism and a dialectic view. An empiricist view thinks that an essential point is bounded up with all of the empirical details, as if you can't know anything without it being enmeshed with the empirical. It's not fucking true. You can know that all history is the history of class struggle without knowing all of history. You can be a historical materialist and know that historical materialism is going to be confirmed without knowing every historical context with which the method is going to be applied. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about when he says things like you didn't know. He doesn't have an epistemology of Marxists, but of Anglo-Canadian empiricists.
Whoa.
Unmuted.
Marx and Engels had plenty of historical knowledge. What do you mean? They didn't know everything about history. They didn't simply make assertions like ad hoc. and then draw their conclusions to fit those assertions.
That's
They
literally
studied
what they
history to
did.
do that. What?
Wait, they literally did not know everything about history, and yet they
I'm
made
not saying they knew
Why did they make sweeping claims about all of history then?
They made sweeping claims about all of history because they knew plenty of history to be able to draw from in the first place.
They literally did not. We don't even know a fraction of actual human history.
Okay.
We know like nothing about human. We don't know what fucking happened.
All right.
We literally don't even know shit about human history.
All right.
And yet, like, there's new shit being uncovered all the time. Yet they made these general...
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is that they still knew plenty of history. Like, they drew from historical
So
sources.
what? So what?
And
So what? So what?
In order to draw their conclusions. But the
So
point
what?
is they
So
actually
what?
knew what those events were to draw the conclusions from them.
But no,
You know what I
because
mean?
when they came to general conclusions that all history was the history of class struggle, even before knowing a great deal about history, before Marx and Engels studied India, before they studied India or China or the Middle East, they said that.
And yet, when they drew their exceptions, especially like on the continent of Africa, for example, right? They actually had to know something about it before they said, "Hey, there's possibly an exception here, and here's why."
They never. If there's an exception to the thesis,
when Engels had to study the Cherokee Nation, right? When he had to study like the two-row wampum treaty before he delved into his theory of the family, he had to know about it first, didn't he?
The theory of the family is based on a detail. When it comes to their thesis that all history... Shut the fuck up. Literally, I'm muting this fucking guy. The history of all history... Sorry. All history being the history of class struggle was not just some detail based on empirical evidence. It is something they applied to all of history before knowing shit about specific historical events. They didn't know anything about the Cherokees. They didn't know anything about India or China or anywhere else. And they drew a general conclusion before knowing anything. Why? Because they weren't empiricists. It's that fucking simple. This was coming from Hegelian German idealism. It was not based on empirical details, which are infinite, and yet knowledge is finite. And knowledge does not finitely approximate infinite empirical wealth. Knowledge is human finite knowledge. Empirical details with which the details of knowledge can be applied is infinite. According to you, we cannot know anything about anything because we can never know enough. There you go.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, it is. You said they took exception sometimes. They never took exception to what was fundamental of their method and of their thesis.
Haas, is that what I... Again, this is one of those things where you invented a thing that I said because you think it's what I mean. And
the urban-rural divide, being the fundamental motor of politics, is the equivalent of saying all history is the history of class struggle.
Sure.
And the reason for that, by the way, is because of what urban and rural even refer to. Rural refers to the limits of a polity. Urban refers to the polity's manifestation and realization in the most immediate sense. Urban is the head, rural is the body. It's a fucking human universal.
Okay, I don't care, dude.
So don't fucking sit here and say you didn't even know anything.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that before you make a sweeping claim about a thing, it helps to know about a thing, right?
No, because I was right anyway.
Oh, God, okay, all right. Then don't learn shit. Do you? Don't. Learn
I literally
things.
learned
That's
nothing
okay.
from this.
No. I know you're not learning anything from this because you're determined not to learn. Period. But I'm saying
what I learned is all of this green and this.
What I'm saying is,
here.
If you don't want to learn things, hey, don't learn things. That's fine. That's your business. I don't care.
There's nothing to learn from this.
There's nothing for you to learn, period, because you don't like learning from...
All right, I know now that Lethbridge voted for NDP in 2015. Wow, that's knowledge, isn't it? You know I'm going to forget that. You know that's not real knowledge because I'm going to forget it tomorrow.
It doesn't
Q, I'm going to forget Red Deer.
In the grand scheme of things, I'm saying to you, in the grand scheme of things, none of this matters anyway.
Q, tomorrow I'm going to forget Red Deer existed.
None of this matters because we will all be dead.
Q, I'm going to forget Red Deer existed tomorrow.
I don't care.
Because it's not important knowledge to have.
I don't care what you know or what you don't know.
It's not important knowledge to have. It's not important knowledge to have.
I don't care. That's your business, dude.
Is it important knowledge for me to know Red Deer exists?
You have this need to be right. I don't know if it's you or if it's for your stream and your audience. There's this thing where it's like, you cannot simply admit, hey, maybe I should know about a thing. Or, hey, thanks for letting me know. It doesn't exist for you because you need to be right about everything. And to be honest, like, I can see that this was a tremendous waste of my time because I came on here to have a conversation. You wanted to have a debate, and in a debate, you want to be right about everything. You can't concede things because in order to win a debate, you can't concede anything.
What should I concede?
Which is, I don't care what you concede or not concede.
There's nothing I should concede.
Hey, listen, I don't want you to concede things because I wanted to
All
have
right,
a conversation.
I didn't know Medicine Hat existed. I'll concede that.
Here's
I didn't know Medicine Hat existed.
Here's what you're not hearing.
Wow.
I didn't want you to
That's
concede
so relevant to the
this
debate.
Conversation. Dude.
Medicine Hat existing is very relevant to the debate.
The reason that you have to keep muting me is because you want me to concede things. And I'm like, I don't want you to concede anything. I want to have a conversation with you. But the entire time it's been an argument because you want to be right about shit. And
I don't have to want to be something that's objectively true.
The whole point is tremendous waste of my time and energy because
why are you still here then? What are you trying to prove?
I'm not trying to prove anything. The only thing that I wanted to do was be able to wrap up this conversation and say, hey, listen, agree to disagree, and be able to do that civilly. But every time I try to lead you there, or at least try to get there, and I've been saying this several times, oh yeah, I agree with this, or all right, not point of disagreement on that.
Whatever. I will never.
The reason I'm being conciliatory about these things is because I just want to be able to wrap up the conversation.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up with this. My final closing statement.
All right,
you have a precedent of siding with the woke mob on Twitter conveniently.
You say that
until I see a single example. You
say that because you don't like a fraction of the energy that you give out, bro. You give out negative energy to all kinds of people. You don't like getting it back, and then you get all hurt about it.
No, I don't get hurt. I just will see you as my enemy.
You get hurt. That's why you get all mad in your stream.
If you join my enemies when I'm at war with them, you're my enemy too.
And get everyone out to attack people.
Okay, I gotta mute this guy. So Q, I actually don't get hurt when you give me back that energy, but you're taking a side, and I'm not going to treat you as a friend when you do that, okay? You could just stay neutral or stay out of it. When you jump in and give me back the energy I put out to my enemies who deserve that energy because I'm just defending myself anyway, that's all I've ever fucking done is defend myself against them, you're my fucking enemy. And this is my final closing statement. I don't respect you until you can give a single example of you ever going against that woke mob for the sake of your principles and what you believe in and risking getting ratioed and all that shit. Nothing you say is ever going to be trustworthy. You'll never do that. You've had a chance to prove what kind of fucking man you are. You proved that you're the type that panders to these. I don't know if you're doing it because you want these women to like you or some shit, which, I could somewhat even more respect if it wasn't for who they were. But it's clear to me that when we're done with this conversation, I could do what I did before and be conciliatory and shit with you. And then you're just going to go back on Twitter and talk shit about me to your 80,000 followers. So at the very least, when you're here with my followers, I get to talk shit about you. That's just how it fucking works. I'm sick of this fake shit where you come here and be nice to me, then go back on Twitter and be a fucking asshole. That's my closing statement. I'll give you a chance to give yours.
Do you think any of that was conciliatory whatsoever?
No.
No, it wasn't. You know why? Because you needed to be right. Again, the only times that we've had a back and forth exchange was when you're going after somebody that's a friend of mine. And I don't see why it's wrong for me to return some of that energy back to you. Dude, do this with your chat. Listen, do this with your chat. I don't really give a shit. Clip bot, I don't really fucking care at this point. All right? Just don't get upset when people return a fraction of the energy that you put out into the universe.
Oh, I don't get upset. Those people are just not my friends.
Okay, that's fine.
They're my enemies.
Okay.
And your friends are my enemies.
Okay. And
you joining the bandwagon of insulting me and disrespecting me is you virtue signaling to them.
Yeah, we talked about whether or not I was actually disrespecting you and what I actually said. Okay, you said some shit to me, I said some shit back to you, and you know what? I didn't take any of that personally. But I come on here and I find out you were taking all of that personally, which is whatever. And the funny thing was when I found out you're taking it personally, you know what I stopped doing? Saying mean things. Because I don't like to hurt people's feelings, and I don't
think
like
it hurts my feelings when you say I'm short.
Take it whatever way you want. I don't like to.
Does it hurt my feelings?
I don't like to make people feel disrespected if they're not taking it in a back and forth kind of roasting kind of way, right? I don't do that. Okay.
Yeah, that's just complete. So
when I'm on here and I'm talking the way that I'm talking, this is the way that I just talked.
Go ahead and wrp up your final statement.
My final statement is, if that's not the energy you want to have returned back to you, then don't put it out there. And your need to be right about everything might get you like fans and get you subs and all that, and that's great. Good for you. Do your job. You're a streamer. That's what you're here to do, and that's great. But in the grander scheme of things, it accomplishes nothing because, like I said, in the long run, we'll all be dead. Try helping people instead. Try doing something good and beneficial outside of yourself. Do that, and maybe you'll be happy in the long run.
A stark contrast from
Because
the
I know that when
vicious.
I die, I'll be happy with myself.
A stark
Right? And
contrast
I
from
hope,
the vicious vitriol of Twitter.
I hope that you can say the same.
Uh,
That's all I want to say.
that is such a heartwarming human thing to say. I'm sure you keep that same energy on Twitter to your 80,000 followers.
Absolutely.
It's on Twitch. You're such a wholesome human guy who has all this sympathy and talks like a human being and all this stuff.
I talk to you the same way that I do talk to anybody else.
Of course, yeah. On Twitter, on Twitter, you're the same way.
I talk to you. Listen, hey, when we were in the back and forth exchange early on in this conversation, I was talking to you just like I talk to anybody else. And
yeah,
then
like on Twitter.
And then when I scaled back, I talk to you just like I talk to anybody else.
Yeah, you never snake anyone on Twitter.
I give as good as I get. All right.
Yeah, you never snake anyone on Twitter.
I don't know why that bothers you so much.
And you have taken the heroic mantle. And to be clear, the energy I put out is self-defense against my enemies who attacked me first.
All right.
Yeah. Well, so when you join them to give me back my energy, you're joining my enemies.
All right.
There you go.
Have fun. Adieu. Good night. Take care. Bye-bye.
Simple as that. Simple. I'm not fucking falling for that shit a second time. My weakness is I'm a human being. But I know that guy's he goes on Twitter, talks all this shit with his friends. Thank you, Joff Harvey. Appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. It's like, it's such a different level of energy.